I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the molly. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for Nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player and his team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round, and follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champions. So be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect. And, well, it looks like Core just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4th.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still needs to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like Nature a lot on that team. So other than that, kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. Core are not careful. GMD, hello! Look at the spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best. So
taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and Klorig still makes his mark. EG is trying to take angles around, surround, and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh, dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh, wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30.
13.
I think 13.
11.
9.
9. In the map pool 7, total like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, this is like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700. Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield, 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload, 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills one. A very tough spot.
And then initiating the rest of the push now that the interceptor's done, but Giza does find him solo and steps out and fights! And he's holding that site too. All to him.
One tap as well.
like
The Knight's going to get unleashed. Up and all. 1-2. Moose hiding in the smoke. Nabil's going to bump into him in just a moment, but Moose wins the duel. 1v. Well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3.
It's just such a unique opportunity that a lot of these players have never seen before.
3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. But China definitely gets one. In the back of the side, Chloric gives you another. But, and no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the cross.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
But sleepers are around the corner. 5e, they're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down. Not too difficult against the worst guns. Let him form that easy 3, and the rest of M80 can come in. That easy damage. That is 11-7.
It's going to be very interesting to see who cooks up the best strats or the best comps right now.
But GMD will lose his life matrix. What a delay on this wrap. Unbelievable.
We can beat everyone easily.
Also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers in North America Playoffs. With playoffs, we're halfway through our very first week and already taking a look at this lower bracket with eliminations on the line and Stage 1 playoff champion titles quickly being removed. It's going to be a great day ahead, though, and I cannot wait to get started. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host throughout. Today, we have Dan and we have Ash. Ash, how are we feeling today? Lower bracket already.
It's kind of crazy to be in the lower bracket now, just 3 days into playoffs. And I feel like, again, things are just shaking up. We have had like those rematch games. We've had matches that we hadn't seen before in the last few days too. Well, one match that we hadn't seen before in the last few days. Well, overall, I think it's been really exciting seeing how these teams have also developed from the beginning of the Swiss stage until now.
I mean, it's a playoff bracket that I just don't know which way it's going to be shaking up. Dan, the first 2 days that we've had while we've been playing out our quarterfinal days have been so fun to watch with some really back and forth matches. And yesterday too, I mean, we got to see some top teams go toe to toe, kicking it all off with SRB up against EGA.
Yeah, it was really a test going into the past couple of days going into playoffs, because first couple of weeks we were kind of questioning those favorite teams and those teams that were undefeated. We talk about SAD, we talk about Core, and if anybody was able to match that level. But the more that we got the chance to see from these teams, the more that you realize that those favorites are staying at the top and everybody else has been trying to make these changes, which was a little bit of the case that we've seen for the side of Shopify Rebellion, and this team that came from week one. I was talking about potentially being that favorite team that are finally, it seems like, getting things together, looking better, and throwing Evil Geniuses into the lower bracket that we're going to be seeing for that second match.
I think for the next match, or the second match that we saw yesterday as well within Sleepers and NRG Academy, was just also overall really interesting to see, because like Dan was saying, it's been a test. Like this SRB versus EG game where we're seeing that matchup come back through, right? And I think for how things have been playing out, it's been a lot of questions of, for this Sleeper squad in particular, what is it going to look like for them? They really stunned us at the beginning of that Swiss stage, having such a strong showing to kick off this season. But we're wondering, okay, where is the depth though for this team with so many new names? We weren't sure how they were going to look, and to go back up against an NRG Academy that I think was, again, such a strong team at the end of the 2025 season here, it was a really big test to see how deep they could really dig their heels in, and it was a strong showing once again in that 2-0, and that bind was absolutely insane. The fact that they had that 9-3 half and massive comeback from Sleepers into the second half, and NRG were only able to get one round on defense, now landing themselves in the lower bracket for elimination.
I mean, Sleepers so lights out on that second half, sending NRGA down into this lower bracket. Now, this upper semifinals that we have is going to be really exciting, because again, I feel like this is a bracket that really could have turned out in any which way, but being able to see that these are the standouts so far has been really nice. And Dan, getting into the lower bracket again, this is going to be goodbye to some of our teams today.
Which is insane, right? Just going back to the expectations that we had going into the second week as well, we were talking about these academy teams and Evil Geniuses and NRG as well that are now having to eliminate each other. And also for the setup of M80, that was also one of the favorite teams that we were talking about. The expectations and also the history that they have in Challengers has been pretty good throughout the years, but is an M80 that has been struggling just a little bit. And even though they had some potential, they had the opportunity to close it against SAD. SAD just continues to be the favorite. So today's going to be a good day.
It really will be, of course. So we're on a journey to find out who is about to be our Stage 1 playoff champion, who's going to get some valuable cash money. But of course, there's so much more on the line. Something we haven't necessarily talked about too much this stage has been the circuit points and what these teams are truly playing for. The longer you stay alive in the playoffs, the more circuit points you get combined through Stage 1, Stage 2, and Stage 3. Of course, Stage 3 champion gets to go into the Stage 2 play-in for VCT. Second place from all these circuit points, though, goes into an LCQ to try and find their spot. So a lot on the line there. And looking at how the circuit points are shaking up so far for our current Stage 1, of course, we got some front runners, but it'll be interesting to see, because this is going to be the very first opportunity for these teams to really be able to get those circuit points. Because once we get into Stage 2 and 3, with the teams really ramping up, the competition is only gonna get more tough. So it's not just money on the line, but this chance at play-ins. So yeah, it means a lot to stay alive in this tournament today. So with elimination matches ahead, it's time to get narrowed in on our very first series. It's going to be M80 going up against Invictics. Two teams that, again, very different histories when you're looking at the players and the orgs, but still, Ash, I feel like it's going to be a great matchup to kick off our day.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this rematch here as well, right? The fact that last time we saw these two teams, that was M80 taking the win in a 2-0 fashion up against an Evictix that I feel like we've just continued to see level up as the season has gone on, as the meta has started to develop, teams really learning to find their groove with each other. And so I feel like it's just going to be a really big testament to how these teams are going to continue to fare for the remainder of the season as well, with how much like research they're doing, how much work they're putting in behind the scenes. And you have like the very big differences, like we were talking about, like so much org support behind this M80 banner compared to a Team Evictix that is really just coming into the fray this year.
And we've seen as well the changes that we're talking about going to the last time that these two teams played each other. That was week 1. That was when we were still kind of wondering what this Evictix team was going to bring to the table. And for the other side, this M80 with players that we know a little bit more of what they had to bring. And ever since they made a few changes when it comes to compositions, when it comes to the way they approach some specific maps. And so this match, it seems like it's the real deal. It's not only elimination, but it's also a rematch to show the evolution, the growth that the teams have had. And we talk about an M80 that has had, honestly, a lot of ups and downs, maybe compared to what people were expecting this team to be one of the favorites with the names that we have with GMD, with Alvin as well, with Paint as well, that has been talked about for quite some time. And even though that's the case, it just seems like they're almost there. They're almost figuring out what it's going to take to move forward in this playoffs. And I'm just wondering if they have it today, because as we mentioned before, there's not a lot of time. It was from one day to another. You just have to play this elimination game.
I mean, almost was the key word that you said there. That also perfectly describes their last series as well, as they got knocked down here by SAD Esports. I mean, 13-11, 13-11 on those final 2 maps. Like, this team is just so close to cracking the code. And when you have a team that has this fresher talent, that very deserved call-up, such as Bonnie, and when you have the more veterancy on the team as well, I feel like there's a lot on paper for this team to really work, even if they are finding themselves in this elimination position now. But when we talk about a little bit more of that veteran talent here, I want to start talking about what works on the team and who we can look to in today's match. And Ash, that means we have to talk about Derek, because Derek as well, I mean, we've seen what he's capable of. We got to see that in the last series, and I'm expecting a little bit more of that going into today.
And I feel like Derek, we actually haven't gotten the chance to talk about him really all that much on broadcast, because he did have a slower start to the season. You have to keep in mind, when this team came together, he's also learning like how to involve himself into a new system, adjusting to new teammates, and the fact that really on M80, you only had a core of Alvin Boy and GMG who had previously played together. But in this last match up against SAD Esports, Derek was doing such a great job supporting Bonnie on those entries, ensuring that that utility was being put down in exactly the right moments. And you can definitely see him getting a lot more comfortable in this team now.
Especially with the competitions that you're seeing right now, the way that Derek is playing, and obviously the agent pool, but also the way that he's putting the team, it's really reminding me of what we're seeing G2 do in VCT right now, where Derek is also, we didn't get the chance to see the sky from him before. He brings it out for Bonnie, just like Trent was doing, and also is providing a lot of support that the team needs. You mentioned it before, Ash. Bonnie as well with this Whaley has been incredible, and you need to be that, you need that fast initiator to be able to react in time. But on top of that, on the other side, you have Paint, that, you know, his job is to go in, create that space, and have everything else follow up. So Derek is just has to be locked in, right time, right place as well, to support the squad. And it just seems like he's one of the biggest reasons why the series yesterday was so close, and maybe the reason why they're able to win it today.
I mean, also just has to be locked in, because we got a team of more wild cards on the opposing end here, talking about Team Evictix. When we saw these two face off within round 1, I mean, when you look at the names on paper, you look at the org support, you look at anything else, it's really easy to discount this team, and even more so after seeing the 0-2 loss that they had to M80. But Ash, where we've gone from there and what we've gotten to see from the players since then, I think has been fantastic, and they've really earned this playoff spot, and I think have a very legitimate chance going into the series with everything they've learned.
They definitely do. I feel like people are still underestimating Team Evictix in this playoffs bracket. And I know that they did lose that matchup up against Core yesterday, but granted, it was still a really tight match, especially that Pearl that went to a crazy overtime. Sure, the last 2 maps were dominant for either side, with Core closing things out on split. But I think the fact that it does manage to go to that 1-2 loss, that even shows, you know, growth compared to the first time they face up against that Core. It does give me that feeling that this team is just continuing to put that work in to adapt as the season has gone on and change things up, develop with the meta as they learn how to play up against these more veteran players within Tier 2.
Which is something that I really like. You see these two different approaches the teams and challengers have been having of, you know, you want to abuse the meta a little bit, but you also want to play simply what's working for the team. And Team Evictix is one of those that really benefit from abusing the meta right now, forcing this double duelist in pretty much every single map. The only map where we're not seeing this double duelist is on Haven, where they're playing that solo neon, but everything else, it's allowing them to play whatever they want when it comes to what those two duelists are going to look like. And yes, everybody's talking about the Waylay and the Yoru, but they're able to switch it up a little bit if they need to. If they want to play the Jet, if they want to play the Neon and the Yoru combined, that we're starting to see a lot more of. They have the capability of doing so. They have the flexibility. So it just seems like now that they figure it out, this is a massive test that they've had, again, since they last played as M80 in week 1.
I mean, when we talk about the looks for the team, I've been loving this double duelist approach, especially too when you have duelists that can pop off. And when you talk about the Yoru factor of it all, we have to talk about Traded, especially again, this last series we saw coming out from him when we had this crazy matchup against Core. I mean, he was putting in so much work. He was on Yoru duty the entire series. And Dan, he was a thorn in the side of Core. Like, he was just popping off.
Traded has been incredible, and we've seen it you know, from the beginning, and he has been such an incredible Yoru, giving a lot of support to the team, really understanding what his role in this team has to be, just going into the Swiss stage. And all those weeks that we got the chance to see for all or 16 teams, he ended up being second best just after Jerwin, who is, you know, part of SAD, part of that squad that is #1 right now. So that really it shows you a little bit of how good he is as a Yoru, how good he is as a player, and how much support he's been able to give to the rest of the team. He's one of those that is not only willing to initiate those fights, but also to clutch out when he needs to. With again, these compositions that are working out so well, they can run whatever they want, and this is a Yoru that is comfortable playing around and switching up his playstyle a little bit depending on what the map is going to look like and what everybody else is going to be playing.
I mean, he was just so reliable throughout that series for always getting his too. And when there is a Yoru just causing havoc out there, I mean, that's going to be a difficult thing for the other team to try and contest with, even if it was kind of dealt with in the end. But if we get to see that same sort of series we saw from Traded last time going into today, well, then I definitely think this can be a really close one. But that's only one half of that duelist duo. Okay, we need to talk about the other half of it with Shaw's and how we can compare him going up against Bonnie in this series. Bonnie has gotten so much praise from his Ashes, just being such a strong duelist, and Shaw's has definitely been holding his own.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think what's exciting about this matchup too is they do have very similar, like, in-your-face kind of play styles between the two of them. Like, Shaw's is constantly going to be making that space off of Traded utility, off of the utility out from Raccoon as well. And same thing with Bonnie. These two are players that are able to take over the server and just be able to catch you off guard with their timing, with their spacing, alongside the support from their team. I think what's going to be interesting to me too, though, is Bonnie is the type to do that also on the off. I feel like we don't get to see Shaw's on that off super often because of his Waylay playstyle, but Bonnie's going to be pulling that out no matter which duelist that we're going to be seeing him on, that regardless of the agent, and he's able to always just take those angles. I think that when it does come down to those attacking rounds there for the side of Invictix, I'm looking at them to really solidify those pistol rounds, really deny M80 from allowing Bonnie to get that op online early on. But this clash is going to be so fun to watch.
It also plays a little bit different because we're talking about a Bunny that, yes, is playing the Waylay, but is not often that guy that is initiating those fights. We do often see Pain being the one doing that for the team. So when you look at the first skills that you can expect from them, just in that last series that they played, that where both of them went the distance with the 3 maps, you see a Bunny that ends up getting 17 first kills versus on the other side of Shaw's that ends up getting 30. And that really tells you kind of the difference of the team and how they want to approach it. Even if they are playing similar ideas, similar compositions for a lot of these maps, the general macro that they want to play is going to be very different.
I'm so excited for this series ahead. And again, this is a rematch all the way from round 1, our very first week of Swiss here. So it'll be interesting to see how it differs going in today. With the map picks and bans, that'll be the first question. And to be starting off our series, we're going to get the run back on Pearl, but Pearl then from these two teams, Ash, is looking very different from Pearl now from these two, which is going to be a really interesting toe-to-toe to start this out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Pearl is going to go because both of these teams have undergone compositional changes since the last time that they faced off, right? I think that for Evictix, even though they're 0-3 technically still, that was an insanely close game up against Core, and it was definitely a world where they could have taken it. I think this team still struggles a little bit on that attacking side, definitely has that defense down pat, but with starting out on their stronger side first, I'm looking for Evictix to make the difference on Pearl because honestly, when I look at this map pool as a whole for the veto, I feel like this series is almost decided by map 1 with how even both look on Haven and Corrode.
Is a map that we've seen recently for both of the teams, and they've both been really close to closing it out, but it hasn't been possible. Just last time that we saw M80 play it, it was a 16-14 that they closed out against YFP, but on the other side, you have an Invictics that lost it 20-18 against Core. So just that puts into perspective how difficult this map can be, and I'm very interested to see how those compositions are going to look like because you have on one side an Evictix that is playing this double duelist, but with the Neon and the Yoru that is going to be great for creating that space, for taking that side, but both of them playing that veto in just slightly different ways, and we don't often have these veto matchups. This map of Pearl is a good one, but the more that we've seen this map, both in Challengers and VCT, you see how teams start to become a little bit more aware of that veto kit and how it can be punished, how you have to take and punish that early on, because if you're going late into that side and you have the veto, it's going to be pretty much impossible.
The fact that it's a veto face-off then on a map that could be like the biggest, most important map in the series will be really interesting since they both know how to then approach it and play to themselves. I'm so excited for the mind games that we have going on and just for this series in general. But how is it going to be shaking up? That's going to be the question. And I'm not necessarily surprised by this one, Ash. I mean, it's M80, but like, you know, I feel like Invictics are the underdog, and I feel like they've grown a lot. So I gotta go with them.
They definitely have grown a lot. It was, I had a hard time with, I say this, I feel like every single time, to be honest, but I did have a tough time with this prediction too. I think that for me, I lean over towards M80 because this is a team where when their backs are up against the wall, they are always able to pull through. When I think about players like Alvin, like Derek, like GMD, and then for Evictix, I do love an underdog story. I just am not super confident with, despite the fact that yesterday's matchup up against Core did go the distance for Evictix, they're still struggling a lot with that attacker side, which is the main problem point that they had previously, which leaves me kind of questioning, I think, how Pearl is going to go today.
I mean, it's going to be a big map to be starting off, but again, something with very recent tape. So heading into the agent select, now that we got it official, Dan, how are we feeling about this head-to-head?
We're looking a little bit more of what we were talking about with this double duelist on the side of Team Evictix, with shots that is going to be on that Neon and traded on this Yoru. Again, and on the other side, you do have this veto, you do have this Waylay as well, but I think it's going to also rely a lot on what these two initiators are going to be able to do for Paint and Derek. In the past, in this map, sometimes they've struggled a little bit. Paint, this is one of those maps where we see him a little bit more on that KO. So going into the attack side, it has to be pretty strong, because if not, you can have a Team Evictix that can and has shown to have a lot of small ideas to go play a little bit more aggressive, take over, take a little bit more space, and if so, M80 could be struggling a little bit early on.
I love Dan's shout out about the two initiators on the side of M80 because I'm thinking about Team Evictix. They're starting out on their much stronger side here on Pearl. They look very comfortable, not just with the site holds, but also those retakes. And you were talking too about what these vetoes can do. My eyes are going to be on Scotty and Paint and how these interactions are going to go. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Paint in particular to especially be landing those 0 points to disallow Scotty, or trade it as well if he's playing a bit more of a forward position, from getting those teleports out and making sure that M80 can punish them.
There has been so much growth from both of these teams since the last time we saw them face off on Pearl. Now elimination on the line here in Stage 1 playoffs. It's time to see who can take Pearl in the first map of the series. Let's get to it and head on over to your casters, Shift and Athena, to take you through.
Thank you, Des. Appreciate it. This is a heck of a matchup in terms of jumping into a lower round game this early on into the bracket. Both teams, I think, in particular, are in a situation where, yeah, they looked really good to kind of get themselves qualified for playoffs. And now you're in a situation where you're fighting for your lives. Not great news overall. And I think, you know, looking at this opening map, it should be a really interesting one, even though Team Evictix have yet to win it in competitive play.
Yeah, I think it's really kind of wild when you let a map like this through, especially if you're a team that hasn't won it once throughout Challengers for Evictix. And honestly, a little bit of a change coming out from M80. They like to play that fade usually on the Sova for Derek. But he's switching up to that Sova, so they're coming into it trying to figure out kind of if this is a playstyle that they can switch up to, if they've made some plans, and obviously letting it go through means that they have a really solid game plan for them. I think it makes sense, kind of pinpointing your opposing team's weak point going into the game, and it's going to be starting off with a really quick A control right away.
And to be fair, the Sova was something that was a part of the matchup that these two teams had played on this map way back in round 1 of the Swiss stage. So some familiarity maybe of how you want to read Evictix, but yeah, interesting pistol kind of developing here as we're looking at a bit of a split hit over towards A, but convincingly so. Evictix are trying to contest A main. That was what I was worried about. You do have a 3-man stack here. That's enough for first blood to come through and a chance for the flood to ensue onto A.
Up numbers, and it looks like they're just gonna commit to getting that pick. Derek getting that first one. It's immediately an A execute off of that.
Oh, and traded. Yeah, just trying to track the waylay dashes, not quite able to hang nor retreat. Means that this will be a very, very solid post plant 5v2 situation. Dre on the backside, able to find one. A couple of tags into GMD. Maybe opens the door for Scotty to connect onto something, but the timing is a bit amiss. Dre still waiting for this pinch to develop, but Scotty's been figured out. So now both defenders are known, but they're finding the eliminations that they need. Hold on a second. This would be a 2v5 situation. They're down to just having to find Bonnie. 1v2 now for the M80 post-plant defender. Dre gonna hop. Bonnie trying to predict. It gets past halfway and then dropped off. Here comes the check, and Scotty. Oh, okay. Should have been a convincing post-plant for M80. Instead, it's a 2v5 for Invictics.
I really cannot believe what I just saw. It was looking so good for M80. I was just about to praise that this is what this team usually looks like. Getting a lot of that control, getting those numbers, and being really convincing with their execute. But man, those trades were not there. Everyone just over pushing past their limits and getting picked off one by one. Dre and Scotty, all they had to do was kind of hold it down at some point. And for Evictix, this is going to be kind of a really good momentum turner for them. I mean, the mindset going into that, losing that 2v4 is going to be kind of hard for M80.
Without question. I mean, just think about the fact that now all of a sudden, if you're the teammates who dropped early, you're like, wow, my teammates are God. So we're believing fully that this is going to set up for our success, as M80 will be largely on classics. Bonnie, of course, with the dashes will attempt for some sort of a play, the dash in with a shorty. And Raccoon will see a lot of this, get a lot of damage into multiple players with that spam with the Ares. And that'll be enough for the spike to also be confirmed that it is dropped here at A. Trying to retract back to wait for help is Raccoon, and will be able to successfully do that. So now you have the defense right at the front gates ready to hit, and Scotty will give you your second. Traded looking for more. Here's the footsteps and the jumps around him, but it just comes down to finding the contact, and that will likely do it here.
Spike down A. Go, go, go.
Really good positioning from Raccoon there to kind of just get the spam, get the delay. Makes a lot of sense when you're playing against a Thrifty. Really like that. Really solid. You can see Raccoon actually fist bumping in the player cam there. They're going to be really happy with how this has played out so far. I mean, for M80, they just need to lock back in. And for this first gun round for them, they need to make sure that they do not get bonused. I'm looking for EVX to be a little bit more aggressive, but looks like they're just going to set up for that Neon pushing towards that long B, and maybe M80 have some sort of read because they're all grouped up towards that long B, getting ready to hold that push.
Well, here comes the opening utility fail towards B. M80 showing a little bit, but not really committing to anything in particular. Prowler just to make sure there's no lurkers at middle for the defense, and that will successfully clear some space. So everything will kind of reframe, reset, and M80 are going to take the long route over towards the A side again.
I think with that initial KO knife, they spotted the veto as well. And when you're playing into a bonus, you really do not want to go where the veto is set up, even if it's a little bit more players on the other side, but still playing it slow, getting in that information, I think makes a lot of sense for M80. And a Sova drone here is going to clear all this A main. Looks like they're going to set up for this A split towards the site.
Defense in a pretty stable position to receive some of this, though. There's the dash, immediately refracted, back paint the next one. I'm trying to follow up on that info, but Drafe once again gives you one. Raccoon follows, but the trades are even, allowing M80 to stay on site, but with no spike. So GMD will have to back up to collect and then be a little bit delayed on this plan. And Charles gives you one more, but the trade's immediately there. Relay Bolt does connect, though. 2v2. Next contact is likely the most crucial. Raccoon is going to clear a lot of space on this corner. Scotty off of the opposite angle. That will work. Evictix take the bonus, and all of a sudden they're 3-0 up on M80's pick.
This is M80's nightmare right now. They're not getting any of that momentum at all, and they haven't been able to actually spot out how the veto sets up on that B site. They saw that they were trying to do something aggressive, and they moved away. But man, it just took a little bit too long, and these post plants, they really need to figure it out. Evictix being super confident, able to swing and play that site. And I think Raccoon too, he's done such a good job just holding it down as that fade on the site. Getting that information early, using that C's to stall, and just spamming away with that Odin. Really solid looks from Raccoon here.
Now, to be fair, to kind of give you the numbers, again, this has been a stapled pick for M80 throughout this season, but a lot of it has found success from the defensive side. But whenever you lose a bonus, that completely boons your mental. And now you're in a situation where you kind of have to force feed something at B with these stingers that have been purchased. Scotty, pretty aware that is already teleported back towards safety, is going to call for some stationary help out of Raccoon. Margin thanks to the fact that the Odin is in play. Nice shots, wow. Right onto Alvin for first blood once again. Numbers for Evictix defensively, and they're going to allow the spike to get on to allow this 5v4 to develop.
Spike planted.
Next pop flash works out. M80 able to respond nicely. Raccoon having a tough time trying to commit back into this play defensively. So you have to wait for the rest of this help to make its way over towards the B connector, which now it's here. The first step has to be clearing out screens, though. And Bonnie's gotten a little bit of separation underneath tower. There are so many defensive players, though, surrounding the site. Hunter's going to get called early before the offensive post plant, but it's just not landing until Dre will drop. But Derek's got to move forward now. GMD still playing in the backside of screens, able to see a shoulder, and that will be the final kill needed to get M80 on the board with a Thrifty.
All right, they're so back. It's fine. We're back. You can see GMD pumping up the players there. That is kind of what their answer is towards those post plants that they've had, is just being a lot more aggressive. Paint, kind of leading the charge, throwing that KO flash into spawn, and getting those 2 picks followed by Bonnie. Really, really good kind of anti-strat there, coming up with an answer to why they've been losing those post plants. I think too, for Evictix, oh my god, this name is the hardest one to say by far, by the way, guys. Don't worry about it. Evictix, this team, they're doing so good on their retakes. I think they just needed just a tiny bit more patience, especially knowing that they're playing against that Thrifty. But it does not matter, because now they have that operator online for traded. The Veto and the Yoru fully set up on that B site. And we're going to see another kind of play by Raccoon to play on that A site with the Astra, with that Judge, and just be super annoying. And the Astra Wall is finally online for M80, so maybe an execute coming out here for them.
Yeah, Raccoon is playing the counter waylay dash position right now. Sit in pit with a shotgun. If he lands for a moment, you just blow him out of the water. So we'll see if that same style of execute comes through here for M80, looking for the Cosmic Divide first. That will separate the left side of the site. Flash over the site will be a bit of a nuisance for Dre, but there is that flash on over. This time, though, Bonnie does not go to pit, and that's enough to get the information, find the easy kill. And with traded on an operator, this is a very difficult 3v4, but you have to commit to at least trying to find an exit. Swapping weapons, yeah, you don't love the idea of that. So now it's just down to how do you challenge through this Cosmic Divide before it fades, because you just have no idea where M80 is positioned at the moment. Relay Bolt will help just a touch. GMD, oh yeah, completely flashed up by the secondary engagement. Now Shaw's trying to play off the side. Recon Bolt will be denied. Convergent pads though in for M80. Alvin gonna use that as a chance to swing, find one, but this is a post plant that's a little bit far away, or is it? Alvin's able to connect, traded in some trouble, will back away. And now it's just about trying to feed a couple of eliminations before the round comes to an end, which M80 do find and put themselves now within one.
Really well played by M80 there for that post plant. We talked about how they struggled a little bit in those first 3 rounds, but these last 2 have proven that they've really quickly adapted. On the 4th round, pushing, being aggressive with the KO, and now after getting those first 2 picks on that AX keep, they knew they did not need to play on site anymore, just falling back, playing a little bit more passive, and that's gonna ruin Invictix's economy. They're gonna be stuck with just the sheriffs and the judge on board, the Bucky, sorry. It's gonna be a little bit hard, but a lot of aggression coming out from my main, which is kind of what M80 expects, sitting back here and using that KO knife to get a lot of that information.
Yeah, how quickly the tide turns after the 3-0 start for Invictix. So now you've got a situation where M80 with the power weapons in play will, like you figure, largely take them for the most effective over towards this B site. But this will really test, I think, the opening setup for what Scotty's put together. And keep in mind, he does have an evolution 1 tick away from being earned. So if you can stall out this execute, maybe find a weapon. There's a world where you can still fight this back with things like a dimensional drift, the nightfall, cosmic divide. It really does take away the presence of that operator. But problem is, M80 now kind of have to commit. And all of a sudden, you're forced to try to play through screens. There's the nightfall as a response. Evolution will be shut down. And on the flip, Paint will get a trade. But the numbers of the defense are now moving forward. Whoa, difficult moment inside of the gravity vortex, but still M80 surviving. A little pop flash play to still fight over the site as trades continue to keep going forward. And you can see that the player cam there for a moment. M80 can't believe it. Cosmic Divide is out. M80 will get the spike, but Bonnie's still holding on to an op while Dre's upgraded to the Phantom.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and as you'd figure, Bonnie will retreat back to where the operator will be more untouchable. Cosmic Divide will fade. Now it's up to Dre to clear.
Blocking vision.
Smoke will go down. Bonnie now takes the angle back. Has to go quickly. Dre's gonna get a chance at this, and oh my goodness, Invictix does it again. Low in the economy doesn't make a difference, and we're hitting each other early with right hooks. 4-2 the count, and our second 50 has come through.
That was kind of a brawl fest on that B site. I mean, at some point, the gravity well pulling a player into that smoke to kind of be seen. It was kind of wild, kind of crazy, but really super well played by Invictix because they were so ready to fight on site. They knew how to play off of a lot of that util, and the fast flood was there. They were so ready to come back onto that site, using that util to retake a lot of that space, and also just winning a lot of their ones too, getting those close range fights. M80, they gave it to them by getting up close and personal, and honestly, that was really hard for them. This is going to be another round that they're losing to another Thrifty, and Traded gets this operator online again. Gets flashed off.
Ooh. The null command to stop the teleport back. Now you've got a full flood on the way, knowing the op is out of the picture, and Paint is just running and gunning. First one down. Opportunity to get you brought back here if you're M80 because you have the numbers. Raccoon hit an angle, but not able to make good on it. So now it's just down to Scotty, and honestly, he is just way too far away to do too much with this 1v5, you'd think.
Yeah, he's probably gonna opt for a save there. Maybe try to get a couple exit frags, but nothing too crazy promising. And for M80, this is a lot more solid of an execute that we've seen from them. The second that they have numbers, they love to take that advantageous kind of peaks and take a lot of that space, knowing that they have those numbers. That first initial KO flash, pushing off the Opera is really well played. Traded, just really unfortunate that his TP was still out in the open. He couldn't get behind a wall or anything. And M80 immediately capitalizing off of that. And that's kind of what I expect to see from a team like M80, right? With all these veterans.
Yeah.
Their executes, they need to be somewhat flawless. You have all the util for it. You have a Sova and a KO. And so far, Paint's flashes have been phenomenal. They're getting a lot of the information. It's just a matter of how they're executing that. And
yeah,
it seems like
on top of that,
just
to know that Paint is going to commit the null command in case that hard scoped angle is still being held is next level, right? I mean, that's unbelievable timing and just good awareness overall.
For sure. And now look at Invictus. I mean, they only have that rifle. They have that Guardian as well, just trying to scrape a couple rounds together. They do have 2 aggressive ults, the Yoru and the Neon, so maybe they can make something play here. But again, still maybe pushing to try to see if they can get anything to equalize these rounds.
And I like this early from Invictics, is try to control a little bit of early space to see if you can bleed out some of that M80 utility that they would need to use to clear that. So yes, you've got the triple stack here at B long, but you also had early information gathering tools from Raccoon that was seen by M80. So if they want to try to fight for A main, they will have to use something. Prowler just to reconfirm the ground that had been taken over towards the A site. And yeah, M80, I think with all the amount of thrifties that have come through, are like, let's just make sure we don't mess this one up. Let's cross our T's and dot our I's.
Dude, I would be a little bit scared too. I wouldn't want to rush into anything, rush into any stacks, just hold for a lot of that aggression because they've been punished before. And now they know that, you know, executing together is the key to their success here.
Well, here comes the ultimates, and Raccoon whiffs on the opener. So now you're just trying to hold on from inside the site with weakened weaponry. And how about that? Bonnie just challenges the smoke outright. No problems there. Oh, the recon dart has traded in a problematic position. He gets detected, but no follow-up immediately from M80 gives him a chance to try to find at least one in return, but not the case. Dre and Scotty, now last one's left. Op angle is perfect for Bonnie onto one. And Dre is going to be found out here pretty shortly. Hello, how are you? At least catches one before falling, so not a flawless, but M80 good as tied at 4.
Low-key, if I was Derek and I saw that dart in the VOD, I would be mad. I would be so mad, because how does that go behind the gate? That was so unfortunate. But again, really well played by M80. What I really like now is that they're really taking their time. They're spreading out on these defaults, but still able to get a lot of that information with the KO and with the Sova. And I think that's what this comp is really what it's made for on this attack side. If you can't get info, you can't really figure out what's going on, then there's some serious trouble. But M80, they're doing such a good job. And even on their executes, it's really annoying to play on site now. Feels like there's a knife, a dart, a flash. You're getting jumped on by Waylay, and then there's just an Astra Star somewhere behind you, just being really annoying. So definitely makes sense for this comp. But Evictix, I think they just need to go back to playing on sites and letting them run into them. Raccoon especially holding that Ozen, spamming, using his Fade util. Their utility has been really good and their retakes have been really good. It's just a matter of delaying long enough and not losing numbers right away.
And it kind of also feels like, how many times have we seen the flashes and stuns that come through Shaws and traded have to connect to even momentarily stop M80? I think that's also part of the problem, is that you're relying on duelist utility as stall tactics for these executes that have been, let's be honest, at least 3, if not 4 players large, thanks to the setups that you're talking about. So yeah, there are a lot of issues, I think, just on the composition of, if we are going to try to contest the choke points and contest the spike plants, we need to make sure that everything is landing, which is obviously not a guarantee, but we also have got to keep in mind that our economy has been flipped back and forth, and no one's really felt stable to this point, maybe until this round. So full gun round here, no Odins or operators to the defense, and Bonnie just swings out, finds Scotty for the first.
Really aggressive positioning from Scotty. He has to turn and look at his TP if he wants to fall back. So a little bit of a questionable round, but looks like M80, they're just going to capitalize right off of that.
Follow-up eliminations, good. Shaw's able to at least get one in return. Fast lane up, but Dre misses a chance through screens. Shaws can't quite catch the slide. And the full purchase of Invictics has been stopped in its tracks. And it's another moment where kind of the identity of this defense is kind of like you're mentioning here, is it's been on site or attempted to be on site. They just can't hang, they can't stand, they can't find angles to get a clean 1v1 because of the sheer amount of control utility and stuns and flashes that are being thrown their way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, against a comp like this, if they're using that much utility to take a lot of the mains like B long or taking that A main control, you want them to use it. I think that's okay, because the second that they have to set up for and execute, they have a little bit less, unless they just wait it out. And that at that point, that's when you kind of go back, use the Shaws and use the traded flash on that Yoru to retake some sort of space. But instead, they're just going for these aggressive peaks with no backup plan. It's been a couple rounds in a row now for Evictix that they've kind of lost just one player towards that long B, trying to hold, but unable to TP because there is no follow-up. And I think that's really rough. But again, we talked about the double duelist, and you talked about how the supporting util is on that Yoru, and I think it's okay if they're playing together or being super aggressive together. You know, using that Yoru flash and the neon stun to take a lot of that map control. But instead, it feels like they've been split a lot this game.
Agreed. And maybe some of that is like, do you look to, I mean, I think it's a little bit late in this half to make major identifying changes, but do you maybe need to use something like a Prowler or a Haunt and then just dive your duelists a little bit in towards these opening choke points to get a feel and try to take fights on your terms rather than trying to receive a 3v5? Again, it's round 10 and we're on save here, so it's not like that can really happen with any sort of significance, but like maybe you can still exit the half even, which wouldn't be the worst case scenario. But I don't know, it's just tough decisions right here for Evictix, considering their economy and the fact they've already taken a timeout.
Yeah, and I think for sure kind of using that Fade Eye a little bit earlier might be kind of key to getting a lot of that information early. And Derek actually getting pushed with the Neon, exactly what we were saying. And Shots gets the first pick. Alvin immediately trading it out. And M80 is speeding up towards that A site.
Yeah, you have to, Alvin. Wow, good collection through middle. That should pretty much guarantee the round with a burst on towards the A site, finding a wide open site. And yep, the shots will land. So, wow. Initially, I thought we maybe just spoke it into the universe, talking about that aggression and isolating it to Derek, but Alvin is right there to pick up the pieces, pick up the baton, and have M80 running towards A. Now 6-4 up with 2 to play in the half.
Well, the good news for Evictix is they have 3 ults online, and I think they've kind of seen a glimmer of hope within their defense to be a little bit more aggressive, or at least playing those crossfires on sites and delaying long enough to allow the rotates come in on the weaker side. We see Yoru and Neon set up towards this A site, maybe going for a little bit of aggressive mid control, and I think they're going to find a lot of space towards it because M80, they're back to this A main control that they love.
Double ops on the offensive side, 3 in total on the map, with Traded holding onto 1 defensively. Don't often see that. But Derek is...
I did not even notice that. That is actually wild. Bonnie and Derek
insane.
with the operator.
And Derek's just holding over towards the B site. And now you're going to get 2 scopes. Okay, he's got both weapons to play with. I was going to say, he's pretty rich. But rifle in hand this time around. And again, the setup here for Evictix to receive this is pretty darn good. It just comes down to, can you actually hang on site? Because it's going to be another potential, 3v4, but no. Instead, Alvin is here, and I think he may have just heard that teleport back, so there may be an opportunity here to burst onto A instead.
They have that null command online. This should be a pretty easy execute, but can they fight off this Yoru ult? Making sure he doesn't get one on the execute. The flash is here ready. And Paint, you can see he's gearing up for an execute right now.
30 seconds left.
And Traded find an angle to get 1 and stay alive. Takes a blind shot, doesn't land. Gravity Well has Traded a little bit stuck in the backside of yellow. M80 looking to chase, able to find 1. Traded in some trouble, but Raccoon's able to hold on for another. Shaw's trying to find the timing. Oh, they don't quite catch Paint off the rejuve. So now it's just down to Dre and Scotty defensively, the 2v4. And this is a tough hit through the backside of Flowers. But it's necessary. You have to clean it up. 2 stars placed. No Pulse does not connect. GMD pulled in just a touch, but doesn't make a difference. Still finds 2, and it's a 7-4 count to M80.
A lot of these micro adjustments within mechanics on M80 has been phenomenal. Big shout out to Alvin there. Really big kills, managing to get the KO up and also step aside and get a pick. That was kind of wild. And Bonnie has been doing such a good job at getting these openings, making sure the space is being taken, getting the trade immediately onto that KO. And Alvin, really nice shots there. I think now for Evictix, you know, this is an elimination match. They need to kind of figure out what they want to do and how they want to play this. And we're seeing a little bit of that aggression we were talking about. Granted, they have not the best weapons. Raccoon actually getting one with the judge, trying to go for a second, but just misses out.
Oh, goodness. You thought maybe for a moment Evictix would find their 5th round by way of a second Thrifty. Keep in mind that started this half 3-0 up, win their bonus, win a Thrifty, but everything else has been a little bit in shambles, and M80 now hold the numbers with some significance. 4v2. Scotty and Traded last 2 left. Scotty, if he could find a couple elims, would be on the evolution, but may not make much of a difference considering what M80 still have to play with, which includes Cosmic Divide.
Unfortunate that the players with the ults have all gone now, and it's just on Scotty and Traded. Scotty, good news, he still has his setup up on B, could be able to kind of delay a little bit, try to get his 1, but it's going to be really rough with that Astral Wall coming down.
Well, the active interceptor makes you aware that this hit is committed. Traded is going to bump shoulders with Alvin here. Or will they? They can smell each other through that wall. But Traded and Scotty will now have to fight the post plan. Got body block.
I think he tried. Yeah, he's like, wait, something's fishy here.
Well, interceptor will fade for a moment. Traded gets info on one. There's the wow. I mean, you look at that, it is just a flood of players dancing at you from all different directions. And so after a 3-0 start for Evictix, it looked like the half may get a little out of hand, but M80 respond with a nice thrifty. They get themselves online with ultimates and, of course, their economy. They end the half 8-4 as we swap the side.
It was just really good adaptation from M80. It felt like they kept snowballing those rounds over and over again the second that they realized, hey, we need to fix our post plants and make sure we're not getting a little bit too silly like we did on that bonus and allowing those players to kind of take their ones for free. Instead, M80, really good job, really solid defaults, getting those picks and denying a lot of that 1v1s, really throwy kind of heroics rounds, pushing up and playing a really solid close plant. But obviously, to get into this, Evictix, they need this pistol to kind of bring it back, make it at least an 8-6 scoreline for them, because 8-4, it's really hard to work with, especially if you start going 5 rounds down, losing a pistol.
Well, here we go. A little bit of a soft execute here at mid. Wow, wow, what a shot from Bonnie. I mean, Shaw has looked like he was well done and truly gone from that play with the slide across, but not the case. Bonnie connects. Numbers for M80, but we've seen this story before. 2v5 situation. Scotty was part of it last time, and Scotty is chasing behind it again. Raccoon, eyes up. Here comes the triple swing. He's able to find one. Is that enough? As Scotty's got a free angle for the second two. And now it's just down to a fresh 1v2 from here. Bike in hand is good. Plenty of time to utilize it, but the guessing game of which site you want to go to is now truly underway. And honestly, the timing here may work out pretty nicely for Scotty to catch a post-plant setup as the defense is rotating back to B.
Makes a lot of sense for M80 to be just playing together, stay grouped, play mid, quick rotate to wherever they hear the spike being planted. And Scotty doesn't have much to work with. Immediately off that tap, we see the M80 players group up towards R, ready to take that fight together.
And Scotty has chosen his Alamo. So now it's just down to, can you win out the 1v2? Smoke to cover. DMD gonna hop, at least for now. Gets it to halfway. Ah, the barrel's just barely shown through the outside of the smoke. That's enough to alert Alvin to finish off the play and not let the antics of the opening pistol repeat itself here in the second half.
I need to see the replay on that flick shot from Bonnie, because that was crazy. Look at that. Shaw's was way past behind the wall, and Bonnie got the opening pick. Really insane, but really well-read round from M80, knowing that this team was going to fight towards that mid and setting up a really good trap play with that KO flash, with the neon stun. Very, very well played. Waylay stun, sorry. Very well played. And now they have these weapons. They're playing that defensive side, and they're still aggressing, using that confidence. Bonnie, double dash, ready to go back and trying to get his one and farming those orbs. And they're gonna get punished.
Oh, yeah. Huge punish. So now you've got the full flood. GMD is just trying to stay alive. Gets the smoke up, but Traded doesn't respect it. Just pushes right on through. Derek, a little bit of chip damage. Wants to make sure no one's on his behind. And maybe we'll find one in response, but not enough. At least not that you would think. Gotti teleporting back away from the post plant. Puts Alvin in a very tricky situation, but now you've got a couple of health pulls in front of you for what would be a 1v3. Just comes down to finding this timing and trying to isolate. Scotty close to the corner. The wallbang efforts from Alvin not going to work out. And now the window starts to close as Raccoon, can just essentially dance with him, hold him in place a little while longer. But the snap over almost gives him a chance. Raccoon at that range with the judge, I'm sure feels less than confident, but You can see the reaction in the player cam. Happy to find the elim, and here we go again.
Back and forth these rounds are in this early half of each side, but I mean, a round like that from M80 is just kind of borderline unacceptable. You have so much utility, so much information gathering ability, and you still manage to run into where they're stacking and speeding up super quick. I understand that Bonnie had a way to get out, but that was just scary. Tapping the orb right away, not knowing that there were people right around the corner. Definitely a rough round, and now it's going to make them hold back on their economy. Only pistols all around the board. And Invictics
here,
setting up Traded on the long angle, letting him get one and have that TP out. They're not zooming just yet, waiting for an aggressive play from M80.
How important this round may be for Invictics to really establish some economy control. Teleport back for Traded. The hunt was on. One player will stay. That's Bonnie, and that'll be enough for first blood to be confirmed. Prowler to clear out over towards mid connector to B. And it looks like this will be a B finish as soon as the, again, corners are cleared and we can ensure that there is a open site in front of us. The defense will be close. Whoa, Shaw is a little bit of trouble here, but he's able to slip away, still find a couple. And Derek, who does give you one, is now stuck with the classic up top in tower, and that's just not going to feel good against the amount of members and the amount of weapons that are staring his direction. Goodness, you almost thought for a moment there was a chance to make that more interesting, but not the case. Invictix will bring us back to within 3.
Bonus round for Evictix now. They do have a couple of ults online. I mean, if Scotty really wanted to with that veto, they could guarantee a plant for sure. And it's looking like they're going to stay grouped. Makes a lot of sense. But for M80 here, they need to be a little bit careful. It's clear that they like to go for that A main and B main pressure. They like to go for farming those orbs. But it's just a matter of being able to have that backup plan in case they do. Because it's looking like this might be an A face-off here.
Oh, Nova Pulse lands. Makes things a little bit mixy at the front gates at A, but the ground will be gained by Invictix. Still holding on this long angle will be Dre, and a little bit of a feel out little by little, inch by inch here for Scotty. Yeah, you can hear the whirring of the utility in front, so calm that out, and we'll try to figure out if we can deny some of this defensive info gathering and then burst later in the round.
Scotty's positioning is going to be so important for this A split here. A lot of noise in that A main, and they're actually opting to just leave Traded. Looks like they were trying to go for the Yoru ult, trying to see if they can get as much information as they could to decide where they're going to go. And they're trying to set up this fake here, and it might just work because look, 4 players towards the side of A site for M80.
But if there were ever a player you would want to try to feel out action at B, it would be Derek with this Odin. And yeah, he's very aware, and that's an absolutely brilliant angle. Some trouble, though, as he does get affected by the relay bolt. But Bonnie's there on the quick rotate, and the spike now finds itself down. Shaw's has to try to grab this. The fast line really doesn't extend past this wall too much, though, so now you're feeling a little bit stuck at screens. Scotty's trying to hit a pinch, but doesn't get there in time. So now it's just down to can you cross, and the answer there is also no. Traded, last one left, 1v4, jumped on, dealt with, M80 to double digit.
I actually think that mid-round transition was really nice from Invictix. I think they just were not expecting for Derek to be the one holding with that Odin there, getting that first pick. The trade came in immediately, but they just weren't quick enough to get that spike down to apply enough pressure because M80, their rotates were super quick. They were ready to flood. They had all the util down ready, and they also had a little inkling that Scotty could be lurking. They caught him off guard. But now, Invictix, this round is their final their first full rifle round. Kind of. I say that, but they have shotguns.
Kind of.
And a full execute. Kind of. Also.
Whoa.
Getting the
whoa.
pick. What is going on here? There's so many ults going down from 2 different sides of the map. M80 all of a sudden up in numbers. No one is able to get a pick from Invictix other than on Bonnie, and Traded all of a sudden left in this 1v4.
With absolutely nowhere to go on top of that. yeah, that was an explosive start. M80 just want to take the round away really before it even starts. And there you go. Final shot will land, and M80 find themselves on 11. And you got to keep in mind that that was essentially a force buy situation for Invictics thanks to the purchase from the round prior. And now you're stuck back on limited weaponry again, looking at an 80 possibly getting to 12. So just when you thought, again, kind of like the first half had started, you get the anti-eco, you win the third, you've got a chance in round 16, but you drop it, and then you get bursted out of round 17. All of a sudden, the map feels like it's nearly over.
Yeah, it's really rough. Like, you've just been snowballed almost, getting all their ults on their M80 side, ruining the economy time and time again. They might start to get a little bit desperate because obviously you don't want to play for that tie. You want to play for the win. So buying up, ruining your economy once again, and it's just going to get punished by Shaws.
So that now leads to what can you force from the front? Bonnie does miss a shot and opens the door here for trades to come out. And Paint, well, I was going to say he's just kind of serving as a little bit of cannon fodder, and well, the cannon of Derek will land twice. So 12-6 to count. Evictix give themselves a realistic chance at the round, but now they find themselves needing to win 6 in a row for overtime.
It's a really rough position to be in. The timeout coming in really late, actually. They are able to scrape by a couple of those Guardians, a couple rifles, but they need a solid game plan going into this, right? M80, they're doing a really good job at fighting the mains, fighting B main, and having a lot of that control. And they've also been gambling, right, on when to actually focus their forces towards that mid side too. And Evictix, they can't seem to find the answer. Even though they have this double duelist, I feel like going fast, a lot of these fast splits might work out for them, especially because M80 has been towards those mains so often. And now, this is rough. Again, this is an elimination match for both of these teams. Whoever loses this BO3 does not get to continue anymore in Challengers, at least for the rest of this stage. And one round away from M80 to take this first map, which, yes, is their pick. But it is a little bit rough for Invictix, especially knowing that they had those first 3 rounds so early on in the game.
Yes.
And they've only won 3 more rounds since then.
And just on top of that, like, I think that is going to be one of the biggest storylines about how this map has unfolded is you put yourself in the best position possible right out the gate to take control of this map, and you lose it dramatically. The only other round you get in that first half is that Thrifty in round 6. And then here in the second half, honestly, Invictix just has not been able to purchase anything, and this is the problem, is Bonnie can just tee off with an Outlaw, and all of that timeout, all of that setup, all of that potential hope that you may have been building, if you're an Invictix fan, has just essentially been shattered. And I don't know if there was a single round this half where Invictix were able to fully afford weapons, armor, and utility. It was like, you could pick 2 of the 3. It's like the deadly love triangle of Valorant economy. Which 2 would you like?
Oh.
Window missed by Dre. Whoa, let's just ignore we watched that from Paint. Doesn't often happen, but can't quite lock the shot down on a Raccoon. And honestly, the forward position here from Dre is not easy to flush out, especially considering that you have to use something very expensive, but Derek just walks forward with the big Phantom and clears it on his own. So 2v4, last hope, last chance saloon here for Raccoon and Scotty to extend the map, and getting onto site past that Odin is not going to feel comfortable.
Left.
So you got to do this the hard way. And you still have to clear out dugout by the look of it. Yeah, they don't know for sure. So here comes the swing. You guess one in the corner, doesn't make a difference. Derek's got that covered. Raccoon trying to force it, and then GMD will have the final word to have M80 taking their map pick 13-6.
I think this map really just goes to show the strength of M80 having those veterans on deck, able to kind of adapt to whatever it is that Evictix is doing, and doing it with really, really strong and aggression kind of face forward. And it looked really well played from M80. For Evictix though, I mean, this might just be a warm-up game for them because they haven't won this map before. Within Challengers, they know that this is not their strongest pick. And so for them, moving forward into that next map, they gotta figure out how it is that they want to play, especially when they're playing a comp with the double duelist. You have the Yoru flashes, you have the really fast Neon. You need to be able to kind of work it together and use a lot of these macros to kind of get your opening picks. Well played from M80, definitely well deserved. I think it makes a lot of sense that they ran away with this one.
And I would say just most importantly, possibly for M80, is the fact they didn't lose composure after dropping the first 3 rounds in a bonus and then getting thrifty later in the half. Still kept things nice and cool. So huge start for M80. Again, elimination match still at hand here as Haven will be back number 2 when we come back after the break.
This is Dad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that sight too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Now he gets 1 in the back, but no, doesn't get 1, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
Starting off this elimination, best of 3 over on Pearl, and as Invictics to get a quick lead up on the match. But as soon as M80 catch up, they take the lead and they don't let go. 13-60, ending off the map in favor of M80. I mean, Dan, looking at this map, it was M80's pick. They've shown to be strong on it before, and they're gonna show up today.
Yeah, we didn't know how it was going to play out, especially with that bonus that we see at the side of Evicted get towards the beginning. But immediately, it was a thrifty following, and after that, it was once again M80, as we expected, fully taking control of the series. They had a really good approach going into how they adapted towards that attacking side, and even on the defense as well. I think we had our questions about how these two compositions were going to play against each other, looking at last time they played and how much they've changed. But it was an M80 that was really good both on the attacking side and the defense side, to having a lot of micro plays, taking advantage of that aggression that they have, taking advantage of that composition. And on top of that, you have a lot of heroics plays that play out from how they're getting those openings as well to how they have to close it out. It starts with a thrifty that we see in round 4, and it just goes all the way until the end. It was an M80 that had control of the full map.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see how they were able to just adapt and shift after getting like a read, kind of settling back into Pearl here with how things started, right? It looked like such a strong start for Invictics. We had talked about how important that first half was going to be for them, considering their strength consistently being on that defensive side, making sure they would have the rounds to play with as you head into the second map of that game. But overall, I think the mid-round calling coming out from GMT was really well done here by M80. The way that they were taking a lot of space, leaving Alvin inserted on the other side of the map, and then being able to, you know, constantly pull out utility from the side of the Invictics, making it a lot harder for them to go for those stalls or even information starving them at times there too. Very well-deserved win here for M80 on map number 1.
And when I think back to the beginning, it was like a confidence from Team Evictix being able to be backed up by the shooting as well. But as soon as M80 started truly shooting back, we got to see a couple of the ideas from Team Evictix kind of go astray. And yeah, Dan, even if we like a couple of the ideas coming out, like they just get quickly snuffed out, even when they do have some advantages in the map.
Even though there were some good ideas to start off those rounds on the side of Evicted for the defensive side, I feel like the real issue came down when we went into the second half, when Evicted had to go and attack. They had, again, a lot of great opportunities, the anti-eco, the bonus as well into that first half, but they were playing a lot of these defaults towards the beginning, or they were playing a lot of those A splits that were just not working out. And M80 had a good read because they were going for these aggressive pushes towards the beginning. They were getting that information and immediately making those calls as well to either punish it right away to get those trades, or, you know, to make sure that everybody just seems to be in the right time, right place. It was a really well it was a really good map that was read from the side of M80, from the strategy that they had, and on top of that, understanding how Evicted wanted to play, not only with this composition, but also how slow and what timings they were trying to get towards mid. We see Scotty get punished in a lot of these rounds. We see Dre as well getting punished in a lot of these rounds. And even if we saw the two duelists playing towards mid, it was still an M80 that knew how the approach was going to be in the late round.
And we had highlighted the duelists at the top of day, but just unable to quite get that momentum up against M80. M80 did a really good job in shutting them down. And Bonnie, MVP, I mean, we expect a lot out of the Waylay here, and Ash Waylay is definitely going to be popping off. But there's two other individuals on this map as well that we had to talk about, especially how well they are able to set up their team and even perform themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking a little bit about Alvin getting those inserts. He was just absolutely insane on that map. But I wanted to focus more on Paint before handing the mic over to Dan there. For Paint, I felt like we had that conversation top of this map about how important this KO is going to be in this matchup, when we're going to look to have Paint catch out catch out Scotty in a lot of forward positions when they're trying to get out. And I feel like he did his job perfectly. Those knives were constantly hitting, denying players on the side of Evictix from using their utility, being able to stall out, or just catching them out of position. And on top of that, those flashes that were setting Bonnie up so well so that he could be frying out the way that we saw.
I mean, for these two players, they're players that have a lot of expectations on going into the stage in general. Alvin performed so well last year, and Paint going into a little bit of a different role. But Dan, I loved how we were able to see all of it really come together when it matters most. And yeah, these two players putting up a lot of impact.
he has always been such an impressive player, such an impressive sentinel, and I feel like in this map he's able to shine a little bit more with the veto. We were talking about it before. We don't often see that veto video, and also we don't often see a chance for Alvin to be playing more of this agent and see kind of the things that the team has been cooking behind the scenes. I really like that. Just it was a pretty simple setup that he had in a lot of these rounds for his B on the defense, and even if we just talked about it, a lot of these rounds for the setup Evicted on the attack ended up being that A split that they were going to attempt. You see Alvin that it's either, you know, holding that, playing all the way back towards B, or trying to play actually in front of his utility, getting a lot of space, getting a lot of information early on, and that is what allowed those rotations to take place so fast. That is what allowed M80 to be able to react to when that side hit was coming through on A. So it was an Alvin that has always been a really smart player. I feel like I always have memories of him playing that Killjoy and Icebox that we haven't seen in like a million years, and I think we continue to see him shine in different ways.
And hopefully shining just a bit more in the series for M80 and M80 fans out there. It's up 1 in the series. Time to head into the second map. This one, though, is going to be a Invictics pick. But Ash, you had highlighted top of day that you thought this pro was going to be so important because we got to see that it's pretty strong for both teams going on forward.
Yeah, I think that this pro is really important to me and kind of set the tone, I think, for the rest of this series, because I felt like it could be the difference maker considering how much of a toss-up Haven and Corrode could be. And for both Evictix and M80, that pro was something that we're seeing them cook on, seeing them develop a little bit further. But right now, the way things are looking and how M80 were shooting towards the later half of that first map that we just saw, I am fully confident in my prediction right now. Like, it felt like the entire team was really heating up, but this Evictix squad, I've definitely got my eyes on them to shift that momentum heading into Haven. I want to see them have a little bit of that mental reset going into our second map. We touched on it a little bit earlier, the fact that we didn't see the duelists in Traded and in Shaw's get to really come alive in the way that we know them to. They weren't really having that success with those first engagements that we're used to seeing out from those two players, Shaw specifically being that more dive agent here for the side of Evictix. But again, starting out on defense first, though, that also means that they're not really going to be able to set that pace, and my eyes will be on M80 with a GMD who does love to call a lot of those slow defaults. I think it might be difficult for Evictix to deal with when you know that they're going to be anticipating a lot of those aggressive plays that they're going to go for that information seeking there in that push and pull defense.
I mean, for myself, I'm just looking for that early Pearl Invictics to come back. I mean, being able to get that third round, the fast retake they're able to have, even just the pistol with the pinch, like those ideas are there. I feel like they have a lot of really good team play together, but we need to see that confidence. We need to be able to see them play together and start shooting up against this M80 team once again. Or Dan, this is just going to be an M80 2-0.
Which is, it's scary to think about instead of Invictix, but it just has been pretty dominant for the side of M80, even going into that first map that we just saw. Even if it was their map pick, I just feel like this is a team that seems to be a bit more comfortable even on the roles that we're looking at right now. There's a pretty standard composition that we have in the side of Haven. They are going to be playing with Bunny on that Neon, and something that I feel like really gave the upper hand in that first map and in general for M80 is how much willing Bunny is to take those first fights for Shaw's on this last map of Pro. He was really struggling, even playing that double duelist. It seems like they couldn't really get any space. Now M80 starting on the attack side, you can expect a lot of aggression from them, and also a lot of great timings as well that we see for Payne. That towards the beginning of the season, we mentioned how he was playing a little bit more of the Sentinel, how many roles he's been willing to play as of recent, and how good he has been looking in this map too.
I mean, M80 in general have been looking so strong this series. It's time to see if that momentum can carry forward onto the second map of the series. Remember, this is elimination on the line. Team Evictix are facing it. Can they pull through when it's needed the most? Let's find out and head into Haven with your casters. It's Athena and Shift.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like there are just face-up square-offs coming up with these next potential two maps. None more important, though, than this one, obviously, for Team Evictix. And I think just kind of categorizing this map, what we've seen this point, everyone's pretty much playing the same comp. So it really just comes down to execution. And I would say largely those low number situations. How do you make good mid-round adaptations, good mid-round calls? That very well may be the difference maker between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think too, like having the mirror matchup kind of proves which team is kind of really solid with their identity. We saw a lot of M80's kind of things that they were thriving with was the fact that they had so much utility on that last map of Pearl. But now going into Haven, I'm expecting to see a lot more movement from both of these teams. Shaw's on the Neon. He's been phenomenal at it before in the past, but I'm looking for a little more confidence, a little more aggression from him, especially coming off of a loss just like Pearl. But for both of these teams, Haven, it's a pretty solid map. They like to play this map. They do both perform well on this map majority of the time. And so this is really going to be a true testament to see what the skill level is for both of these teams and what their skill ceiling is and how they're going to fare up against each other. And like you said, a lot of that mid-round adaptation is really the way that it's going to go.
We'll see what we get here in the opening pistol. We've had no shortage of excitement in these opening rounds of halves to this point. Smoke to congest the C connector into B. And a quick entry into the V site now with the plant to follow. And that's going to put some pressure here to see how Invictics want to set up their post plant.
Immediate aggression coming in from M80, trying to take towards that A link, and the paranoia here set up for a trap with that neon stun. It's gonna be super explosive, and Bonnie immediately getting two, but Scotty, he's ready to answer back.
Yeah, defense able to get back on towards site, but a huge separation of space. Paranoia on the flip side is going to work out as Dre's able to connect on to one more. Now it's down to how do you fight against this post plant that's existing over towards mid window. And maybe a little bit easier said than done, as Derek gives you one more to get the numbers in favor of M80. Clock is also ticking on the potential defuse. Shock dart position's perfect, and Derek will take all of the final three to get M80 on the board early.
That looked a little bit scary for a second for M80. I thought we were going to see a repeat of the last Pearl pistol where the retake wins out, but it was really well played. They had so much utility left in that post-pad, playing with the snake bite, with the Sova shocks, just ready to delay for as long as possible. This is kind of the M80 that we've loved to see so far. Super decisive in what they're playing, leaving Bonnie on that site, setting them up for success with Gleemon's flash. And it just worked out beautifully. But we're going to see Evictix now on this Thrifty try to set up for something a little bit different, like a C trap, looking like they have a garage trap ready for them, but it doesn't matter because M80, they're slowly walking up towards this A short.
Oh, Raccoon gets the intel that he needs, though. Stays alive and stays healthy through that. That's going to call Shaw's over to assist on site just in case there is something in the next 15 seconds or so. Owl drone for the attack, gonna clear out a long. And Invictix will get a little bit further up into sewer. But no contact, so the post plant, if there were to be one, would have to be on site until Raccoon sniffs a little bit too far beyond the smoke. And woo, little bait and switch taking care of the sentry turret. Has Evictix finding one in return. Payne now has to keep the head of the swivel, and as he does, one will land, and how about it? We'll find Bolt instead. Shaw's now stuck with really nowhere to go, and whoa, trying for the no scope. Was Bonnie doesn't quite land, but Alvin gives us the numbers that would lead us to believe M80 will comfortably take this round.
Super split up round for M80 on this anti-eco, but it worked out in the end. Payne actually putting in the work towards that mid. It looked a little bit scary. Two players coming in from two different angles. GMD getting caught off guard. It was a little dicey, but it was fine. It worked out in the end because Payne, the desk talked about him. His utility usage has been phenomenal. And now that he's back on this KJ, back on this Senti, his aim and his mechanics are really top tier and back to what we've seen. Scotty is going to be able to get a nice little pick on that. And 2 guns down, not too crazy for this eco, but still looking for another one from his part.
And honestly, holding onto a Bulldog is not the worst case scenario either, going into the next round, fighting up against what would be a bonus for M80. So value there to be sure. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to try to go for the Viper's
Sorry,
pit
what
instead.
were you saying that? What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, you know, beggar's choice. Or, you know, pick your dealer's choice. Pick what you want. Do you want the weapon or do you want the ult orb? It's fine.
Dude, that gotta be the worst feeling when you're saying something on cast and immediately just get shut down. That's crazy.
Correct. It's just part of the job. You also gotta realize, like, once you start doing like live commentary, it's like math becomes rocket science. Just can't do simple basic math. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, back to their gun round now for Invictus. They have rifles all across the board, a little bit of light armor, but it's not a problem. But for M80, they're looking to group towards this long A, and they already hear a lot of information from Invictix with that neon running up. The paranoia coming in, and immediately a brawl, 1-for-1 trade, and M80 falling back onto that site now.
The 1-for-1 is perfectly acceptable, though, I think for both teams. Maybe more so here for Evictix, largely thanks to Scotty's step forward to see long. Now, this ground, though, honestly, you'd have to go at worst 1-for-1. You drop here without getting one, you're in some trouble, because Traded is going to be in a tough spot to rotate back to C. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Good contact initially, but Derek's reaction just far too superior. So now Scotty's got to make good on this long play around the back. Problem is there is Killjoy utility all over the place. So the window of which you can find and use will be small. Raccoon, though, knows the play is here. Shock dart at the front, not going to land. And the post plant setup reinforces the nano swarm. So now you have to find something out of Scotty, and well, M80 will get that information. Now it's just down to where do you want to choose to fight this from? As M80 will elect the play really just on the middle of dirt, and that will work. Okay, I was going to say, do you play on site? Do you try to win back window? Apparently neither. You just do both at the same time.
Derek with those flicks, man. He's looking kind of nasty. 6-1 already from him. But yeah, this initial main fight looked really good for Evictix. They got that trade. But it didn't matter because Scotty, he had so much information. They were just a little bit too slow on that reaction, on the rotation towards that B site, allowing M80 to even get in those post-hand positions to begin with. It was looking a little bit promising, but now they're forced onto this thrifty. And they're going to do the typical walking down mid, trying to get a lot of picks. It worked for them almost on that pistol round, so why not run it back?
Why not indeed? It's been clean to this point. Evictix in a spot of bother with the eco, of course. Has them leaning one way or the other, and this is a lot of free space at A long. So you're going to feel pretty confident, I think, if you're M80, yep, to just get a free peek into the site, catch anyone sleeping, which they are able to find Raccoon. And this will be a very difficult 5v4 post plant that, if unless Evictix can connect onto a headshot, very well maybe a little anticlimactic. Well, no, not from that angle. Bonnie's got it locked. Shaw's, well, you know the definition of insanity. And so Dre and Scotty will be pushed out as Bonnie is just farming, making this outlaw look like the greatest thing since sliced bread right now.
He's still hunting, pushing towards that link. Scotty's gonna hear him just kind of bouncing around in spawn. And Derek actually spamming, getting the pick onto Scotty. And we're gonna see another 4-0 lead, but this time in the way of M80. And now we're finally gonna see this equalized gun round from both these sides. M80 just constantly showing that they're really confident, really good at taking these sites, being aggressive, and making sure that they're fighting together. A lot of these small kind of trades, spacing things, has been really solid for them. And for Evictix, it feels like they're trying to find an answer, and maybe the answer lies in Shaw's with that operator. He's going to opt to peek towards that B long, and the mid control coming out from M80 might actually be challenged properly this time.
Oh, traded, caught in no man's land. Had to essentially make a decision between, do I back up, get revealed, or try to push forward and catch timing? Tries for the ladder, doesn't fully work out. But Evictix are able to establish some defensive control on C. Hunter's Fury to clear. You also have, again, all of these poison walls and things of the nature making a mess of this site. Derek's going to land to find another. Paint for the plant, and Evictix are going to try to run away here. Shaw's is able to connect on the one, and that may give them a chance to reset this. The problem is you have to try to re-engage with Raccoon on a judge. Good shock dart, though, does chunk a little bit of Paint's health. And I think, yeah, you hear Raccoon making noise. Does get a rifle to work with, though. There's the triple swing. Damage in, no elimination. We stay 2v3. Shaw's taking angles. Gonna soak up some damage from the sentry turret. That doesn't feel great, as Derek will once again clear out garage. And now it's just down to Red Dot chasing Shaw's. Can you take this operator out of his hand? No, not there. Maybe here? No, not quite. But the hunt will still be on here. Will be a little cat and mouse.
Derek trying to punish him, holding that angle, and he doesn't get it down. Shaw's actually gets to keep that operated. That's actually huge. Going into a round like this, where their economy, once again, is kind of cooked. I really want to see Invictics do something a little bit more aggressive, but a little bit more put together too. Traded, getting caught off guard 2 rounds, 3 rounds in a row now as that killjoy. You don't want to see that happening. And also their aggression just tends to kind of fall on walking down mid, getting contact. And they're not winning those fights either. And it's just rough when you have someone like Raccoon who has a Sova drone, has a Sova dart ready for you, ready to help. And Shaw's, who's so quick, he can stun. They have some sort of answer towards this, and it lies in the utility and it lies in a lot of the team play. But it just feels like they're taking a lot of these heroics shifts.
Yeah, it does. And some of that, I think, is just credit to the individuals that M80 have invested into. I mean, your Bonnie's for sure. Like, when the scope is landing, Bonnie looks like one of the best players in Challengers right now. But it's also like the supporting cast. And that's something we really talked about late into the Swiss stage and the lengthy and dire run that M80 had to put together just to qualify in the first place. You start to see that the supporting staff is finding assist numbers. And that's what the next thing I was going to look at is like, yes, you've got Derek and Bonnie at 16 total eliminations, but you've got 8 assists between Alvins and GMD. So it's like they are finding value with the utility. That's exactly what you want out of your controllers.
Yeah, and I think this is a good start for Invictix, trying to get that long A control, just setting up Shaw. I know the smoke is there to deny any of that information. He does seize the pigtails on Bonnie's head, but whiffs the shot. And that's a lot of information for M82 now. They're going to know that there are players towards this long, and Dre, he's pushed all the way up into window.
Shaw's, can you land here? Bonnie wants a chalet. Ooh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Alvin's going to probably hit the wide swing. Then Bonnie's going to take the close angle. Is that what we're looking at? No, instead, it's just going to be the dry peek from Bonnie. And that's punished. Fast lane up to block sight. But Aldrone, Poison Cloud, all of it being sent. Dre, early pinch. Paint gets the read. Wants it, needs it, doesn't have it though. And you still get another from Shaw's, who now has the finger guns out. But the response from GMD is beautiful. But he's stuck. And that's the problem. It's traded. We'll finish it off and get Evictix on the board here in round 6.
They're so back, Shift. They're so back.
What, Shaw's hits one shot?
Yeah, they're so back. No, but that was kind of exactly what I was talking about there, though. Shaw's, he was able to get some sort of aggression, able to get a lot of that information, but also have a plan to fall back. Staying for this pick was really, really aggressive, but honestly paid out. High risk, high reward. And then the rest of his team able to flood into that site, able to come back and retake really quickly, as well as the flank on Dre, the aggression contacting up after knowing that there are 4 players towards that long A. That's the kind of reaction and the protocols that I like to see on a map like Haven, where map control is one of the biggest keys to winning your defensive half, right? If you're just sitting back, letting them run into you, you're going to have a hard time. Your defensive is kind of stretched out across all 3 sites, and it's really hard unless you get a lot of that early information and a lot of that early aggression. Well played by Invictics. I hope they keep that up. And Shaw's with that operator might just be the answer that they need. And it's a really good thing they actually saved it from that last round.
Yeah, for real.
6 and 5 for him.
Immediate value.
Yeah.
Okay. Back into the action we go. And does that response for Evictix start to spur some conversation for M80 in terms of molding and adjusting these last handful of rounds on the offensive side? The Shaws will once again just kind of hold on the angle at A long. No reason to fade away from that with that little jump peak to make sure no one was close by. And instead, we'll keep our focus on Scotty, who I won't say has been inactive, but might need a little bit of help here. It's a good snake bite to slow things down just a touch, looking for the anti-recon dart. But instead, M80 just walk on into sight without even trying to ping it yet. So now you've got the full slide out from Bonnie. Doesn't fully work out. Dre, Scotty, hold the line. How about it? Dre gets through before falling. Scotty will finish off the final. And Evictix put together 2 really solid defensive stands in a row.
M80, they were trying to do some sort of strat where they made a lot of pressure towards that A main and fell instantly to execute C. But it didn't work because Derek, he did not have that dart up in time. He used it on their A default, trying to kind of condition that long default with that dart, with that omen smoke, and kind of delay a lot of that. But the second that Scotty heard that drone, the call was instant. I don't know if you noticed, but all 4 players from the other side of the map were instantly running and rotating towards that C site. And I think for M80, they're going to know this now. They're going to know that there's a lot of these instant rotations, super fast floods, and a lot of util to help. So on their executes, they either need to guarantee that they have that Sova dart up on time, or we're going to see a lot more fakes, a lot more poking and prodding, or maybe using that drone instead to push off the op on the long A angle.
Okay. A lot of conversation points, though. That's the biggest thing about these last 2 rounds that you always have to give some credit to from Evictix. Like, really miserable start. Couple of unfortunate circumstances, but largely speaking, it's just not been very well put together, and they have not been able to put the responses, or not even responses, but just the opening contest together. But now you have in 2 straight rounds on 2 different sides of the map. So it does force M80 to really have to discuss what they have here. Keep in mind that you're also running low on economy, so there could be a flip there too. And in particular, Bonnie's going to go shorty and overdrive in this particular round. So through things like Viper's Pit, you can actually challenge that maybe a little bit more aggressively, knowing that you're trying to get Bonnie up close and personal with some speed anyways.
The Viper Pit going down being super annoying to deal with, but it looks like M80 expected it. A lot of these players up towards this long, looking like they're going to set up for the super quick execute. No crunch into the Viper Pit, but probably just avoiding it. And the drone coming in and traded. He's going to be able to shoot that down and delay for as long as he possibly can.
That's every defensive tool in the toolbox, including a really long Hunter's Fury, which lands onto a handful of players but cannot finish. So 50 seconds on the clock here, Tina. 5v5 still in hand, but M80 need to make a decision what they want to do.
Yeah, and none of these players for Evictix side have moved. They're still playing heavy towards this A. They have a little bit of information, with Shaw's holding all that C long with that operator. And it's just Andre towards this B site. And I think it's fine giving up the B site. And it's looking like they're going to decide to do a quick split off of the fake of Bonnie.
Yeah, but Bonnie gets shut down way faster than you'd like if you're M80. So now you're pretty much known that this is, of course, is a B-focused play. Shock dart a little wide, doesn't quite get into the corner. And the early attacking lockdown, I mean, that is dramatically early.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use it to like get as much space as possible, push into those links, because they know that they can't fight without numbers. Is he going to turn around and see the detained player? He is, but gets instantly traded out by Shaw's.
And you've got Scotty on the pinch. GMD's right it though. 1 tag is in. So now Scotty just has to play their life, wait for the help from the front, start to develop an M80 in that moment, do strike, traded, last one left, has a lot done of their own, but GMD's in a position to fight him back, so you have to take the fight, and as you do, traded gives you the 1v1 win, and enough time, plenty of time to get the defuse. 3-5 the count. Evictix starting to roll as the eco will switch things up and have M80 on a save.
Now for M80, they are sweating. They lose this round. Evictix is 1 round away from tying it up, and they would be on a little bit of a bad bye that next round too, guaranteeing a 5-5 almost. And for Evictix, they managed to hold on onto that KJ ult. They retook without using it, and you can see here the reaction from the M80 coach. Ismo, he's so confused because that looked really good for them. The KJ gave them so much space to take those links, take as much space as they could. They got a free pick onto the player that's detained, but it's just a matter of them fighting all alone. Shaw's just whiffing that shot onto those players that long, and it's going to be a little bit of information again for Evictix.
Well, the purchase in weapons is not terrible for M80, but the armor situation is a little dire. So things like the Odin and really all of these rifles are going to feel a little bit heavier in hand. Invictics just going to keep their spread for now. Trust the alarm bot can be the main point of defense over B. You do have Raccoon watching it with the Odin as well on that cross, so potential to really collect on some first blood action would be immediately there. Dre gonna stand tall and actually soak the dart from the owl drone. Doesn't get away. That is just a huge mistake from Dre. Paint provides, and now you've got a 5v4 numbers advantage for M80's offense.
Good job at pulling away the rotators from A, but the KG turret there is still going to be a little bit of an insider information to know that there's still players towards this A site. M80, they tried to pull the rotators as quick as possible, and now they're just hoping to do a really quick execute onto that site.
Teleport up and on.
Got one.
Traded, just gonna step into his lockdown with Raccoon. They're gonna find a couple, so you had to make a decision there. If you're M80, you tried to get the plant off, and in that moment, the easy contest comes through for Invictics. Alvin's still alive and kicking, but time is an issue. Shock darts are also landing in the corner, putting some pressure on him as well. And the round will end, I think, based on time, but it doesn't make a difference. Alvin will drop anyways, and all of a sudden, it's a one-round game, and M80 are sweating.
Yeah, that round was kind of blown open because they were trying to default towards that garage in the mid-round after showing themselves towards that long A. But Killjoy wasn't in garage. It was Dre on the Omen, so that shock didn't break any of the util, and they tried faking and ending towards A, which doesn't work because all of Killjoy's util is still up. And for Evictix, their reaction was so good, so ready to flood off of that information, knowing that M80 is going to try to do some sort of fake because they know how quick they rotate. Dre, he did get caught off guard, but they did a really good job not over-rotating.
Placing swarm grenade.
Okay, good preemptive swarm grenade lands, and Scotty takes advantage of it. Really good stuff with the on-floor control. Dre up top lines up a handful, and this round was over before it started. 5-5 in the blink of an eye. Evictix now tied after the flawless comes through in 10.
Don't stress if I die.
What a turnaround for Evictix. That's 5 rounds in a row off of a timeout, I think. And they're just doing such a good job. They know that their defenses are really good. I think for M80, it looked like they were really strong at a lot of their executes, but they've changed the game plan to be a lot more default heavy, trying to avoid the op, trying to find the KJ util and break it, which makes a lot of sense when you're playing against this mirror matchup. But it's just really hard right now because Evictix, they're so good at switching up their setups, putting the KJ alarm bot different places every single time, setting the Omen up towards Garage instead of Killjoy, and not letting them abuse the fact that Garage is a little bit of the weaker side. And Shaw's, he's just been solid holding down with this operator. They've not been able to punish Evictix at all for M80, and they're definitely a little bit worried. But if they can get into a post plant here, they have that Viper Pit. Derek, one off the Sova ult. It'd be really hard to retake on this. So their plan definitely should be trying to get onto that site and play off instantly.
Well, a minute to play. And M80 look like they want to go back to B again. Can they show anything at A from Bonnie to make this defense a little bit more staggered? Well, that reveal tells you not much because it reveals the Viper, which, let's be honest, that's usually your lurker. Raccoon's got his eyes up, and with the clock ticking, the defense will commit to rotating some off the extremity sites. And Bonnie, again, just drops in the instant he gets on the site. No teleport available there. Raccoon gets 2. And Invictics are looking good for 6 in a row. What a turnaround for Invictics. The same thing we said for M80 in map 1 now occurring as a return to sender in map 2.
This is kind of crazy. I expected a lot more confidence from M80 going into this. Those first 5 rounds, they looked super quick, super decisive, and super confident in everything that they were doing. But now they're just struggling. Every round is almost going to 30 seconds or less by the time they're deciding on what they want to do, or at least setting up for an execute. And that's just not enough time when they have so much util on EVX's side to delay the mollies, the alarm bots, the super quick rotates. And Raccoon, he did a super good job using his drone mid-round there. Perfect timing. Spots out that the B setup was there. And he managed to get 2 kills on that side as well. He did phenomenal on Pearl, and we see him doing it again. And Raccoon with the early Sova ult, trying to catch one, gets the damage onto Alvin. But that's still not that much information for them, and we can see them defaulting. M80 trying to get another number.
Here's the slow walk down at A long. And honestly, Traded, if they decide to play up sewer, may end this round before this one can get started. Just comes down to the timing here. Oh no, paint will drop. Now you've got yourself in a position of bother. Does M80 have to force it in? Traded, revealed, will back away over towards sewer. Hunter's Fury for Derek called in, but cannot connect for really much of anything here. So the offense is on site, but only barely. Vipers are trying to congest the front. But around the back, maybe the bigger issue here, knowing that sewer is compromised as soon as the smoke fades. Body's already on low help trying to hold it. You've got help on the way, as Scotty's also going to play around this pinch. Paranoia does cut across. There's the smoke fading, and Traded will get one. Time is becoming an issue here. Derek headed a swivel, only finds one. Bonnie isn't able to get the spike planted, so Alvin has to commit and doesn't have the time. So Scotty and Shaws are going to win this round outright and take 7 in a row to finish the half 7-5.
That's actually so crazy now that M80 have lost multiple rounds because they're so low on time in these executes. They couldn't clear out sight. They couldn't get rid of Traded, who pushed all the way up. The timings were really good. I was just talking about how I wanted to see EVX be a little bit more aggressive with intention, and they started doing it perfectly. Their protocols, taking a lot of that map space, and Traded, he had a really good timing walking up short with all that information and all that noise that was kind of towards mid. Really well played from EVX, and now they have this momentum. But here's the thing, right, Shift? EVX, they're known for having really good defensive sides, and so are M80. So going into this, is it going to be a little bit of a flip of the script, or are we going to see that confidence and see that momentum from EVX play into this pistol round?
Yeah, the pistol is super important for M80. Really, it's important for both, because obviously for EVX, you win it, you have a lot of daylight. Try to close this map out, send you to Corrode. Little battle potentially here at B, but Alvin will back off and just allow the site to stay open. Sentry turret reveals one at long. Bonnie, one shot tag. I think a second through the wall actually also lands, but here's the flip out over through mid tunnel. And off the reload, both players in some trouble. Got to hit the shots now. Able to find one is Pain. Bonnie's still stuck, not quite able to do too much else. And that will lead to AVX getting on site with Spike. And now on a 4v3.
Spike planted.
Good dart. But how do you clear out long? May not need to do too much because the health pools are low, but Traded stands tall in sight. Great first. Can't find the second. Too much poison in their way. Raccoon. Shock dart out. That's the last bit of utility in that particular position, but GMD is going to try to hold for it, at least get this thing to halfway. One more shock dart. Wow, tags hits him heavy, but is able to find one. GMD now resetting the smoke, hopefully a little bit forward. Raccoon also low, and GMD is able to collide onto a 1v2, take the pistol for M80 and get them within one quickly.
What a huge round to win for GMD. This almost guarantees that the scorelines are tied up if they don't get thriftied. And now, Invictics, they're going to be scratching their heads a little bit. That should have been kind of guaranteed pistol in the bag. M80, they struggled to hold the site. They couldn't have a really good crossfire. Both Bonnie and that Sova player playing together, but they just both couldn't get the kills that they needed. M80 really coming in clutch because of GMD. But, I mean, for Invictics, they gotta be a little bit proud at least, because that pistol was really good. Just a little bit of those little 1v1s that they lost at the end there. The mechanics to kind of throw away the round, and Bonnie immediately punishing Raccoon for trying to get rid of that turret.
That's the way it goes. And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play. It's mincemeat. Yeah, Derek, this all he can get is that darn smile out of him. Knows exactly what was just given to him, and now 7-7 the count. But the most importantly, those 4 eliminations have Derek 2 off a Hunter's Fury early in the half.
I'm almost convinced that Bonnie has by far the most outlaw kills that I've seen in BCL, because this guy's kind of a beast with it. Constantly playing with it, always punishing on that second round, because obviously they don't have the best armor to kind of counter But this is their bonus round for M80, and it's looking like they're going to set up for a little bit of aggression with the Neon. And Shaw's punishing Derek. Immediately, that long A has been given up by M80.
And Derek can't believe it. Gets a couple of body shots and a headshot, but can't find the win. Raccoon will drop, though, thanks to the Spectre of Alvin playing at Sewer. So the defense responds. Shaw's is low, and he will be the entryman. Alarm bot. Nanoswarm, Snakebite, everything blocking A main, and that's enough for Evictix to be like, nah, we're good right now. We'll just keep feeling things out with traded at mid.
Yeah, the second you're down numbers, you want to slow it down. See if there's going to be any aggression, especially because Traded, he's walked all the way up onto B, gets that pick, but he does not know that Bonnie has also pushed all the way up that long C. Looks like they're still trying to end towards A here, punishing Alvin for trying to pick. But Bonnie's gonna get a free kill onto Traded and another paint onto Scotty, just like that as a 2v2.
Plus off the reload. Paint can still fight here, and Paint is fighting. Catches you one more. Shaw's responds, but oh, little dire here. Off the reload, no ammunition left. Has to go to the pistol, and no space to slip away from Bonnie, who gives an 8th round in the bonus to M80. Good start here for the defenders.
This has got to be a little bit of deja vu. But the other way around, because this was Evictix last game where they got those first 2 pistols and then they won the bonus on M80. And now starting to see how M80 is super aggressive on this defensive half. Alvin, he did a really good job timing that Sova drone, walking past the Viper wall to get that first initial pick on that player towards short A. Bonnie just super aggressive as usual. But yeah, that round just played out super well for M80. They were so quick on getting a lot of that contact plays, getting all that map control. And for Haven on that defensive side, it's super important to not be scared to be aggressive.
Oh, no reason to be scared here. Jaws has already dropped. You saw the early reveal at A main. Has M80, yeah, willing and ready to fight this battle at Sewer, and as well the potential lurk up through long, which is on the way. Connections in. Yep, just nothing to be found. Relay bolt, shock dart, the dive, and yeah, another one connects for Bonnie. 9-7 the count. The expected round comes through flawlessly, and M80 have some daylight to work with now. Up 2.
The timeout making sense here. You want to put a stop to this momentum from M80, especially with this rifle round coming out from both sides. They're a little bit closer to some of these ults. Shaw's on the Neon, 1 away, as well as Dre on the Omen ult, 2 for the KJ. But they need to come up with a really good strategy. And I think that might be trying to find out where M80 is aggressing, because Bonnie, he's not going to stop peeking. He's going to keep peeking, keep trying to get that aggression. And they do have the Hunter's Fury as well to deny plants, or at least set up a really good trap play towards that A-long or towards that garage. And we know M80, they love to set up those traps. They love to be just aggressive or have something in their back pocket to make sure that they win out that defensive side. And for Evictix, I'm really looking to just see a little bit more confidence. I feel like Traded on the Killjoy has been standing out for me in terms of just peeking, trying to get his 1, trying to take those aim jewels.
Yeah.
But I want to see the rest of the team kind of do that and do it together, holding hands and making sure they get those picks and those trades.
Yeah, it's just, you just don't want the second half to turn into what it did in the first map for Invictics, where you just aren't able to afford anything, especially when you get a couple of round-winning ultimates in line. I mean,
yeah,
you're not there yet, but this is one round that you look at and say, we've got Hunter's Fury we have to deal with, and M80 are going to just force the issue at middle. It's going to work out beautifully. Dre responds while stunned to get 1 back. It holds the line a little bit here that Invictics can control through mid. The Bonnie, whoa, actually in some trouble, gets isolated. And now you've got a very winnable 2v3 situation here until Dre unfortunately teleports right into the line of sight. And well, not even line of sight, but just the line of fire out of paint. So Scotty will have to navigate the 1v3.
Rough showing for Evictix right off of that timeout too. They really wanted to get that round. They definitely had that plan together, but GMD, he's just gonna shut this round down for them. And now we're looking at that same thing we saw earlier, right, on Pearl, where they're just constantly out of money. They do have the Neon ult, but that's not enough. And for M80, man, it just looks like they took a page straight out of their playbook. They knew that this was going to be something they were going to expect towards that mid. A lot of that aggression off of that timeout. They were just so ready to fight. And this is what I'm talking about all the confidence that M80 has. They don't mind taking their ones. And when they do, there's always someone right behind them ready to trade it out. And that's why it just looks so convincing on this defensive half.
I mean, everyone's at double-digit eliminations, and the assist numbers are getting a little menacing. As how about this? Shaw is trying to create space, trying to find an opening in the defensive setup, and not going to work out. Dre will follow. GMD now has to try to hold this weapon position. Alvin pinching, but trades are good here for Evictix, all things told. 3v3, one weapon will be collected into the hands of Dre, who's got the spike. And the plant should be guaranteed. So it's just down to, can you find traded lurking? He's hearing all of this. And the trigger discipline, almost too good. As Scotty will be forced to step up and respond. And the 2v2 will be moved around by the overdrive. Fast lane though, Scotty able to get one, not the second. Derek will give you the final two, and that'll be 11-7 now to M80.
Dude, that has to be devastating if you're traded, because you had the play. That was almost perfect. And just whiffing the shot on the player that isn't looking at you. I mean, man, those are the hardest shots to hit, though. The second that someone turns away from me, I am whiffing 100%. But if I'm in a 1v1 and they're looking at me, we're good. We're chilling. But that got a little bit too close, too, for M80, actually. A little bit messy. You see all these players here. Yes, they're sticking together and taking their ones. But it was trades back and forth, back and forth. But it doesn't matter, because as you can see, the smiles are still there. Everyone still has this mindset of winning. And again, this is an elimination match. Evictix, they're not close enough to be comfortable. Shaw's opting to run down A, and it's looking like a super quick A execute off the Omen.
Oh no, but Evictix will get caught. Dre falls. So another quick play, trying to flip the tempo switch for Evictix, gets caught, and now you've lost everything through C-Long. You've got a pretty stable defense with the ability just to kind of place smokes if you're M80. But the Viper's Pit will be spent. Lockdowns will also pretty much get placed right on top of each other, just on opposite sides of walls. So not a lot of real estate to work with on the A site. This comes down to, how does M80 want to try to burst on into this? You're going to see Scotty commit to trying to play inside of their pit, and the hunt is on. Yikes, that's not fun. Evictix caught, could not get out. Now the post plant lives at A long. Recon bolt reveals a lot of this. And this is going to be a let's run down. Screen will fall. Kills will be there. M80 on match point.
Matching the KJ ults there was really good. There was 3 players detained on the side of EVX. There was nothing they could have done. They could not fall back far enough because of that Molly lineup too towards that long A. It was almost impossible for them to either fall all the way back or push all the way through. They were just stuck off site getting detained, and now all of a sudden, just like that, 1 round away from potentially getting eliminated for EVX. It's looking like they're going to opt to kind of go towards this B main, go towards this middle stuff, knowing that M80 might either aggress or will continue playing the way that they're playing towards this long.
Well, Viper's Pit down at Sewer makes the map very small. And it's going to have to be something on to be with, again, weapons that are serviceable. I just feel like you don't have to force this right now, and that's why the sentry turret turns into the 6th man for an elimination. But the Nano Swarm, the Shock Dart made that a little bit easier. Now the reveal comes in, and this just feels like Evictix have lost the plot. They are able to get the plant. Traded stays on site to get you another. And it is only Bonnie on the flank. They're trying to clear out window for now. You're going to have some help from Alvin momentarily. But this first contact could be massive. What? How do you hit that shot if you're Bonnie? That's just a little different. Scotty trying to play inside the window. Traded. Nowhere to go. Isolation just has to come through on Scotty. Good snake bite. Derek. He gets it to halfway, though. Plus the follow-up from Paint. we'll have M80 taking down Evictix in 2, 13-6 and 13-7. And Evictix will have to wait for another chance in stage 2 as M80 continue in the lower bracket.
It just felt like every single player on M80 kind of had their standout moment, whether it was a clutch, whether it was fragging out, or at least the timings and taking space and making sure that they were ready to trade. What a wild game and a wild round too by Bonnie. That off shot, the flick was insane.
Unreal.
Bonnie has really stood out to me this series in terms of mechanics, in terms of being able to get those opening frags as well on that Waylay and on that Neon. He's just been phenomenal.
Flat out difference maker. But this one, I think when we look at the final scoreboard, will feel pretty balanced from top to bottom. Of course, there at the end, Bonnie still steals the spotlight, but bigger story, M80 move on. Evictix done after a huge surge, after a tough start to the split series in the Swiss stage. Now you have to try to wait, reform, and hope you can find an improvement into stage 2, where M80 will be awaiting opponents now as they make their way through the lower bracket. And we need to discuss and, of course, set up our second match of the evening. We'll do so when we come back on the backside of the break. Don't go far.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front. And he's holding that sight too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Core just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Jack now definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They just stand it down.
It was a close series on Haven between Team Evictix and M80 heading into the half, but as soon as the sides swap, it's an M80 to run away with the game, closing out 13-7, moving along within this lower bracket and eliminating Team Evictix from the playoffs. I mean, Dan, M80 have certainly had an up and down Swiss stage. Playoffs have also been a roller coaster, but they stay alive so far.
The ups and downs as well, we saw it on this last map. I feel like it's a pretty good description of some of the struggles and also the adaptations that we've seen for M80. This map started for them pretty good. They were able to win 5 rounds, but after that, for the rest of that first half, going to the attack side, they could not find anything. And a lot of that was a little bit of a change of pace that we see for the side of Invictix, where they start playing a little bit more aggressive, start to take a little bit more of those fights that we were expecting for Shots to do. But then we switch sides, we go into the second one. Not only do M80 win the pistol, but they win the bonus, and every single round on the defense, they were so proactive at getting space. They were able to build a really good economy. They were also able to build a lot of ultimates to work with, where you see in the last couple rounds, you see the Killjoy ultimate as well. A couple rounds before, you see the Silva ultimate that allows to tag and to allow those rotations to happen early on. And then just to close it out, you have a really good team that is extremely confident, has everything on their favor, and on top of that, they come up being the favorites. So it's just an M80 that played a bit in the way that we expected, and it is also unfortunate for Invictix that even if it seems like they had figured out what the pace had to be on this map, it was a little too late, and there was nothing that they could get going on the attack side.
Yeah, it felt very reminiscent of Pearl, where we had a bit of that conversation with the casters too when they were talking about it throughout this series. Just how, when it came down to a lot of those firefights, M80 just looked a lot more comfortable in a lot of those rounds where things did get a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more crazy. And we saw the confidence that they were building just from Pearl alone, with how every single player felt like they were heating up. And it was a very similar story once we headed into Haven after that side swap happened, just like Dan was talking about. Overall, I think a very well-deserved M80 win. This is looking a lot more, I think, like the team that we expected them to be at the top of this season, right? But we also had that understanding of the fact that you have a lot of different components coming together for the first time, that they were going to have to take that time to also adjust, adapt to each other, and really get in sync with their play styles. And I feel like now that we're in playoffs, it's all coming together for M80.
And you see at the bottom as well how this timeline ended up looking, with 5 rounds and 7 rounds in a row, where there's a little bit of a change of pace of going more aggressive, but that second half on the defense completely dominant on the side of M80. And it is something that we've seen for M80 for quite some time. We had our questions as well, and our high expectations with how this team was going to be looking at the beginning of the season, at the beginning of the Swiss stage, with Nismo as well on the coaching booth. And just a little parenthesis, that I love that, you know, we always talk about the players and the emotions, and now you see Nismo, the classic coach reactions that he gets to be part of, but ultimately they end up going his way. And I mean, he's such a smart player. He has always been for years, and now on the coaching staff, you see how much he's adding. You know how good the understanding of this defensive side, and when you're, especially when you're playing this mirror comp, you know exactly how the other side is going to play out. You know how this Viper is going to position herself. You know as well what the Neon entries are going to look like. And it was again just an M80 that was one step ahead.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that all come together. I do want to give credit to Evictix, though, even though their run does come short now within playoffs, and we won't be seeing them until the next stage. They've come a long way from that first round that I feel like that we saw them in at the top of this split. Like, we've seen Evictix grow a lot as a team. These players really start to come into their own, and again, you have to remember a lot of them are like newer to like the tier 2 levels, making that step up from tier 3, and it's been very impressive to see them showcase their talents so far. And I think that this is just the floor for this squad, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll continue to develop as the season goes on.
I mean, considering that Team Evictix was a team that was mostly counted out by a lot of people at the very beginning of the split, to make that run into playoffs is really impressive with the team. And to go up against an organization like M80 that you can see the development, you can see the improvements, everything else, I think is a little bit of a tough draw. But I'm definitely excited to see, with a little bit more time under their own belts, how they could be faring as we go on to stage 2. But we still got to focus in on stage 1 now. And of course, M80 winning. We have Derek on the line now for a post-match interview to chat just a little bit more. Congratulations on the win. You get the win, not just a win, but a 2-0. That second half of Haven too. You were down at the half. You don't let them get any momentum going on forward. How do you just snuff out those chances and flawlessly win out that game?
Yeah, thank you first of all. I mean, honestly, like, I think all of our defense setups and just our defense in general is just super good. We got the ball rolling on attack, and then suddenly, I don't know, we just could not. They just won like 7 rounds in a row. I don't know what was going on. Nothing was going on. Nothing was going right for us. But yeah, on our halftime, our coach said like all we needed was like 2 rounds on attack, guys. It's chill because our defense is so good.
I mean, it worked out at the end because yeah, that defense was just absolutely flawless. And this M80 team has been really interesting to watch. I mean, we've had a lot of expectations. We had to see a really talented group of players, and it was a really tough match that sent you guys into this lower bracket. I want to know kind of your thoughts going into playoffs and moving on forward.
Yeah, our first match against Sad was pretty sad. I can't lie. From I tweeted it was like a fake comeback into a 9-3 curse. I think the loss was kind of good for us. There was a lot of like small micro things that we needed to fix, and that was a real wake-up call. That was like we're doing a lot of like small things wrong, and it's all adding up on our attack sides. So I think it kind of showed today that we fixed it, but like it's a work in progress still.
Okay. I mean, from talking to Nismo earlier in the stage, he talked about how the learning is losing. So if that loss up against Sad was kind of eye-opening and a wake-up call, do you think maybe that's given you the tools to fix what you need to now make this lower bracket run? Because it doesn't get easier from here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have the lower bracket run king, GMD. He said it before the match day. He's like, he's always making these lower bracket runs, so I'm just along for the ride.
I love it. Well, this is the first step to it. I'm excited to see this run ahead of you, Derek. Thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck moving on forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that there's the callback to the lower bracket king and GMD. We're going to have to see how that run goes on forward. But of course, we still have another lower bracket run to be catching up on. It's NRGA going up against EGA, the Academy clash, after the short break. So stay tuned.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
NRGA Academy going up against Evil Geniuses Academy. 2 orgs that was so exciting to see them join here with their Academy teams, but one is about to knock the other out here as we have another lower bracket match ahead of us. Going into this as well, I mean, we have the team that was the talk of the town to be kicking off the stage, going up against a team that's really been ramping up, Dan. This is going to be a really exciting matchup ahead of us.
Yeah, you're describing it pretty well. When we went into the Swiss stage, when we went into the first stage, we were talking about NRG Academy because, first of all, we don't often have these Academy teams. Last year, we only have Hero Academy, and this year we had these 2 squads joining us, NRG Academy and Evil Geniuses. But the thing that caught our attention is how good NRG Academy were looking. They won the 3 first games that they played in a row. They went against Aladdin's Guardians that, okay, fair, maybe we don't know them that well. They play against M80 that we just saw is looking pretty good and has always been a favorite, and then they play against Evil Geniuses Academy, this rematch that we're going to be seeing today, and they also win against them. But after that, struggling so much against both the top teams and some of the teams that were kind of in that mid-table, and that just left us wondering what happened to this NRG Academy that started so strong. What are some of the adaptations that they are going to be bringing as well? Because even if they make it to playoffs, they do seem to be still figuring it out. They still seem to be in a bit of an uncomfortable position, and I mean, they shouldn't be. You look at the roster, you look at the players as well, they are also talented. I feel like we always talk about Ange, we always talk about Shondex as well, and how good he is, and how this addition played so much of a part in that success that team is having. But now is a real deal. It is a lower bracket, it is one last chance, and it's a match that you know very well. It's a match that you already played against. NRG, they do have everything in their favor, but they need to go back to that version of them that we saw towards the beginning.
And I mean, for NRGA, like, there was so much praise for them for being able to shoot, having this discipline and just these mechanics about them. But these other teams, it kind of feels like they caught out, or they had this X factor going up against them that's been really hard for NRGA to contest against. Even in yesterday's match, to send them down to the lower bracket, even when NRGA had these ideas, they just got diffed out in the server. So I'm looking for that bounce back again today for a team that has just been so capable. And talking about the players, there was one in particular that you called out that had a really strong glow up at the beginning of the series, this season. And Ash, that is Chloric. I feel like when we were seeing NRGA on this hot streak, all we could talk about was Chloric, and I'm excited to see when it matters the most, back against the wall, if we can see that Chloric today.
Yeah, Chloric is so impressive because not only is he leading NRG Academy, he's like one of their most consistent, if not their most consistent player across the board. It feels like regardless of what role he's on, whether it's going to be a more supportive initiator or seeing him sometimes on that lurking Viper, he always has impact for his team. And to be able to do that while he's also calling, making these adaptations, trying to set up whatever trap plays they are, and working with their coaching staff as well to make the necessary adjustments heading into their future matchup. It's crazy to see like no performance fall off in that kind of regard. I feel like he's constantly a piece of success with his utility usage and ability to fly out here for NRG Academy. But I think these adjustments that we're looking for heading into this series today are definitely going to be massive. I felt like NRG Academy have struggled a little bit adapting to the current meta compared to when we saw them so dominant at the beginning of this season and last year as well. It's felt a little bit of like that kind of catch-up game in a bit of a sense when all of the other teams have been heating up in the competition.
I mean, the big topic that we've had throughout the stage one has been what teams can really cook with time. And for NRGA, even if it's been an up and then a down, maybe we can see that turnaround, though that time they're quickly losing it. On the other hand, you have an Evil Geniuses Academy, a team that has been cooking up just a little bit more, even if we are finding them here within this lower bracket. I mean, Ash, this has been a team where you get to see a lot of those just big names that we've known in challengers, even VCTs, with a couple of these young guns, and it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, this is another team that I think everybody had their eyes on at the beginning of this season, similar to NRG Academy, to be a team to really be dominant at like one of the front runners. And now being in this lower bracket in elimination is kind of crazy. You look at the previous matches that they had to play. Let's be honest, they suffered a little bit from the schedule. Like, they were going up against some tough teams, taking wins up against some tough teams there as well. For EG Academy, I think all of these pieces are also just so well known within Tier 2, within Tier 1 even as well. When you look at the names on this roster, every single one of them has that opportunity to have a pop-out moment, and being led by a very experienced Mitch, I think it's going to be quite the battle of the IGLs.
And this is also one of those teams that is going for a little bit of their own approach. They're mixing that meta that is right now with the Waylay, the Yoru as well, but they're playing a lot of this chamber. And I love it because it seems like, you know, at the beginning of the year, everybody was talking about who's going to be playing chamber. The chamber meta is back and all that. And the more that we got the chance to see these games in Tier 2 and Tier 1, the less chamber that we're starting to see. And, you know, part of it is because of Veto that it is available, but part of it is because teams decided to go with a little bit more of those standard compositions with the double duelists that are working out so much better. But now you see a Pancakes that is comfortable on this chamber, that is an absolute difference maker when he's playing on this chamber, and just a guy that's able to have so much impact in this agent. You have have a great combination of players that are not only flexible, but are also really comfortable in the roles. I mean, I remember Roy towards the beginning of the season talking about how good Zerona is, for example, in this initiator role, and part of the reason why they were having so much success. And then on top of that, you mix it with everybody else that you guys are mentioning have so much experience in that tier 1, tier 2 level, and are kind of almost there at that breaking point where they're able to beat this and also win this first offset and move forward in the lower bracket as well.
I want to take this opportunity to rewind a little bit to when you're talking about Pancakes, because Pancakes has been someone who's been praised for how flexible he is. And when you're talking about being able to adapt to the meta and bring out this chamber meta, maybe he's been a little bit more in that chamber jail as of recently, Ash, but for good reason. And being able to have the flexibility on the team with someone who can always pop off has been so nice for EGA.
Yeah, Pancakes is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. This is a player that for NRG Academy, I mean, they've played up against EG Academy before earlier in the Swiss stage. I think that was like around round 3, but now that shift from Pancakes that Dan was just talking about, being on that chamber a little bit more frequently, falling off of, you know, we saw them on the deadlock, on the breach even, kind of crazy enough. Not really the agent that you typically think about when you think about Pancakes as a player, but he's always going to be that playmaker. And I think for NRG Academy, they're going to have their eye out for a lot of those forward positions, the aggression that Pancakes is going to look to take. And I think what's so impressive too is when he has such a deep agent pool that we've seen in this split alone, that means he's also just so good at adapting on the fly to varying play styles, which it can be the absolute difference maker in today's elimination matchup when it comes down to those mid-round adaptations, to those changes in pace that we might see out of the side of NRG Academy and how he's going to look to respond to that.
I mean, we can see Pancakes being a true just game changer in the past games. I'm expecting that a little bit more today, but we've talked a lot about him, and there's a couple more playmakers on this team that have been criminally under talked about going into this split, and that is Ange and Jakey. I mean, Jakey, I feel like, is someone that we talked about so much last year, and this year it's not that he has been quiet, it's just us on our end, Dan, haven't really been talking about him, and Ange as well. So I'm really excited to talk about this controller head to head in today's match.
Yeah, the two controllers, the two playmakers as well, and these two have been so insane. I know that you're talking about how much we have or haven't talked about Jake, but he has always been so consistent. But every time it seems like the team is down, the team is kind of losing control of the maps, Jake, I feel like he's always coming in with a crazy clutch. He's always coming in with a 1v3. He's coming in with an opening, and I feel like I remember it well in some of the earlier games that we saw with him playing on an Abyss, and one of those maps that we are potentially going to be continuing to see. But also for Ange is a bit of the same, one of the strongest controllers that we have in the scene, and they always really catch our attention because we talk about the duelists, we highlight, you know, how much the initiators are supporting, but having a good controller in your team is so underrated, and these two teams, you know, they have some of the best.
They really, really do. So let's make sure we talk about them a little bit more going on forward, because they definitely deserve their dues. But going into today's series, it's going to be a battle of the controllers. The battle of the academy teams is, again, it's elimination on the line. And with the prior matchup between these two, we do have a little bit of information of how it could potentially go down. But going into the map picks and bans, we have learned a lot about both of these teams since we last saw that. And going into Haven should be a lot of fun. NRGA picking this one up, and for good reason, Ash. I mean, even if it's been a little bit of a lost streak, like, this has been a map that they have reps on.
Yes, they're very comfortable on this map. I know, like you're talking about, they have lost the last 3 matches in a row. But again, I feel like when we talk to players during interviews or coaches even, you always hear about how much you can take away from those losses, and especially having a bit of time, I think, to cook heading into playoffs. Since we haven't seen them on Haven since the Swiss stage, there's been ample time for NRG Academy to make the adjustments necessary. Who knows, maybe even a compositional shift coming in. It's a very traditional neon comp that we see coming out from them. But I feel like I'm really interested to see how the remainder of this goes, because I'm not really surprised to see the Abyss come through, or the Breeze, when you consider the fact that those are 2 maps that the opposite teams have hidden, right? Like, Abyss is something that we haven't seen from NRG Academy. Breeze, similar story, but on the EG Academy side, it leaves a lot of questions, I think, for their opponents on what they could be hiding for what they haven't shown yet.
The only thing that I could be expecting for sure before we saw the maps was this map of Abyss, because for Evil Geniuses, if they can play Abyss and Corrode every single time, they will play Abyss and Corrode every single time. So one of them was going to be a guarantee, and that ended up being this map of Abyss, where they found a good amount of success. But for Haven, as you guys were mentioning, it definitely was a question mark, and I'm a bit surprised that NRG Academy decided to go with it. Last time that they were playing this against ADG, it was a 13-3 going the way of the opposite team. So yeah, there's a possibility of changing compositions, but also I don't know how creative you can get. Even if you have some time, how much time do you really have to change it all? Because the composition that they were playing was the standard composition that we just saw in the last series, is the standard composition that everybody is playing, and it had to be maybe just a bad day for them or a very drastic change that has the intention of catching Evil Geniuses off guard.
I'm so intrigued, but for NRGA, the fact that they were so good at this map, and then a little bit of that fall off as they're trying to find their footing here again in challengers, makes me intrigued. But again, they had so many reps. We had praised them so much when they were on that win streak for just how strong their Haven was, how splendid a lot of these plays were. So I'm hoping that regardless if it is going to be because of a compositional swap or just little changes, learning from those losses, taking those little lessons going along the way, that we can see that turnaround. But a lot of questions for that first series, for that first game within the series. And of course, the biggest question that we have here on the analyst desk, because of course, we have our predictions before going into this. And this is really funny because if this was a prediction a few weeks ago, I feel like this would be very, very different. Production didn't change my prediction.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Now I just look like a big hater. Oh my gosh.
We love a little bit of recency bias, I just have to say.
Guys,
we love that.
Guys, I just want it to be known, guys, that I thought it was going to be NRGA. I doubted, but wow. Production doesn't believe in me. Oh my gosh. We're all haters, guys. We're all haters.
Wait, they changed it. Here you go.
Oh my gosh, we're so back. All right.
We're so back now. Defend yourself.
Production. I will defend myself. You know what? NRGA, they've been down, but that is okay. And the thing is I did originally vote for Evil Geniuses. Production, I'm sorry. I've been putting them through a roller coaster. I'm being that person. But I think that 5 out of 5 people on this broadcast saying Evil Geniuses is just so disrespectful. So even if it is the, well, I'm voting NRGA because nobody else is, like, come on, we have to have some sort of belief, right? Like 5 out of 5 for EGA is just not right. You can't convince me otherwise.
Because that last prediction went really well for you, actually. So,
I stand by it. You know what? I stand by it.
She's trying to double it or nothing right now. She's trying to double it.
Yeah, actually.
I stand by it. I stand by it. You know, I think they can do it.
Okay. I do want to put some respect on NRG Academy's name. Like, I didn't vote EG because I think it's just like that easy of a prediction or anything like that. I just feel like when I'm looking at how the game has been shifting throughout this season, I just feel like, again, like I was talking about earlier, NRG Academy felt like they were playing a little bit of a catch-up game, trying to keep up to a lot of the adaptations that other teams were slowly solidifying for themselves. Meanwhile, for EG Academy, I feel like we've seen a little bit more dynamicism from them in certain ways when it comes down to how these players are able to make those plays, how they're able to make the adaptations in the mid rounds work out well for them. It just hasn't felt like the NRG Academy that we've known before, but now with their backs up against the wall, maybe we'll see them once again.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to say, also, I'm a big fan of the chamber. I'm a big fan of teams, you know, forcing what the comfort is, forcing what works for them specifically. So that's why I'm so excited to see Evil Geniuses on this rematch, where things have changed a little bit, as we mentioned, since the last faced each other. But also, on top of that, for NRG Academy, they were looking really good. They're still a really good team, but I feel like something that they're missing is a bit of consistency. We just mentioned it on the other side for Evil Geniuses, for example, when things things are going wrong, I always think about Jake as that clutch player and one of the most clutch players that we have in challengers as well. But on the other side, when you see NRG Academy, I feel like that is something that they are looking for. They're trying to chase, and it can be a good day for them where everything is going according to place, or you know, it can be a little bit more of that comfort for Evo Geniuses that plays into part. And now also that we're looking at the agents, we were wondering if NRG Academy were going to bring something different after they got 13-3 last time they played this map, but everything is the same. It's a mirror comp.
Okay. There was questions about where there was going to be a little bit of switch up here with NRG picking this map. Not with the composition though. Ash, how are we feeling going into this?
I'm not mad at the fact that they didn't change their composition. Again, we were curious if it was going to happen because, you know, you can take that opportunity to try and surprise your opponent. But staying with what they know, it's going to be more about the ideas that they're putting out into the server. How are they going to better support Rens? I feel like some of the spacing hasn't always been there for NRG Academy, or that supportive utility to set them up for the most success. So that's where my eyes are going to be on in this mirror matchup. Also keep in mind, last time we saw these two, NRG Academy did take the W. Can't wait to see.
But also, the one thing and the one answer that they have to the last struggles for NRG Academy is switching these two controllers. Shondex was playing that Viper, Ainge was playing the Omen. They're going to switch these two controllers and see if that is going to be what they were looking for, to see if they can once again get the win against EG.
I mean, regardless of how stage 1 panned out for these two teams in playoffs, it all comes down to this. Again, this is the lower bracket with elimination on the line. It's time to head into a very comfortable map for NRG to see if they can start this series off right, facing off against EGA. Let's find out and send it over to your casters, Athena and Shiv.
Yeah, this would be a really fun one. I'm actually surprised that the predictions across our talent team today were as one-sided as they were. I know recency bias obviously has us kind of looking at the affairs of the opening matches and EG Academy just looking generally more polished, but I think just how both these two teams look on paper, the players that you're looking to kind of pop off, how they match up on the other side, like it does feel like this could be as even as any other game we've seen so far in this early stages of the playoff bracket, Athena.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like both these teams just trying to be on their home ground map, somewhere where they're both comfortable playing the meta comps, playing into a lot of that execution, and seeing that there's really a lot of relevant recent VODs that they could follow to see and understand how the other team play. But it definitely is a question for NRG Academy. The last 3 times they've played this map, they've lost it. And it just looks like they're struggling a little bit to correctly find their identity and find the right pace at what they want to play. And for EG, they've been looking good recently. The recency bias, definitely one of the big things that has contributed to it. And NRG just shutting down the words that I am speaking right now.
Yeah, that is about as clean as it gets in terms of opening headshots. So EG will have to really hit the pause button for a moment and figure out where they may have the best advantage of taking a 3v question mark on the map. It looks like they're going to try to make their way quickly over to C before the defense can fully rotate. Smoke will congest over towards garage side, and then they'll try to get the paranoia in, but Ange has got the angles, able to connect onto one. The wall goes back up to give some separation and some space for NRG Academy to walk in a little more freely. But in the corner, Jake's able to find the opener. He's able to see Rens in the backside of the site, but there's just too much to deal with, and Shondex will finish things off nicely for NRG Academy.
Really solid showing, and of course, they're the ones that picked this map, NRG Academy, so winning pistol makes a lot of sense. I'm sure they've come into this knowing that they want to play this a certain way. And now, for their anti-eco, looking to see something super stable. But like I was saying earlier, they've lost this map the last 3 times that they've played it, and so I'm looking to see a lot of innovation. Yes, they have the same comp. They have switched a couple players around, and it is super meta, but I'm still expecting a little bit more confidence. I'm looking at Rens too, to have a lot of these opening kills, especially on that defensive half, just being a little bit more confident.
Well, first shot for Rens will land. Giza right there to follow up, so there's no immediate push. And the idea for EG is shut down immediately. All right, so an idea was formed, an idea was managed, and our NRG Academy are going to have a very potent bonus now moving into round 3.
super convincing, and EG just choosing to get that round over with almost. But the garage just does not work. Giza playing there with that KJ util, going for a little bit over extending, but it does not matter because now he's over halfway for his ult on that KJ. And for this bonus, it's looking like a heavy A setup where they're going to fight for that long A control.
Well, sentry turret will keep Giza at bay just a touch. Alarm bot will be spent to make sure that garage stays safe from any immediate push through. And Giza will actually take a long angle to see if they can connect over at C. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but quick action gets onto site. And actually gets sprayed down through the poison screen. So now it's down to NRG Academy just to get the spike on, get the plant, and try to receive whatever NRG Academy want to throw in this 3v4 post plant.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try to get that spike down, and they have just a little bit of a problem where they don't have any utility to play off, but it does not matter because they're up numbers. Playing on site together shouldn't be too big of a worry, especially now that this team is on a bonus. So they're going to delay for as long as possible in NRG, trying to start this retake.
Cloric able to find one. That gives you an open doorway, especially with the pass lane in the way. Pancakes can't quite find the opener, but is able to still stay alive inside sight, makes the way across, and from there, it's all easy peasy action. So no bonus antics here early after our first series was nothing but chaos in the first couple of rounds. Everything pretty standard, and we'll go into the full gun round here in round 4.
Yeah, so far it feels like for both these teams, every single thing that they're doing is super convincing, right? When they have that strategy, when they have those numbers, they're just going off of it and making sure they're executing with confidence. And for EG, no hesitation. Once they got that pick on that C player, just full sending it, clearing sight. Mitch just spamming those default spots, knowing that someone might still be sitting there somewhere where the util cannot catch them. It just worked out really beautifully for EG.
Now we'll start to feel out what exactly these teams are going to prefer to do in terms of their setups. Obviously, you can see NRG Academy have taken away the majority of the outsides of the map, but Giza will be in some trouble, especially with that teleport from Jake. Goodness, that's a commitment call. Of course, had Stunna try to push there with them to clear out Gong, so good first blood. And now the defense has to try to work through what is a very formidable post plant and a very dynamic one at that. But they take care of Jake. Did they know that Stunna is still playing on this elevated corner? May not make a difference because you cleared out garage. Now everything has to be fought from the front. Stunna trying to take away one of the angles. Does he get timing to maybe shut down both these players? Mitch only finds you one. Stunna has to provide now and will only get you a second. So Pancakes, 1v2. Op is out. Should be aware of that. And interestingly enough, has got some time here to rotate back over. Is able to find one and then the other. Cloric maybe taking too long to hop on for the defuse, gives Pancakes some space, and a 1v2 clutch comes out for EG.
What a well-played round by EG. So much back and forth on the trades here too. Both teams really feisty to fight for what they want. That B-take was really solid. Almost shut down by NRG. And the 1v2, really crazy to win there. He tried playing off. This TP though, by Jake was super confidence-driven, and it paid off. But that last 1v2 was a little bit of a struggle. They couldn't tap in time. The op could not find him in time either, knowing that he was in window. Now they're on this thrifty, and EG, they're going to opt for another C hit to counter that.
Just quick hit. Don't let the defense stack on you. Flood it with utility, even if they are there. And just win your gunfights. It reeks of confidence. But now in the post plant already. I mean, we're 10 seconds into the round. And we're looking at a 5v5 where, again, it's just all sheriffs. A Hunter's Fury is available if things start to get interesting here. The NRG Academy may be able to contest against this C-long post plant. But that would take early eliminations first and foremost, though. There goes the paranoia. Stunna gonna follow up with his Omen, sends one in return, and it hits nicely. But the trades are still just 1-for-1. Poison screen still in the way, and NRG are starting to find eliminations. Cloric is still alive. Could possibly set up a post plant with this Hunter's Fury, but instead will drop to the spike. Or pardon me, the spike, the shock dart, and Pancakes will finish things off. EG take the round 3-2.
For both teams, all these rounds that they're winning don't feel super convincing. It seems like it's always come down to a lot of these brawly fights where people are getting traded constantly, whether they're on a thrifty, whether it's a bonus. It just looks kind of wild. And I think this just goes to show to the testament of how good both of these teams are, both of these academy teams playing up to the standards that they really have. And now another C hit coming in from EG, setting up for this rifle round. They're not stopping the pace and forcing NRG to play at their pace.
Indeed they will. Mitch able to get one connection with the Hunter's Fury, cannot find the second, but the site take is on the way. Jake will have first blood to his name. Spike on, looking for the quick plan. And NRG Academy are going to respond with a Hunter's Fury of their own, but they don't actually connect onto the Spike planner. Giza does at least make it to a 4v4, but the lockdown is in place with no counter immediately available unless you try to charge this if you're NRG Academy, but they're revealed. Stun is holding the corner, and now you have to back away and give time and space to EG. Tough moments here for NRG Academy, and a tough decision because you would love to still go for this 3v4, but you're running out of time and you're still holding on to an op, and it looks like the decision has been made to forfeit the round.
Yeah, that KJL doing work, forcing NRG into either a super quick flood to counter it or falling all the way back and denying them all that time. It just looked like they weren't ready to do either. Just a little bit of hesitation, the dart scanning, the spam falling off, and now Renz whiffing the shot onto Zerona, meaning Shondex is dropped, and now they're fighting to save this operator. He does manage to get it for the next round. This is really good. Saving that op is really important because when you have such a low buy, you need some sort of information around the map, or at least a little bit of aggression to guarantee that you have that information or at least that map control. Now for Renz, it's looking like he's going to set up towards that be on top of that site. But for EG, again, just choosing to opt together, play together within those 4-1s or grouped up as a 5.
Scanning ahead.
Well, Cloric will get an early scan. Doesn't see anything at lobby at the moment. That will have Ange on the other side into Cubby and holding that position. Unsure if EG Academy is indeed here. Aldrone will give the indication, though, that NRG Academy will need to deal with this play. And based on the tempo and the conditioning that EG Academy have already established, you may need to get into sight quickly here. Cloric in some trouble. Recon Bolt going to push him away from this angle. Stunna is just sprinting. But Giza, more stationary, is able to get you two. Overdrive is out, and Renz can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit of a blind side over towards Sewer coming through, but that's where EG are able to fight back to a 2v3 until Shondex connects with the op. Oh, heroic moment in. Don't know if we need that lockdown or not, but Jake has still got a play available here. Hold on, he gets one, gets away from the lockdown and can plant.
Really quick reactions here. The KJL forcing him to get off that site. He's trying to go for one more to equalize numbers, but now this 2v1, he's so low too. Less than half, no armor. Smoke will be up in a very long time. So he's just going to rely on raw mechanics, and for NRG, just grouping up, playing together is going to be the right call to get the trades.
Well, here we go. Last dark cover out. Toxic screens in. You hear the footsteps. Jake going to try to hide just behind it. Can he line up one? Can he line up both? Almost. Holy cow. In the corner there, you thought for maybe a moment with the opening headshot, but Giza snaps, finds the reaction, and keeps NRG Academy within one.
That was crazy. A little bit of a weird buy around that operator that was saved, and we talked about how it was so important, and that is why this round would not have gone the way of it did if it wasn't for Giza and that operator on Shondex. Jake almost winning it out, but really well played by Giza. He was the standout player that round. 3 kills, 2 of them with the Sheriff, just fighting for that site on A, and it really rewarded them. Now for NRG, getting the ball rolling a little bit. Back with their money, back with their economy, getting that Viper pit down in long A, and forcing them into the side where all 3 players of NRG have pushed up on the C.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those rounds that NRG Academy have everything they could possibly want. You know exactly where EG Academy are. You've got Renz on an unpredictable angle, deep through the offensive spawn angle. So if you're EG Academy, are you going to be aware that this is a potential play? Because the sentry turret is the only thing kind of watching the flank, and it's behind A lobby. So this execute, if it ends up being one, would be hard pressed. And no, instead they're going to try to challenge the pit over towards A, and as Stunna loses his life in mid, it looks like NRG Academy are going to be aware of that.
Bomb grenade out.
Oh, there's the footsteps. Giza backs away from the corner, and this play has not worked out for EG Academy. You saw the idea, and at least you get the pit down, but 2v4, no spike at the moment from the ops team. Makes this very difficult, and Ren's heating up a little bit. Get a couple in a row there to finish off the round, and we're tied at 4.
I'm over them.
That looked like NRG just had a really solid read on every single part of the map that they wanted and every single part of the round that they wanted to play out. Getting a lot of that information by taking long A, having KJ playing with the Viper, to stop the wrap, and holding that B site, knowing that they're going to find that opening and have that weakness. And then, of course, Cloric ready with that dart to get the spam on the Neon that's trying to run up their B. Stop saying no, because you guys are winning. You guys are doing good. But yeah, every single round played out really well so far for them. And Ren's trying to be a little bit aggressive.
Well, it's been nothing but gas right now for EG. Fast lane, relay bolt, overdrive, careful. But whoa, Pancakes with a little bit of support playing through Garage are actually the ones to find first blood. And the spike is going to end on B. So now you've got the defense stuck right now. Stunna trying to slide out into Ange doesn't work out. And the spike carrier will also drop a Cloric, taking away mid-window. But the shots from Sharona, wow, with the stinger. Gives an extra lifeline here to EG on 2 stingers and a phantom and a rotate into A.
Cloric managing to get the pick onto Zerona, who was unaware that he could be behind him. But a really good reaction from Cloric to push all the way through and get behind them. And now all of a sudden this 2v2. Pancakes 14 HP. They're playing super spread apart right now.
You gotta melt somebody. There's the footstep sounds. Able to get one, plus a little bit of damage onto another. Ren's on the corner, and Pancakes doesn't need 14 HP. He only needed 1. Finds 3 in the round overall. Thrifty comes through for EG with an immediate response to NRG Academy, finding 2 in a row.
Wow, that was crazy, especially because NRG, they had really good reads the whole time. They were so reactive, so dynamic. I think the only thing that they struggled with were just getting their ones, picking those fights and winning their 1v1s. This should not have gone the way of Pancakes here, swinging out, getting 2 when he's so low, not being able to get the trade for NRG. These are little small mistakes that they're making that are causing the rounds to flip-flop like this. But again, the operator online for runs, holding down that long C, and EG opting for perhaps another C take.
Looking for one. Aldrone will move in first, trying to avoid the nanostorms that have already been spent. And they see a little bit, but again, the pressure onto Ren's, whoa, off these corners has not really allowed him to do too much with the operator in the early rounds. It's just been in the moments that we talked about, like saving it and still finding one over to the backside, recontesting A. But the first blood impact of the op has not been as significant as we normally assume. And how about this? Speaking of things we don't assume, EG hit the brakes hard, and look what it does to NRG Academy. They're like, well, surely they're going to burst on the other side of the map, so they kill noise, they create doubt, and this is eventually going to be a C hit.
Yeah, they did a good job stalling after all that utility by NRG was used to try to delay. And now that they've waited that wave 1 utility, they're going to wait one more time for Mitch's dart up in 4 seconds before trying to re-hit this C site.
Yeah, but look at NRG Academy. They've cleared out A lobbies. They know this is going to be a C hit. You have an alarm bot in the sentry turret watching at mid. So now he's just down to kid. You can test it, and how about it? 2 for Ange through the fast lane. And Giza slips away, able to find more, no chance. And just a really, again, good proactive play for Cloric. Just take away space, read no one's on his side of the map, and NRG Academy could afford to load the box, and they don't miss.
I get what EG was trying to do there, but it's just so hard when you don't have a lurk. Getting Zerona set up on A, or Pancakes at least, especially with that Viper wall that you're consistently conditioning towards that A side, would have worked out tremendously, because you're able to apply a little bit of pressure on the other side of the map and force them to not be able to just walk up and clear like that. So just a little bit hard, waiting too long in the middle of the round, causing those rotates to kind of realize that there's something up and get that information.
Well, another scattery buy here for EG. Giza, what? Just through the side of the door, connects onto the head of Jake.
You should run.
And that makes things interesting because, yeah, EG Academy are kind of half committed already. Snake bite down, shock darts in the corner. Locked down under some trouble with that damage, but will survive it. The defense will have to respect it, and in that moment, the spike will make its way on. But Clorix able to step right back in very quickly. Pancakes able to find the initial elimination. Offensive Vipers pit in. Spike will be planted, but an early contest is starting to come through. Rent's able to find Pancakes unaware. As they're more available. Sean, oh, damage while stunned, is able to come through to find Stunna. So now EG are looking at Mitch and Zerona. Mitch, an elimination away from finding a Hunter's Fury. Zerona still staying alive nicely inside of the pit, but there's still so much smoke. Renz trying to slip by. Oh, and Zerona connects for 2. Unbelievable. Just in the corner. Mitch also connects for his 3rd and the Hunter's Fury to be earned as we go to the last round of the half.
Really well played by EG around that Viper's pit. It got so scary for a second. Renz, really good initiative at getting in, getting that pick, even through the neon stun by both sides. This shot by Giza was nasty to get us started. But yeah, this was kind of wild. And just walking through that Viper's pit, not really sure if there was someone towards that A-Link. And again now, a dicey buy for NRG. It's going to be a little bit rough, but with this default setup, it makes a little bit more sense. Giza trying to go for another one of those early peaks that gets denied instantly. And Stunna in with 2 already.
Yeah, Ange had to make a play. Hunter's Fury was out. Reveal was in. The Flood was on the way. But again, that wasn't even the effort with the spike. And NRG Academy are starting to realize that. So, whoa. Let's say, is Jake really just going to wait to see if he can catch someone re-wrapping back into the site? No, instead they're going to plant. Shondex will get a little bit of ground to work with, but the Aldrone will scout it and get the tag. So now you're on the reset back. Yeah, the alarm bot just chases him the entire way. Really tough 3v5, but if Cloric can get one, maybe there's a chance to clear out some space with a Hunter's Fury. But look at the post plant for EG. 2 over towards Hellside. Doesn't make a difference. Like Cloric's able to find his elimination. Do you Hunter's Fury here immediately? Sure do. Can you clear out this corner? Pancakes trying to stay alive, able to get 1. Mitch on the reflip is able to get the trade. And now it's just on to Cloric, and that frenzy he purchased is going to have to be pretty nuts. Because the time is running out. Zerona and Mitch is going to outweight the time, peak together, find the win, EG the 7-5 half.
I think this round just really proved EG's ability to have a lot of that really good trades in their post plants. It keeps getting down to these 1v2s or 1v1s every time. It gets a little bit scary, but they delay long enough every time that the plant is always there. And that NRG does not have enough time usually to get on that defuse. But really well played overall by both teams. This half is a lot closer than I thought it would be. I think I wanted to see a little bit more patience from a player like Giza, who has really good shots, but he just peeked through that C way too early, got picked off right away, and it's so hard when you just allow EG to run away from it. But now, getting into this pistol could go either team's way, but for NRG, if they win this, they're equalized almost instantly with EG, and setting the pace for the game is Stunna, getting the first pick onto Cloric instantly through the wall.
Dude, it's just the fact that they're trying to do this on defense as well. Oh, that's just one of those things that NRG Academy are just looking for a breath. But we've been all action, all gas. Shondex making sure he's got the perfect place to plant, or maybe you possibly find timing, but instead that delay allows Stunna to get 1. Oh, it just gets that much worse. Goes from bad to worse that quickly. And dancing, finding a few, but Pancakes there to bodyguard, and it's a pistol for EG. It's all fast, all furious, and EG find themselves up 3 now going to the anti-eco.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit hard for NRG's mentality now, because losing the pistol, knowing that you're not going to equalize this quick, and kind of relying on either some crazy thrifty round or winning that first gun round to kind of get back into the momentum of the game. Actually, looks like they're going to try to force here. They got that spike down, planning to buy around it. But yeah, for both these teams, there's so much expectations on both of them, right?
Yeah.
With the names of NRG and EG, it's so interesting to see how they're playing against each other. But for EG, constantly just being super confident, like you said, opting to just push and play the same way they were playing on attack. Works out really well for them.
It's just like, how do you predict something like this? Well, the problem is Mitch is by himself. Needs to get one, and it's just a tough slide out with the stinger from Renz. Shotgun? Nope. Cloric ready for it. Okay. This little force buy situation for NRG Academy is working out beautifully for them. And if you're EG, you need one quick. Cloric may give you, no. Pancakes gets a shoulder, but nothing more. Jake up top, not going to get a look at anything unless maybe he finds Renz underneath. And actually, they're going to make the call to save these weapons and fight into a bonus that could be upgraded off some of these pistols that are still being held on to for NRG Academy.
Yeah, really good force from NRG. Almost guaranteed them the round. They knew they had to speed it up, though. Based on how they're playing their defense, a little bit too slow. The rotates were really good, but they just weren't ready to get those trades and to flood in as fast as possible. And now they've switched up that pace, knowing that EG tends to go pretty quick and try to catch players off guard. They just walked all the way up, contacted up, off that first pick, just exploding onto site. And it worked out really well for them. And now they're going to keep these weapons, only have to pick up on the one rifle. And they're pretty set for this round. But for EG, they still managed to scrape together somewhat of a buy. 2 bulldogs. You have that stinger and judge, as well as a rifle on Stunna. Should be a good defensive hold for them, but they just have to be aware of those contact plays from now on.
Yes. And I like that NRG Academy are essentially saying, all right, you want to play with some speed and tempo, we got you. But we do have some calm and peace over Haven for the first time in 15 rounds.
Since last series.
Since last, exactly. Well, could get some contact here at A. As soon as this wall falls, Mitch, Jake gonna play crossfire setups outside lobby. Floric is the one hunting right now for any sort of info. And he's able to get one. Should be traded, but Jake is not really confident. Is there more NRG Academy members here than maybe you would assume? Still able to push out, find one, and now the alarm bells ring for Pancakes, who's got a judge. Timing is everything. Able to find one, but shoot up by the nanoswarm. Has him only getting one. Spike now in a position to be planted, and good. To get an orb down and put him in a position to try to follow up off of his own utility, and that's exactly what will happen. Jake now, last one left, already playing inside the smokes. It'll fade, and Ange again right there to deal with it. NRG Academy take a huge swing round, and now we're just down 1.
They brought it back. Winning that second round was super important because now they're just 1 round away from equalizing, just like you said. And for NRG, it looks like they've picked up the pace. They've picked up the momentum. They have an idea of how they want to play. Cloric has been kind of annoying towards this long A. I think it's a little bit weird just sending your Sova alone towards that Viper's wall every single round. But I think they are still trying to condition at least that Sova dart to get a lot of that A information.
Yeah.
And for EG now, this thrifty, they're looking to walk down middle here. And NRG might not be expecting it, but they still have the alarm bot in the turret holding that down, so we won't be able to push past that window.
Yeah, Giza's in a good spot to make sure that there's no antics here. A-Long is also being watched avidly by Mitch, so the Aldrone and the hit through sewer is going to have potentially some trouble getting onto site thanks to the multiple angles the defense are currently holding. Take on boxes. And Stunna's going to commit to try to jump on in. This angle is brilliant for Jacob to find one, but just having a little bit of trouble knowing what else to shoot at. Will only get one. So 2v3, still winnable, especially if you hit a shot if you're Pancakes, but not this time. Renz shuts that down. Zerona being avidly watched by Sean, but whiffs the shot. Does have Zerona down low. Shock dart will not connect. 1v2. Trying to play mind games with the poison cloud. Doesn't fool anybody for NRG Academy in this post plant, which is set up in multiple locations. And now Renz gets the confirmation on where exactly Zerona is. There's the follow-up shoulder, trying to pull attention. Oh, and ring around the rosy. Just time becoming the biggest ally for NRG Academy. Cloric will have the final word, and we are tied at 8.
Out of charge. Tied at 8, but now we're finally going to see this full rifle round from both these teams. Again, it feels like the economy has been so back and forth. So many weird buys, trying to play around bulldogs and judges, and now this rifle round should be super important, and it makes sense to time out here. EG, knowing that they've lost those last 3 rounds in a row, needing to get their defenses in order. And for me, I feel like we're going to see a little bit more aggression from EG. Not necessarily just holding W, pushing down mid, but getting a lot of that information, because it feels like mid-round, they're just not ready half the time. They get picked off a couple times, trying to fight things that maybe the whole team for NRG is already there, already stacked and ready to execute. And NRG, so far, they've shown us that the second that they get those picks, they're not afraid to kind of speed up and go ahead to kind of go through and follow up with what they need. But EG, they really need to fix this defense side, because again, if they lose this round, their economy is going to look pretty bad once again, and it's just going to look like another 2 rounds snowballing for NRG.
Yeah, and I think the importance behind this particular round is that we are going to get full guns for the first time for EG. So maybe some of the things that they're trying with, like playing up, playing with tempo, not having the utility spend that you would normally assume, is because they're trying to catch people off guard with things like sheriffs and buckies and whatever else. But now is the time to show us what we are going to be expecting from here on out. And just smoke and a recon dart has EG sweating a little bit over towards C. Early snake bite and nanostorms come through, but this time it's just a walk up over the sewer. So you show force on one side, you receive it on the other, and EG is down to a 3v5 early.
Just like that, we're going to see the quick rotates from EG onto this defensive side. And the aggression that we asked for was shown, but it just was punished almost instantly by NRG.
Zerona gets one. Pancakes had a read where Renz was positioned. A couple of the sound cues come through, but no eliminations tallied. NRG Academy now starting to snowball. I mean, we've got some thick bank accounts right now for NRG Academy. 9-8 up. Ultimate starting to come online. On the other side, purchase is still available with light armors for EG, who really desperately need to see something past the finish line.
Yeah, and I think it's rough too, because they're trying to save up for that operator, but they just can't, right? You can't get any of these players holding down a deep line, and instantly, just like that, that's so much information being given away because they can't get that line for EG. But this time, a little bit more aggression once again, but with 4 players instead towards this A site, walking up, taking contact, and could potentially punish Ange that's trying to lurk and condition with this Viper wall.
Poison orb emitting.
Deep owl drone this time for EG. Ange, here comes the swing, can't receive it. Giza only gets 1. Cloric will respond. So the numbers stay even at the pinstripe kill feed to a 3v3 early. And NRG Academy, well, they want to try to hit a quick kind of rebuttal here by hitting C. Pancake's aware of this. Smoke will fade. Cloric will find the elimination. And that will be now open pastures for a plant.
3v2 EG, they're gonna want to try to get numbers and try to catch someone off guard. And Mitch's answer is to flank, but 2 players in this long seat position already aware that it could be happening. For NRG, they just need to solidify this hold and prevent the retake.
Mitch really needs to get the one here. Not going to happen. That may put the round out of question, and it will. Jake will back off, not stay interested. And NRG Academy, huge signs of life here in this second half. After EG was just trying to run it down their throats in the first, and then started the second half kind of doing the same thing in the pistol and the follow-up, but the respect now being, I would say, dictated by NRG Academy responding beautifully, putting them together round after round, now 10-8.
Yeah, dude, you know what it is? It's the caster curse. It's the production curse and the talent curse.
That's the way it is.
We cursed EG so hard. Yo, our bad, you guys. But big shout out to Sierra. I mean, she wanted to put respect on the name of NRG, and there's a reason why. At the beginning of this split, they looked so good coming into it, winning the first 3 games really convincingly. They just managed to kind of slowly lose out, and it looks like they took that time and they took those losses to really learn from them and adapt and put a lot of that information into their gameplay. And for sure, it's paid off because they've learned a lot from their mistakes. A lot of these trades are there. The spacing is there. And the defaults are working out really well. I mean, they're getting so much information. They're not rushing into anything way too quick. And they're so fast to trade, even when EG is pushed up all the way into their spawn. It's looking really phenomenal for now. And all they have to do is just keep up the same pace that they're doing.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's collect, crash, and cash right now for NRG Academy. Get the info, crash on the site, have your numbers, cash it out. And for EG Academy, they desperately need something here, and they're relying on double judges with 3 ARs. Zerona being one of those players holding onto a judge at Garage. Won't be tested here. One and done angle, you would think, for Stunna, who has just pancakes with the judge watching his sewer. Overdrive out. Here comes the approach onto A. Renz has not seen Stunna yet, who's fallen off that double setup box. Mitch waiting for his chance on this cross. Doesn't connect with anything. Pancakes, maybe his moment, but the shoulder's been seen. Stunna looking for the response. Maybe almost caught with the overdrive out, but is able to at least give you one. But from the front, everything else not connecting. And NRG Academy looking good for 11 unless Zerona can 1v4.
They're just so patient with it too. Holding, knowing that someone is playing towards that short A. They're not rushing to swing and take their ones. And as I say that, Shondux does exactly that. Swinging, losing that 1v1. But again, a really nice crossfire setup by NRG almost instantly.
Whoa, hold on.
Okay,
Catches
my bad, guys.
One. Nano Swarm will delay. Poison Cloud out again on the corner. Zerona out of the 1v1. Giza playing at long. Zerona has an idea for it! And a 1v4 from Zerona! Oh, mercy! What an unbelievable clutch, and EG Academy are alive still.
That was I was just complimenting NRG for setting up crossfires and not swinging and taking their ones, and that's exactly what they do versus Zerona. Oh my goodness, this round should not have been going to EG. That was kind of insane. Zerona's so patient with it too, isolating these angles, using his mechanics and his orb to just make sure and ensure that he has those isolated fights. It looked so good, and they're definitely gonna be hyped off of that one for NRG. They cannot lose the momentum that they had just because of that. And immediately walking into a Viper's Pit block, and they know that they cannot get rid of this unless they do some sort of crunch or some sort of pressure on the other side of the map.
Well, there could be a world here where they could get orb control at A main, give it to Giza for a lockdown to flush this. But on the other side, Mitch does have the ability to counter the Hunter's Fury. And Pancakes could also supply an extra layer with a lockdown of his own later in this round if that ends up being something over towards A. Shock Dart's already out here for NRG. Smoke cuts off C Garage. And Pancakes, yeah, he's gets the read. Oh, but Stunna gets turned on by Giza. So now you've got the lockdown available based off the eliminations. And hold on a second, NRG Academy are hitting over towards A without really much support. But Shondex will get the 1v2, and then Giza through mid-map will give you a third. And now Pancakes is in a really tough position. You need to deal with the Lurker. And then you need to clear out the Viper's Pit for what would have to be a 1v3 immediately following the 1v4 from Zerona. What? Somehow catches a pixel. Now we can actually commit this quickly. That will flush out the Viper's Pit and give you some time to get deep onto the A site. Smoke will hit towards Link. Snake bite down early to stop it from getting to halfway. But this angle top boxes. Does it give you anything? Pancakes will toggle, sees one on the cross. Ange is not bothering to peek. Paranoia out, and yeah, Pancakes is probably down and out this time around, and that will be the case. So NRG Academy much more comfortable than the post plant. 11-9 now all of a sudden with a lot of ult spent in that last round.
This game has been so back and forth the beginning of this half, but now this second half has just been so convincing for NRG. Only a couple rounds going the way of EG, and one of them was a pistol. The other one was a 1v4 by Zerona. Now you're just wondering, for EG, how do they get back into this? They're clearly not able to adapt, and if they are, it's just not fast enough. They have this broke by again. So many rounds for NRG snowballed because of economy, because of ults, and they're just being so patient every single time. It is really, really rough, but this default makes a lot of sense for NRG. They're just holding, trying to see if there's any aggression, and they might run into this KJ if Pancakes push down this long C.
Smoke though about to fade. Pancakes will back away. Jake has been seen. He knows he's been seen though, so Smoke will be replaced. Renz is not in challenge. The interesting thing about this defensive setup is not only is Stunna the furthest one forward, but he's the furthest one forward with the only rifle in hand right now for EG. So he would need to get something quick because there's really not going to be a chance from this position to collect any fallen weaponry. Pancake, shoulder, he's been seen. He's out of there. At least initially. Fast lane up. Jordy lands for damage, but no kills. Zerona on the point, trying to get there, but no. NRG Academy just too many guns up, and that will likely do it for the 12th. Stunna 1v5? No, not interested.
Yeah, EG attempting to fast flood into sight there, knowing that they have those weak weapons. Maybe they can get up close and personal and take those fights, but it just did not work. The delay was not long enough, and by the time they pushed out, everyone was already pushed backside for NRG. And Stunna, he's still playing close with this rifle, trying to go for one, but Shondex immediately shuts it down. And that rifle is now gone for EG. They should be able to force up here, get as much as they possibly can. It's looking like rifle is in light armor. And another timeout, which makes a lot of sense. Shift, this is 12-9 here.
Yeah.
And NRG, they have 3 ults on the board. This is really bad. If they get into a post-plant situation, it's almost impossible to retake the Sova ult, the KG ult. You have those shock darts and the mollies ready. For EG, it's just looking really, really rough here.
Yeah, they just really haven't been able to get any numbers advantages. I mean, they've tried to stay aggressive in certain regards, but they find themselves in 4v5s at least. Way too often, it feels like right now. And
yeah,
in a mirror composition, when you're getting blooded and there's a neon on the floor, like NRG Academy just be like, all right, we'll take our numbers, we'll take our extra gun, we'll just run at you and clear out of sight, get the plant, and know that you can't do the same thing back because you're usually missing something like a controller or something of the nature. So it's been a tall hurdle to climb right now for EG, but a lot of it is their own doing by falling as early as they have in these rounds.
Yeah, and you pointed it out too. The weird thing is the numbers that they're losing isn't like a duelist just pushing forward trying to get the run. It's usually a controller or an initiator or even at some point a senti. And playing around your defensive side without one of those pieces of util is almost near impossible. You don't have either the Omen smoke or the Viper wall or of course the KJ setup to help defend. It's just looking really rough. And honestly, it looks like the way that they've changed it out is that Jake has pushed all the way down long B, and they thought they heard enough noise to set off this Mitch's ult with the Hunter's Fury. It didn't catch anyone, but Stunna caught Shondex off guard.
Yeah, I guess that's NRG Academy thinking, oh, they've committed Hunter's Fury. They probably committed players onto site as well. No, not the case. So the timing of that lurk doesn't work. Zerona now in the corner. May have a little bit of split focus as Pancakes is trying to play in the angle, but Zerona will drop. And now with that Poison Cloud in the way, there will be no way to jump back on to recontest this, especially with the lockdown also being committed. So, post-plant established. NRG Academy looking to take away the map, 4v4.
Yeah, and again, we talked about these post-plants. We still have that Hunter's Fury online for Chloric. Playing all the way back won't be a problem. And Stunna doesn't know Renz is all the way up close, and this is going to start the kind of information that they're starting this retake from Renz. Playing back really makes a lot of sense here for NRG.
Oh, but a good shot from Stunna. Post plant, going to feel a little more fickle as EG's trying to walk it down. Pancakes catches another one. Hunter's Fury is out. Jake going to get it to halfway before dropping to the Hunter's Fury. Trying to gain some separation with Chloric, but not going to happen. Mitch hops back on, but Giza's able to hold it to the 1v2 now. On the cross, able to find one, but not the other. Oh my goodness, it was right there, but the halfway defuse has EG still alive and kicking, 12-10.
Oh no, that got so messy so quick. I mean, falling back, playing on the post plant, that was really good, but then everything else after that just sort of fell apart. Your teammates just dying so quick. When you're trying to ult with that Sova, it's almost near impossible with everyone running at you. Kiza, he almost managed to clutch this out, but it just wasn't enough. Pancake so quick with it. And he's been performing all game, really, this Pancakes. 19 and 14 on the KJ, being really active. And now, EG going back to a little bit of mid-aggression, contacting up, and getting shut down immediately by Ange.
Yeah, we haven't seen much at mid in the last handful of rounds, especially with full weapons, so EG take the chances. They roll the dice. Doesn't work out. Pancakes also spammed out through smoke. And, well, that's unfortunate. So to say, you start to see a lifeline in there. EG pull out so many ultimates. You're back into a full buy, but you're trying something risky, and it's just a flat-out brawl at mid that doesn't go your way. So NRG Academy, a huge second half, find a way to narrowly eke out EG in map number 1, but that was their map selection. So lots still to come potentially. What's your thoughts though overall, Athena?
I think NRG, they really decided to just end it that last round. They knew that they could just go fast, hit that B, solidify their win. But yeah, really close rounds. It felt like it was so back and forth for so long for both these teams. Honestly, it looked like NRG was running away with it a little bit. EG had signs of life, like you said. But again, NRG, they picked this map for a reason. They let it go through for a reason. Even though this was 3 solid losses for them in a row, they ended that streak and ended that curse for them on Haven. Winning this out was super important and sets the pace for the rest of this BO3, because again, both these teams, super high expectations, really good adaptability. It's just a matter of who can adapt faster and who can honestly shoot back and have that mechanic online really quick in the server.
Well, that's an interesting point, because map 2, I believe, is Abyss coming up next. So lots of things for us to consider, but hey, we don't have to consider much because we're gonna let the desk do that work for us. We'll head to break. We'll come back with the breakdown and the setup with EG Academy and NRG Academy, continuing on after this.
see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I'm the queen to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is Zad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China gets one in the back, but no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
The Academy team face-off between NRGA and EGA all started on Haven in a close match up till the half. Second half, it gets a little funky. We get to see NRGA take the lead, and they're not going to let it go. 13-10 to be ending off the first map. I mean, Ash, we had talked about this being a very comfortable map for NRGA. Even if it has had some losses as of recently, it looks like they've managed to course correct.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think that we saw, you know, the adjustments that we were expecting out from NRG Academy, having those moments where Renz was enabled to be a little bit more aggressive in a lot of those picks, and then also taking those times to slow things down, understanding how Evil Geniuses Academy wanted to play their attacking side, that they were going to go and try and push and pull for some of that information. It was the adjustment that was necessary, and I think honestly also pretty crazy to think that when we started out this series as well, in that first half, Evil Geniuses Academy, they visited that C side. What, 8 out of 12 rounds were like hard C executes or splits, and it was on the side of NRG Academy to look to make that adjustment, to net a couple of those rounds towards the end of that first half to make that dominant showing in the second half possible.
Especially because it was a pretty even first half, even if it seems like Evil Geniuses, they had some great ideas towards the beginning, especially when it was 4-2. But we go into that second half, and NRG Academy, they take that risk of going for that fight. They force into that second round, and it's usually these days it's something that we only see if it's incredibly one-sided, when we have the 10-2s and 9-3s there, you see these forces happen. But they made it a lot earlier, even if when they only needed 2 rounds to make things even, and they do that, and they're able to control that pace for the rest of the map, not only having some fast plays and willing to take those fights, willing to take that aggression that the defense was trying to bring to them, but also changing the pace once in a while. It just felt like they had a really good balance of when they had to play a little bit of default, they knew there was going to be a push coming from the defense, and also when they had to, and they wanted to make their own play. So it just seems like it was a team that knew exactly how to adapt to the situation, had a really good read also on top of that on what Evil Geniuses wanted to do on this defense.
And I mean, looking at the second half of the map, NRGA with the read, and it seemed like the only thing to really disrupt that, at least in my opinion, was some hero plays coming out of EGA. We're able to see Zerona pop off like that 1v4, which was crazy, and we get to see some other step-ups. But Ash, when you're looking at the coordination for NRGA, they're always able to bounce back from that.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I definitely want to give a lot of credit to Evil Geniuses Academy for a lot of those clutch moments that came through, a lot of those recoveries. But then, like you were just saying, the ability for NRG Academy to also recover from moments like that with multi-kills of their own, with shifts in tempo of their own too, and just very quick reactions. It felt like NRG Academy were just a little bit of a step ahead in a few of those key moments, like lockdown timings, util timings, to delay those plants, buy the time in the post plant. And you're taking a look at these post plants too for both of these teams, because they were so successive due to their Killjoy players, right? Like, you had Pancakes in that first half. He was putting work in for EG Academy, like constantly being on that lurk, on that flank, having that post plant utility, clutching those rounds up to try and make it that closer map there at the beginning before his team finally started to heat up. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you also had, you know, Giesel just locking things down, but Renz was an absolute showstopper here for our NRG Academy. I know we talked about how he was a little bit inconsistent throughout this split so far, but I feel like towards the tail end of things, now that we've qualified 2 playoffs and whatnot, he's really turned up.
We got to bring this conversation back to the Killjoys, though. I just remember in the green room, somebody please help Pancakes out there because bro is putting in work in the server. We got to see such a step up. There's a reason that he was highlighted going into this. But Giesel on the opposing end was also just such a rock. And Ash, being able to see those two go toe-to-toe was really, really nice within the series, and why we wanted to highlight them just that little bit more.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I think that when you're thinking about how Giza is just able to lock down these sites, it's where we've always seen him shine here on Haven in particular, on that Killjoy role, just consistently being able to put out those numbers, play the micro within his own positions on his side of the map to ensure that he was either stalling out in time or getting off of site in time there for a lot of those fast hits towards the left side of the map that we saw from Evil Geniuses Academy. For Pancakes, again, a lot of that focus I think was more in that initial first half, where we saw a lot more of that impact coming out from him on those lurk plays, the ability to go for those backstabs, or just really just finalizing the nail in the coffin for a lot of those rounds there for Evil Geniuses Academy. And I think that the other thing that we want to talk about is what we're going to expect heading into map 2 of Abyss. Evil Geniuses Academy's map pick. We're expecting to see Pancakes, who has been absolutely frying out on this first map, back on the chamber, which is a really good sign for this team if he's able to keep that momentum going heading into our second map to help Evil Geniuses Academy try and hopefully take their map pick under their belt and take it to a third map in the series. Meanwhile, for Giza, we don't know what he's going to play. We haven't seen Abyss from NRG Academy this split. And for Giza, I'm actually kind of like wondering, kind of cooking here. We see him on the Veto before. That's been a more popular pick on Abyss. I feel like in VCL, we've seen some teams playing it, like Alvin Boy, for example. I would be curious to see if he reprises that agent that we know him for on Breeze here heading into map 2.
I mean, looking at this map too, that call out of we do not know what Giza or NRGA are cooking up as we now head into Abyss. In fact, they've more so been banning this out in their series, or the other team has banned it out. So Dan, when we go into this map, this is completely just up in the air. What are you kind of expecting?
Yeah, on the side of Evil Geniuses, we already talked about it. They are constantly trying to play this map, and they're constantly trying to play Corrode. So this map of Abyss is something that looks really comfortable for them. As of recent, we see just how good their defense ends up looking. They are pretty heavy on that mid control with both of the initiators. And on top of that, we have Pancakes on that chamber as well that is making that presence once he's able to buy the operator, once he has his ultimate as well. And on the extremities, especially towards that B side, you end up having Sun out with that Waylay, giving that information, backing up and willing to flood, because those initiators are ready for the retake and for the flooding, or it's going to be a little bit more of the fast information that they're able to get depending on who they're playing against. So it's just simply an Evil Genius that on the defense is very scary to play against on this map, and that's why I'm excited to see what the other side is going to look like. Last time that we saw Maryville, aka NRG Academy, play this map is back then when they were playing Double Sentinel and they were playing the Cypher. So it's been pretty much forever since they played it. We definitely expect something different. I think Chamber here is definitely a possibility, and something that back then, all the way back in September, they were willing to play. But that is something that you can take advantage of because all the players here are super flexible, and there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of different things that teams are willing to do in this map.
I would be down to see a Giza chamber on this map. I think it would be a lot of fun, but I'm curious as what NRG have been cooking up, because again, they've been banning it out, but what they've been cooking, all right, no chamber, instead Giza Sova. Ash, there's a lot to talk about here.
Okay, taking a look at what we're seeing on the side of NRG Academy, which is a bit more of our focus because it's the first time that we're seeing this. I really do like the Tejo here from Cloric. I think the Tejo on Abyss has been really strong, especially being able to clear out a lot of those backside placements, whether it's over on B or that A site, to force the defenders out into your line of sight to try and get those picks while they're scrambling to get out. It's going to be really interesting to see how they look to maintain that lurking presence, our eyes being on Ange for that, to keep an eye on those flanks and maybe look at him to even try and shut down Pancakes depending on where they're trying to default up against EG Academy.
Most of us had NRG as the team that had something to prove going into the series, and Evil Geniuses as that favorite team just because of how good they've looked recently. They are on the verge of elimination, so everything that they've been doing on this map, all that practice and all of those little details that they have, especially around Zerona and Mitch towards mid, is going to be that win condition if they want to push us to a third map, if they want to stay alive in the playoffs.
I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on Cloric and Giza as well, with the double drone to try and sniff Pancakes out on a lot of those deeper sight lines that we're going to expect them here with the operator, considering the fact that there is no flash on the side of NRG Academy, which can make things a little bit more tricky in some of these fights.
Going into the series, maybe NRGA weren't the favorites, but it's the opportunity now to try and close out the map to show that what happened during stage 1 was just a little bit of a fluke. Time to see if EGA can bounce back on a comfortable map for them, though, as it's time to head into Abyss with elimination on the line. Let's get this started with your casters. Back over to Shift and Athena.
Yeah, nice fresh look here for NRG Academy, of course, with them being well, I've never showed that at this map before. Whereas for EG Academy, this has been the tried and true comp that they've ran pretty much all split long, and they've played this map a lot. But I think most recently, Athena, we're looking back at the match versus Shopify Rebellion that the desk had pointed out to some troubles, especially on the defensive side, keeping things stable around the map.
Yeah, Shopify has been the only team that they've actually lost this Abyss map to, at least in Challengers. So overall, pretty good record on this map, and it is kind of like their bread and butter, where they like to set the pace. And this is where Stunna, player like him, really shines on the Waylay. So looking to see if they've made any new innovations in order to bring this back to make sure that their defense side is super solid. But for NRG, again, this could be their wild card. Slowly working on it and immediately going super quick through this mid split.
Yeah, it's going to work out for one. Shondex trades out Pancakes, so the numbers stay in favor of the attack. Stunna on site. Yeah, we'll retract back. And that will be enough for Mitch to step up, find one. But up top of tower, that's the key position to hold on to. But Stunna's still good for at least a couple. And we get more fun in the pistol. Stunna is able to line up the headshots on the cross. 3 for him in the round, and EG take the opening pistol.
You know what's crazy is sometimes I say a player's name and I instantly curse them. And sometimes I say a player's name and they become God. So definitely a 50-50 for me as soon as I shout out any one of these players. But yes, Stunna proving himself on this Waylay, playing the way that he knows how to. Super quick, super dominant, just taking those 1v1s. The mechanics really allowing him to shine. And the desk, they talked a lot about Pancakes on this chamber, and we're already going to see a lot of that aggressive scope action. Pulling it out, playing on that B side alone. Stunna just whiffing that Waylay, but it's fine. They still have a lot of information towards this A site. And Zerona, he's just peeking through mid. NRG Academy looking into something a little bit more quicker towards that B site, but they're running right into this chamber and his setup.
Which is never fun, especially with the Outlaw waiting. And you also have a reactionary rotation through mid for the defenders, so Pancakes will stay covered, wait for this to come through. Gadget is destroyed, but yeah, the help is here. And it looks like EG should be pretty comfortable here, unless something odd happens, like this flank from Shondex, which he hears all the footsteps, but just doesn't expect there to be two. So now you've got a post plant that's looking a little bit more fickle. Nova Pulse forces out Giza, and Ange, well, with the classic, you don't expect him to do much, and he will take the long fall down to the bottom of Abyss. 2-0 up for EG with a big bonus coming up next.
Super confident from EG. Really convincing win. They knew they just have to play those fast rotates, I really like that Zerona had all of mid for the first half of that. They were not afraid to take those 1v1s, and Pancake's doing a really good job just being really patient on that site, hiding from the dark, trusting that his teammates were going to come back and flood in right in time. And now they're on this bonus. Enough money to buy next round, even if they lose this. But for NRG Academy, we've seen them lose these rounds. We've seen both these teams kind of lose out on their bonus, win out on thrifties. It's been super crazy. And so I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a convincing round from them. The drone immediately scanning Zerona, getting all that information.
Ooh, tough battle here for Zerona. Has Stunna here for help, and the choke point in front of A will be held beautifully. Oh my. Plus, you also get the spike down at mid, and that leaves NRG Academy kind of scrambling here early, needing to find something to work with. Like, I don't even know what you do right now in this. I mean, you're 3v5 against a huge bonus. Good salvos. But Stun is still watching the long angle, and NRG Academy are just stuck. Flat out, they're stuck.
Yeah, for a team like NRG Academy, when you have that Tejo, when you have the Sova, I feel like it's pretty easy to get a lot of that information, play off of it. The drone even scanning those close players, but they still opted to go towards that site, trying to make it just a brawl and making sure they're trading each other, but it did not work because, again, you're allowing EG to get those close range 1v1s, which is not what you want, especially with the amount of delay util that they have. Really not looking good for NRG right now.
Well, okay. I mean, I think the establishment from EG is going to be one that would have NRG Academy, especially never having played this in the competitive format of challengers to this point. If another round of guns go wrong, I imagine we're going to get a very early timeout here, because EG have really established the tone, which is something we talked about in map 1 as well on Haven. But this feels a little different, just based on the fact that, again, the experience of the map for NRG Academy is 0. So this round may not trigger a timeout, but the one after, if they don't find a way to find a win these next 2, I have to imagine that we're going to talk about this pretty early on.
Yeah, it feels like they're kind of defaulting to these executes, but they're not really utilizing their comp the way that they should be with a lot of that information gathering. So I wonder if that's going to change at all, if they're going to adapt that maybe next round. But this round, again, a little bit of a weird buy. You only have that one Phantom and Vandal on Chloric and everyone else just trying to get up close and personal. But with the Waylay and the Bucky, we've seen this open up rounds a lot of times.
Indeed, and how about it? You talk about opening it up, there it is. Shondex also connects on to Mitch, up close and personal with the Sheriff, so that'll work. Okay, just use the Waylay. That's as easy as it is, I guess. Defense trying to scramble over through tower side, but Renz is watching the ropes and wants more. Wow, and why not? I guess you've got the Bucky, you may as well use it. There's the isolate, and yep, there will be another one to connect. Zerona down to 16 HP, nowhere to go. And NRG Academy, that's a little more like it. Spin it up, hit the 1s and 2s, NRG on the board.
That's a lot more decisive of a round. NRG really bringing it back on board, showing that they can play at that super fast tempo if they need to. The only thing that they have to do is set up Renz for success, and they did. Ash touched a little bit on the desk about how they don't have flashes, so they have to use a lot of that other utility, like the salvo to clear corners and the dart to make sure that that person backside's a little bit distracted, and just sending Renz in for success. And now we're going to see that same pace heading towards mid, blocking that Viper Orb. But Pancake still no ability to opt down this mid line.
Okay, whoa. Shot lands for Pancakes. NRG Academy showing force up top on tower. Nice flash from Zerona. Oh my goodness, the timing was so beautiful. Renz had absolutely nowhere to go after the commitment in. And EG say, all right, we see you trying to hit aggressive, trying to push us off the site. We'll give you a little bit of space at the front doors and then contest you from the backside of the site where some of that utility is just a little bit less guaranteed to land.
Slow working into this A site here, but they need to get numbers. down on these numbers, it's almost near impossible to play a post plant like this.
Unless Giza can get you a couple here. No, not going to happen. So Chloric is going to try to step up. There's the refract back. Heads on to swivel, and nearly an opportunity for a transfer for Chloric, but we'll only have the first of what needed to be about 3. So EG will run forward, and we'll try to make this as punishing as possible, but gets caught, blindsided, stunned with another. And that will be convergent pads now available. Tour de Force should be, I'm sure, elected into getting. No, they're going to give that to Jake for the Cosmic Divide charge, and we'll go into EG's control, now still extending into the second part of this half.
Yeah, for NRG, it's looking a little bit rough. I think they have to use that drone and find out that operator from Pancakes. I mean, him getting one in the middle at the beginning of the round in middle was not the best, because Sean Dicey got caught off guard. They didn't have those smokes to play around with, and immediately the mid split was called. NRG taking this timeout exactly like you called it, because this is their rifle round that they have to win, so they don't get snowballed with all these rounds once again, ruining their economy. Feels like it's really the tail of this economy thing for both of these teams now so far in this series. Stunna, he does have his Waylay online. Jake and Zerona, 2 off of theirs, and Pancakes, he has that operator, does not need to get his ult online just yet. And I'm thinking for EG, their defense is looking really stunning. The rotates are super quick. They're really good at getting that mid-round information. And again, Pancakes on the chamber is just enabling them so much.
And now that we start to talk about things like scopes, operators, or tour de forces, mid-map becomes so much more treacherous for NRG to have to work around. It's just like the eco flip makes that essentially a null point. Like, you either have to flood it and hope you can take away angles to get some control and force the defense to be separated, or you have to kind of give it up and not sacrifice lives on a comp that really does rely on enabling Rens. Like, you kind of need everybody on these executes to give them some help. So it just, again, the narrative shift is pretty dramatic just based on how things have started. NRG Academy just don't have as many options in their playbook right now due to where they are economically, and more importantly, where they are in terms of battling against EG, who have everything to work with. Could be some quick contact here and a snapback if you're Pancake. Looking for an angle. Does he expect one up close? Doesn't make a difference. He lands on the Giza. Now Mitch's turn. There's the saturate, but Pancakes holds the angle, finds a second, and NRG are stuffed.
That was crazy. Power of teamwork right there, holding it down for Mitch. The stun coming in, but both these players just holding their ground, holding this crossfire. Chloric getting the pick onto Stunna, and Pancakes trying to get one, but just not able to connect that shot.
Okay, knife will be out. Zerona reveals that everyone's on site. Chloric has earned the Armageddon. Fragment does not get around the corner like it was intended to. Big swing from Ann, shut down by Zerona. There's the Armageddon right down the front side of the site. Peek comes through. Chloric able to find one, but over the top. Zerona, oh my goodness, he whiffs on the first, but Jake is there to pick things up. And a little rah-rah cheer in the player cam as EG clutch up the round and now go up 5-1.
Yeah, NRG doing a really good job at slowing it down in the middle of that round, even though they were down numbers. But for me, I really want to see NRG just play back to that tempo of going in fast, setting up friends, because they're getting picked off by Pancakes. They're constantly losing that number at the beginning of the round, which felt like it was the name of the game last game as well. So I'm really hoping they kind of realize that this is the pattern that's going on and try to set up for just a really quick execute, using that Omen Paranoia and using that Tejo set salvo. And as I say that, it looks like they're setting up towards that B site to do something somewhat quick.
Yeah.
Because that's the adaptation they need. Yeah.
Yeah, both drones, both smokes. Dash on through, make sure no one's on site. Guarantee yourself a post-plant setup. However, null command. You also have Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury is called early here for Giza, who gets caught trying to put it away. So Stunna, first blood there. Mitch, good read on where exactly some of the post-planters are. Salvo will push him back with the Paranoia, but null command is out. Stunna playing over towards the ledge. Defense have fully contained NRG Academy on site, but Chloric will still give you one. flip from Pancakes. With Zerona working, will open up the backside of the site, and then the taps will also land, leaving it just down to Renz, who only has that Bucky he started the round with. Mitch will hold, and it'll be 6-1, and NRG Academy have not provided a response that we would have liked to have seen post that timeout.
Yeah, EG just showing us why this is their comfort choice in map, because every single thing they did that round was really good protocols. So Jake, he was playing offsite on B. He was playing it for retake. The second that he saw that drone and heard all that noise, he fell back into that link, and we saw the immediate reaction from the players in mid to walk down, get all that information, get contact in B main, and punish the Sova Giza ulting from that A main. It was really well played, super fast protocols from EG. And I think for NRG, they're just one step behind, it seems, in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Stunna, wow. We haven't seen much of this. We've seen actually zero of this. Oh, that's just going to force the hand here. NRG Academy also revealed on the entry, but Sean somehow, some way connects. And Mitch needs to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, because the tall angle on top of the site has been taken. He's hindered, slowed. Salvo getting some damage in, but Mitch still finds one. So now it's down to, can NRG Academy hold on this elbow angle?
One enemy remaining.
No chance, not against the full rifles. Well, Giza nearly gets a lineup opportunity, but EG are so wealthy, they just do not care. 7-1, runaway map 2 right now for EG.
Yeah, this is looking so one-sided, and it just makes so much sense for EG. They don't have to change a thing. The way that they're playing is super good. They're reacting really well off of each other, playing aggressive when they need to, contacting up mid when they need to, and just reacting really well to all the information that NRG is giving them. And for NRG, they're struggling to find those opening picks. EG, they've read that Renz is their winning condition, getting him onto site, and they're just allowing him to get onto site without getting those picks, because they know that they have the really quick rotates, the really quick adaptations, and a lot of that util to retake. And here we go, another B hit from NRG, but maybe this time with a little bit of a different face, because Stunna's actually playing on site.
Yeah, that is the big key difference. Renz, some trouble here. Oh my, just cannot buy an elimination right now if you're NRG Academy. And it goes from bad to worse that quickly. It feels like we have lost the plot here if you're NRG Academy. Flawless round for EG, 8-1 up. No signs of slowing down with bank accounts that make Swiss bankers jealous and 4 ultimates. It's just not great news right now.
Yeah, this is looking not the best. NRG, even their pathing is just really rough to follow up on. Renz being on top of that site, spotting one, but accidentally stunning himself, slowing himself on the drop down. It's not the best. And again, you don't have a KO flash to react right behind you to help you get that pick. The only thing you have to rely on is your own stun. The Tejo salvo, it can clear those corners, but if they tank it, it still means you have to win that 1v1, and it's just so hard when they have so much utility flooding in and so many players just ready to crossfire and hold each other's hands. This is kind of looking like EG's going to run away with it. And for me, I guess the question is, NRG letting this go through, did they have a really solid game plan, or were they trying to rely on the VODs, or did they just really not want to play another map and were hoping that this one was just going to end up a little bit better for them?
Yeah, whatever it was, didn't cook well. Put it that way.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It has not cooked.
Didn't cook well. I think the comp is just really hard to work with if you're not just working on getting all that information at the beginning of the round, but you're also trying to set up this waylay super quick. It's just not working because EG has already adapted, and now they're forced into this thrifty round. Not much that they can do about it other than just play for their ones.
Yeah, it's never fun to look at the timeline and see what we've played 9 rounds, and 7 of them I think have had plants that have led to defuses. And again, like some of these plants have come by way of like 3v5s or 2v4s. Like you're on site, but the execute is messy. The defense is rotating late with numbers, and they just get the easy retake. But there's something to be told about being a little bit more polished on what your design is execution-wise, and it not coming to fruition even after 2 timeouts. So not ideal, to put it plainly. Here comes a little bit of an isolated play as Stunna will be forced to trade. Gets you 1, And now a decision to be made of, do you really stay here much longer? This would be bold. Hunter's Fury also called here. Definitely seems a little bit odd considering the numbers advantage, but it works. Can't really fault it if it works as well as it does. 9-1 the count.
I mean, personally, I feel like those ults were a little overkill. They had the round kind of in their grasp already, but I guess just securing that round, they're so far ahead, you know, why not? Getting those picks, using the ults to just deny and solidify their win for this round. And now 2 rounds remaining in the half. 9-1, 8 rounds ahead for EG, and they still have this Astral Wall online as well as Pancakes with the Tour de Force. Using it this round, popping it for that A main information, and this is the first time we've seen them switch their setup a lot for EG. But NRG abusing this mid information, trying to get whatever they can. But look at this Waylay.
And why not? Why not? Has the ability to go back and will. And so now Pancakes can just kind of very comfortably hold this angle, and yep, does take a significant amount of damage, but still gives you the first. And that's just been, again, the name of the game, first blood battle, which has turned into the ability to decide how much you want to commit defensively, but the lurk out of Ange, finding that elim, and then establishing rotational control with the Viper Spit is critical if you can rotate. That's the problem. What a read from EG in the mid round. We know you're here, we saw you. You have to rotate over, Armageddon's forced out, you step up, and Chloric will turn that into make it 3. I was gonna say 2, but he's got as much as he needs. Leaves Pancakes by himself. This would be a 1v3. And we're still chailing into it. It doesn't matter if he has to shoot slower, he just needs to hit 1 shot.
30 seconds left.
And if NRG Academy dropped this one, we could probably start talking about Breeze.
This whole round has been so back and forth, kind of insane. Shondex re-peeking into A main completely dry when we have 2 drones on the roster, and now this 1v1. Pancake so low here.
10 seconds left.
But, oh no, dude. Give me a break. 1v3 clutch for Pancakes. All of it, Tour de Force gets 4 in total. 10-1, and this is the last round of the half. And yeah, it did not cook. It did blend, but it did not cook, whatever this first half was for NRG Academy.
Yeah, they really need to figure out what their plan is on defense at least. And it has to be the best solidified plan with some sort of script to even ensure that they have a really solid understanding for this next half, because this half is kind of done. It's kind of over. Even if they win this, a 10-2 half is kind of insane to come back from. And Pancakes, he's been feeling it with the op. Every single one of these players has taken their own initiative on EG's side to walk down or contact or get their own information. Whereas NRG, they're struggling to even play the foundations of their own comp with all that util. Still getting a lot of these dry peaks, and Ange immediately dropping down in mid.
Yeah, this has just been one of those maps that you feel like you're going to pull a sneaky one past EG. You feel like you've got a read on what they want to do because they've played this map a lot so far this stage, but they are going to exit this half 11-1 up with one of the more convincing around the board score lines you're ever going to see. I mean, 7-10 is the closest thing to even that we've got, but Giza's been bullied, Ange has been bullied, Renz has not been able to do anything on their entries. It's just been all around EG all the time.
I can't believe that the one round that NRG won is a thrifty too. Like, that should not be happening. It was that weird buy where they had the shotgun. They enabled Renz, sending him backside towards A, and it worked out really well for them. But again, it was one round. Every other time, EG not afraid to play off, not afraid to retake. Like you said, so many post plants and diffuses in a row because they just know that they can't hold that plant down. And now this pistol, NRG, they have to, literally need to win this if they want any chance at getting back into this game.
Even then, the chance feels maybe more towards impossible rather than improbable. Stunna up and into the smoke, looking for timing as soon as his teammates peek from the front to jump into the action, and that will be enough for a couple. So It'll be a 2v4 to try to rebuttal here if you're NRG Academy. Cloric has an angle, but is read perfectly by EG. And this will likely be a 12-1 count with force bias the rest of the way for NRG Academy, which, well, you just don't like the idea of that. And we'll get one more behind this play, but at 5 HP in a dream, this has been as convincing as you're going to see it, this stage of the game in Challengers.
Super convincing. EG showing that there's a reason why this map is their comfort pick. And completely steamrolling NRG. This is kind of insane. This scoreline was not expected at all by anyone today, I feel like. I thought at least it would be a little bit closer. NRG letting it go through. They have some sort of trap card. Surely they have a playbook that they're trying to go play around. But really, it's just so tough to watch. And now this weird broken buy, scraping whatever they can together. 3 sheriffs, Stinger. They're just gonna hope that EG gives them some sort of 1v1s.
Yeah.
But honestly, the way that EG is playing now, I don't think they will.
I was about to say, you need that for the next 11 rounds, though.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Don't get it twisted, friends. This
No,
is still...
no. Listen, you win this round. You tilt them a
The
little
game's over. You
bit.
just- hey,
You
friend.
snowball a couple ults. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's doable.
You got to give the gambler a chance. NRG are like double or nothing. Like next round takes all. You guys down
Now
for
they're
that?
doubling it and giving it to the next map.
To the next.
That's what it is.
Yeah, doubling it and giving it to Breeze. There you go. LEG are posturing outside B. Some information known by NRG Academy's defense. There's the dash up and over, refracted back as the look wasn't great there for Stunna. Flash doesn't really affect Ange though either, so now the defense can try to hold an angle. Ange looking for timing past this poison screen, but EG gonna back off just a moment, wait for all of this clutter to clear, and then make their approach with a little bit, more friendly pastures in front of them, and that's exactly why. Take the gunfights against the pistols if you can, but a collat headshot comes through for Renz. Gives this a realistic chance for a force by Thrifty, maybe, depending on the eco acquired here for NRG Academy. Spike is collected. We're gonna go 2v2. And it's a quick contest. Oh, and Sean knows, I think that Jake's right underneath him. This comes down to can they isolate the player on top of the site. Now you drop on him at the same time. Jake creating space, not able to cleanly get the shots in NRG Academy. We'll get a couple of weapons and another chance to keep playing.
We're so back. NRG's so back, baby. They're gonna get the ball rolling here. You ever seen overtime from 12-1?
I don't think I
we're
have,
about
I'll be
to
honest
see
with
it.
you. I don't think I
Nah,
have.
we're about to see it. They're gonna show some masterclass here. No, but that was actually really well played by EG. The beginning of that round, I thought for sure it's gonna go their way. This is gonna be over. They even waited for the Viper Toxic to go down. Once that Viper ran out of that, they then used the dart. They held onto that dart, Mitch, for so long, waited for everything to kind of chill. And they used that to capitalize off of it, but it didn't matter because the trades were there. They gave NRG Academy enough time to rotate. And I don't think they're gonna make that same mistake again. Speeding up a little bit towards the same main. Dart coming in, lots of information. The knife suppressing that Sova. Looking to zoom
here
the
comes
Thirsty.
the shootout. And whoa, EG are actually going to trade that out pretty nicely. That'll get them an opportunity for some weapons, but Mitch is caught in the Aldrome. Jake, wow, nice headshot at range. So Stunna will get the Guardian in hand. Jake, low on health, is away from the spike, but you may not need it. Cloric now for the 1v2. Trying to stay alive for another round. 2 low health pools in front of him. Hits the first cleanly. And Jake has nothing but, well, I'll say nothing but a classic, but he's found himself a Vandal. All it takes is one shot from either side at this point, really. But for Jake, you kind of have to hit the headshot. For Cloric, anything will do. Then we'll manipulate the map with a couple of smokes in for Jake. 30 seconds to play. Still need the spike.
30 seconds left.
Smoke faints. No problem for Cloric. All right. Don't call it a comeback. No, but don't. But actually don't. Not yet.
No, but like, No, but like maybe.
But like no, but like this still got a but yeah,
like,
big maybe,
perhaps.
huge maybe.
You know what? Either way, EG, they made this round super close. Once again, a lot of these rounds becoming back and forth. It feels like whenever NRG win a round, it's so close. But when EG win a round, it is so convincing. 4+ players alive almost every single time. And now the rifles are online against this force, against this bonus, and they're not scared again. 5 of these players towards the same main.
I feel like you can almost get trapped in score lines like this, where like, yeah, you just don't do the right things, you get a little bit caught. And how about it? Convergent paths will exchange. Here comes the follow-up. It's a 1-for-1, 4v4 situation. To run on the backside of the site, only able to get one. Now to 3v3. Spike makes its way on, and we have to pause from when his Chloric is still trying to rotate around the back of this. There's a trademark in his way. He will delete that and then re-wrap back into tower. So head up here if you're EG. Mitch, footsteps in front of him, catches one. No wide spin for another, so Chloric has a chance to actually hit this through vent side, but doesn't expect it to be 2 there. So now it's just down to the 1v1 between Sean and Payne. And the initial damage is in really for both players, but Sean's gonna try to hold this. Pistol out, Pancakes hasn't committed. Sean's just gonna hold, and NRG Academy will get a 4th. Okay, hold on a second.
I can't believe he stuck that, and I can't believe Pancakes didn't spam. That was crazy. But again, NRG, the rounds they're winning, they're just barely scraping by 1v1, 1v2 almost every single time. But hey, I mean, if this is what it takes for them to get the momentum back into it, then why not? This was kind of crazy. The execute, it was looking really good until Stunna. He was so slow on getting to that backside because of that stun, because of the slow from Waylay. And Zerona trying to trade that as well. It just did not work. And now we're seeing this mid control coming out from EG.
Oh, and Renz slips away over towards the vent. Really good stun. A little bit of trouble locking down the shots, but still able to find one. Stunna trying to follow with the Sheriff. Has a saturate of his own. Pancake Stunna finding the couple of kills that they need. Sean, Renz, last 2 left on this side of the map, but they will not be able to do enough to, well, maybe stop the play, but hold on, they're going Chloric's direction. He almost wins the round right there by finding 2. Instead, Pancakes is prepared, finds the elim, and we're dealing with now a Shondex 1v3 that has to come out.
This round should not have been the round that EG wins. Shondex, he's got his paranoia, smokes up in 25 seconds, so maybe he can make something work, but 3v1, it's just so hard. And these players are aware that someone could be behind them. Pancakes up in that heaven, turning around. Spotting Shondex, and just like that, it is over. EG winning this map with conviction.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly, and you can attest this maybe if this is actually facts or not, because I'm sure at some point you've been there in your career playing. It's like, if you're NRG Academy, you're sitting here like curling your non-existent thin little mustaches like we're gonna get EG Academy on their own map, you see, and we're gonna build a playbook that they're not able to deal with, you see, and then it doesn't work.
Oh god,
and then
no,
you're like,
you're
all right,
actually
let's just talk about map 3. Like, don't worry about it. It didn't work. It's fine. We'll just go next map.
Yeah, I definitely feel like for NRG, they're like, there was something in their vetoes where they really did not want to play a map and wanted to float this one that maybe they could come back, but they slowly realized that maybe it just wasn't it. But yes, going into Breeze, they need to lock in, they need to think about it, and as a player, not let this loss hurt them and hurt their mindset, because it was a little bit of a rough one. So really well played by EG. They were so dominating, and you can tell that this is why they keep letting Abyss be one of the maps in their series.
Indeed. They played it a lot, and it obviously shows why. So that will quickly get us to map number 3. Breeze is what we got coming up for it. Again, decider match in terms of if someone's going to be eliminated or is there going to be an extra life moving through this lower bracket. We'll see who possibly extends their life when we come back after this.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. But we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. But we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
This is Zad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. Fall to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Right now, he definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
We said going into the series, going into Abyss, we didn't know what NRGA was going to do. And apparently they didn't either. Commanding victory coming out from Evil Geniuses Academy, 13-4. I mean, Dan, it can be crazy, but am I wrong?
That's crazy. Look, I didn't say it, you said it, but you know, it was very one-sided, to be fair, and it was very difficult. We thought, you know, you have some possibilities to play around with the maps, and especially in a situation like this one for elimination, that's something that you were mentioning, Ash, in the green room of, you know, you have different options, you can play different maps here, and if you choose to play this map of Abyss, we were having high expectations because this map can be so incredibly one-sided, and you need to have the strategy to be able to turn it around and to recover it. And it just seems like from the beginning to end, it was an NRG Academy that looked really lost. To be fair though, this is an Evil Geniuses Academy that has been incredible on this map. They continue to do so, but it just felt like a lot of mistakes that we saw for NRG Academy when it came down to how they wanted to play that attacking side, how much space they wanted to get, and on top of that, you add clutches and first kills that were simply not going their way. It was just a very unfortunate map for them.
Yeah, I think it makes me wonder, like, how much time they really spent on Abyss to allow this to be the map that, like, goes through the pool when you know you're going up against an EG, like you said, Dan, who favors it so heavily. And we saw the ideas, right? It was high-octane gameplay from the very beginning, which I think is something that you don't really expect when you're looking at the composition on the side of NRG Academy. They have the double drone. It didn't feel like they were really making full use out of that initiator utility. It was a lot of those dry peaks that we're seeing right there into a Pancakes who is always consistently set up on one of those extremities, and it really didn't feel like NRG Academy were taking the time to actually use their utility to be able to like do due diligence of clearing those angles out. Instead, very much so favoring those like heavy executions where they were committed to that site within the first 30 seconds of the round. And even then, there was a struggle of like trying to push into CT, trying to take a little bit more of that space, trying to flip site. And it was very comfortable for EG Academy to go for these fast floods on those retakes in the first half.
And part of it is that, and it's something that we mentioned before, how the two initiators were always ready to go for the floods, to go for the fast retakes, and be willing, at least for the beginning, to give a little bit of space, even in the way that NRG Academy were trying to take side, or were successful at taking side control in that first half. There was so much to work with, and there was a very clear understanding for Evil Genius's Academy on how they were going to approach this retake. This is a map, again, that we've seen constantly for them. The protocols are very clean. They're ready for it, and on top of that, you just have just a series that for Evil Genius is really comfortable. Is a map that you, even though no matter what, if you've seen it or you haven't seen it for NRG Academy, this is the map that we were going to be expecting from them.
I mean, that defensive half from EGA was just flawless. There was a world where this was just a 13-1 map. That was just incredible. And looking over at the players as well, I mean, we had highlighted going into the map, EG in this composition they like to run. They lean on Pancakes, they lean on that chamber. And Ash, we've really got to see the performance coming out from him. Like, that chamber put in so much work and just a big step up all around from EGA.
Yeah, like the fact that Pancakes is 18-7 with 4 first bloods as well, which is something that we don't get to see on the scoreboard here. But Pancakes and Stunna combined had 11 first engagements that they did not lose a single time. Like, they went completely unpunished on those first bloods. And again, I think it just comes down to those mistakes that we were talking about from NRG Academy, just not doing their due diligence when it came down to trying clearing a lot of those extremities that we were expecting that either of them would be posting up on. For NRG Academy, this is one of those maps though where you shake it off. You know, you had a good performance on Haven. Sure, it was a close matchup, but you got to shift things over, reset that mental heading into map number 3.
I mean, shake it off. They definitely have to do that. But you're going up against a duelist that now has just been scaling throughout this series. Looking at Stunna and the impact, not just on this map, but map 1 as well, Dan. That is a terrifying prospect going into map 3. Like, what was that about?
What do you mean 412? Like,
that's crazy.
What do you mean 412 ACS? Now, this guy is insane and has been the one condition for this team and the success that we've seen from them throughout the Swiss stage. And I really like this because we just saw a Haven where that standard composition has been with that Neon, and even if the team was struggling a little bit, he's always willing to take those aggressive fights. Going into this map of Abyss, obviously a lot of control with his Waylay, just completely dominated the other side. But we're going into a map of Breeze where we don't really know, and we really haven't seen Evil Genius's Academy at all in this map. We have no idea what they're going to be playing. My expectation here is for them to play maybe something like what they're doing in Corrode, where they're playing with the Chamber and Stunna playing with the Yoru. But otherwise, I mean, you have so many possibilities. You can play the double duelist, he can be playing the Jet. He's such a flexible player that any of these compositions can work out. But if you just want to adapt to the other maps where you find success, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him on the Yoru.
Yeah, either that, or I'm kind of envisioning like a marriage between the Corrode and the Pearl, where we might see Zerona on that Yoru. Like, the double duelist has been really popular on Breeze with the amount of space you can take, and then Stunna is very comfortable on that Jet. Some teams also pull out the Neon here on Breeze too. And when he's playing so well right now, it is such a scary prospect, I think, heading into a Breeze where you also don't know what to expect on the side of Evil Genius's Academy, since they have yet to show their hands here, which it leaves NRG Academy in some sort of a way on the back foot. But there could also be a world where Breeze ends up being, you know, a questionable pick like we just saw here in map 2 on Abyss.
I definitely think Breeze is interesting, not just for Evil Geniuses, but for NRGA. Because, yeah, we have not seen EGA on this pick of Breeze. But also for NRGA, we've only seen them a couple of times, and we've got to see 2 different compositions. So this hasn't necessarily been that bread and butter map like Haven has been for them. So for this to be the decider between the 2 here, Dan, with elimination on the line, sure, we have a little bit of information on NRGA, but this is still just a big question mark in my mind for both of these teams.
Yeah, of course. And even if we're mentioning this map of Breeze, this is one of the least played maps, I think, everywhere. I mean, we barely ever saw it in VCT. We haven't seen it as much in challengers, and most recently, the one game that we're talking about was when NRG Academy, they play against ADG, and they were playing with this pretty interesting composition as well coming into Breeze. We saw the veto that we talk about what maps he's more viable, he's not more viable, and even because we haven't seen this map enough, we're still trying to find out if this is the value that they've been wanting to bring, because Giza was one of their biggest highlights going to the series and going into map 1, and the possibility of him bringing this back can be that win condition for NRG Academy.
I mean, with so many questions going into Breeze, it's time to answer a couple of those questions with their agent select ready. Going into it, we get to see a return of the veto, but EGA, this is the one I've been intrigued about, Ash, and you called it. We're getting to see Zerona on the Euro, the double duelist coming out.
I think it makes so much sense. Like, Zerona is so good at being that supportive player while also having that ability to make those plays for himself. I love to see him on that Yoru, being that support there for Senna, but also being able to take some of the space that Senna is going to be creating on that attacking side with those teleports in. And I feel like for EG Academy, my eyes are also going to be really keen on how they're going to try and isolate Giza if they try to hit over his side of the map with how we know he likes to reposition, because I feel like with the veto, you can only get so creative.
I mean, NRGA, we've gotten to see this from them before, and they got the win there, but it's elimination on the line. EGA, we have never seen them here before, so it's time to find out once and for all who's going to be advancing on within this lower bracket and who's about to be eliminated between NRGA and EGA. Let's find out with your casters, Athena and Shift.
Yeah, another kind of map that has this, I would say, just generally curious, to put it kind of in a more loose umbrella after what we just saw on the last map where NRG Academy were, again, inexperienced in terms of playing the map competitively. Now the same kind of echoes over towards EG Academy. Shoes on the other foot in a lot of ways, but I think for Breeze at least, the compositions, at least for that EG running, are a little bit more, I won't say standard, but more familiar, I think, to when we had seen Breeze previously in the competitive rotation, whereas NRG Academy are bringing in, obviously, the most recent agent and veto into the mix. So what are your thoughts kind of looking at the differences in compositions here, Athena?
I think for EG makes a lot of sense, especially when you're playing the way that they're playing with so much confidence. Stunna and Zerona both entering, going in together. Zerona, he's had really good supportive utility while he's been on that Viper and on that KO. And so I don't really think this is going to be too big of a kind of playstyle change for them. But for NRG, this is the comp that they won their last match with against ADG. The first time they played Breeze, they lost it against SAD, and they changed their comp and had a winning result. And now instantly, EG, they're already out on the safe site.
Yeah, but Ange has dictated the space that he wants to fight around with all of the utility that Viper brings to the mix, just not able to find any connections. So EG Academy off to the races with that same kind of bursty play style that we saw on Haven. Not something that we should be, I would say, unexpectedly going to figure that would likely come through here. Again, just based on the composition that they're running, but also just the familiarity of how they like to play Valorant in general.
Yeah, they're super explosive. They like to be in your face. Really good protocols too in post plans to be pushing and getting those numbers, then falling back into these retakes, making sure that can't really get those free picks without working for it. Giza, he's gonna meet Mitch here. Instantly shut down, and all of a sudden a 1v5.
An opportunity there for Sean just to kind of pelt away with the classics, see if the aim could get locked in a little bit, but just like you would figure, very comfortable for EG post the burst onto site. Flawless pistol round. We don't often see that. I will say at least that much to this point. So EG, lots of bank account to roll here into the anti-eco. 3 rifles, a Guardian, if you still want to consider it a full-on rifle, and of course, the Marshall for Zerona. So lots of power, and around that you would assume would be pretty casual.
Yeah, and I think that explosiveness definitely plays into the fact that they just won the last map so explosively, so convincingly for EG. So they shouldn't be too scared going into it. And now holding for any aggression from NRG Academy, you can see the dart holding for any contact so that all 4 of these players towards A main can immediately react, and veto alone on the one side of the map. Although I will say, just to go back to this comp discussion we had, I don't really mind NRG's comp. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you get that operator online for runs. Is pretty much all you need just to be set up by Chloric, a couple darts, whatever it is. And could be successful and could be a good answer to these two players that are constantly dashing in and oh my god, jump scare.
The owl drone did tag Rents, plus I think there was an extra gun that shot at it, so EG should have some information that this, if there is a defense forward, it'll probably be pretty heavy-handed. So now you make your way over towards double doors. Drone will connect onto there first, and yeah, now you know for a fact that everyone's playing pretty much at the front side of shops. Mitch in some trouble, slips away, has a spam opportunity in front of them, and no, can't quite make good on the second player that was there. And honestly, the trades are not terrible for NRG Academy. The only problem is Giza has to rotate in with a classic, and that means he's got to take the long route to try to find a weapon here behind the play.
Yeah, 3 guns down on their Thrifty is always a good sign because they have to invest so much more into their next round if they want to play it as that bonus. And now a Phantom actually picked up for Giza in this 1v2. But they do have an inkling. Yeah, Senna's looking.
There's the shoulder. Jake will drop the stars needed to keep delaying and use the clock as the ally. Gravity well is out. Jake will swing, find the easy win, and EG will take the second. But again, like you mentioned, a lot of damage done there. This bonus will be very much so less potent thanks to the fact that so much was afforded in the anti-eco. So yeah, really, it's going to be the 2 rifles and maybe pistol upgrades across the board the rest of the way. That seems to be the case.
Yeah, we're probably going to see something really fast towards this mid here, trying to get those up close and personal angles towards that double doors and trying to split somewhere, avoiding those long range fights from back sites to mains. And instantly that setup here is ready. But again, NRG choosing to aggress towards that A main, and the Sova dart, the Sova drone, sorry, is going to catch that off.
The EG have already gotten mid-map. All drone will obviously alert the defense to that. Can't really stay up there, so you're gonna have to rotate deep and hope that these 2 pieces can connect together. Mitch is the one lurking, which is, I would say, possibly problematic, but a secondary shoulder from Ange leads to a first blood. Trade is out. And we'll likely get some burst behind the play at A. Now knowing that the defense has been playing forward, NRG Academy are aware of that, or maybe not. Damage is out. Trades are in. Payne's able to get a couple plus a weapon upgrade, I believe. Yeah, sure is. So now we got a 2v2. Defense has to rotate in.
And these 2 players, they have a star. They still have that suck, and they have that molly for post plant, but they're opting to lay close, trying to delay for as long as possible. The scan is going to get on that Astra and
Oh.
Whoa.
Okay. Just down to pancakes. It's already gotten 2 in the round. This would be a 1v2 for 4 of the 5. Nope, not going to happen. Try to set it up, make it look pretty. Chloric just says, not so fast, Shift. I got you. Easy there to stop the bonus. Well, easy is not the right word. It got a little tight, but at least you're able to clean it up pretty nicely. Get yourself on the board if you're NRG.
Yeah, but for NRG, they lost 3 of those weapons. Super expensive round, especially because I was just talking about how you need to set up runs on that operator. They will not be able to get that online because they're so broke. And this timeout coming in off of that win, because they have to talk about how that round got way too close for comfort. I mean, EG, they found a little hole, little gap in their defenses, managed to get out behind yellow on A without without NRG even being aware. That is really scary. They need to tighten up on these defenses, really close it out, because again, this is an elimination match. This is the last map in this series to decide who gets to proceed in this lower bracket run. And it's looking just super scary for both these teams. But the good news is NRG, they managed to win that 1 round. They can still kind of work and get that momentum rolling. I do like that we're seeing a lot of that aggression towards A main because they were a little bit too scared in the previous map of Abyss. And so they do have some sort of setups. They're a lot more familiar with this map. Letting Abyss go by was just fine. This one should be a little bit easier to handle. But for EG, this is a wild card. They're showing us that they have some stuff prepped on it, and it is just a tiny bit scary when you don't know what you're up against.
True. That's extremely true. But these opening rounds, trying to feel out what the tendencies are, what conditioning you can establish, really from either side, super crucial. I think maybe more so for EG Academy, like just not having gotten their feet wet on this map yet. But either side, I'm sure, would love to have the early advantage and have the other team adapting to them. Nice pop flash there for Zerona, but whoa, it's sloppy, it's messy, but Stunna at least gives you the kills that you're there for. So numbers will be in play for EG. Spike collected, and now it's just down to, do you want to try to overwhelm and just outweigh Giza on top of this B site?
Yeah, that mid crunch was really well played by EG actually, and grouping up here towards B makes a lot of sense. They're sniffing out that this Vito is here somewhere, just gonna contact in, spot where he's at, and immediately they're gonna execute off that.
Yeah, but you do get the space to stay out. Offensive wall held onto and be used for the cross, but Giza just predicts the timing and finds the spike carrier. Mitch will get the trade, but it comes at a pretty significant cost in terms of the clock as well, in terms of the numbers. Because now Sean is there to turn it into a 2v2 pretty quickly. Smoke to manipulate how exactly you want to try to get Ange involved. But can't see anything, not yet from window. Oh, and from the shadows just to clear out part of that B cubby. Here comes the pinch play now forward. Jake Stunna holding hands on this close corner. Ange shows a little bit too much. A couple of shots come through, both players now known. But Ange quick to try to chase it. They don't expect it, and Ange able to get you the first. Now you've got pressure onto the spike as well. Trying to go quickly as Stunna. Has to try to spam this out. A couple of shots come through the smoke. Can't quite find it. You find the diffuser, but it gets to halfway. Ange will finish things off and have plenty of time to defuse.
That was crazy, and NRG. Really good comeback into this round. That initial mid crunch by EG was so good, punishing those two players that were walking down mid, but Giza actually making this round really hard to deal with by blowing that Viper, getting her down, dropping that spike, and then the wall had to drop, so the Astars had to be used to get on. Stunna, he really tried to fight for it, but it did not work. And Shondex, really good ability to get a lot of that information too, using that Omen ult, clearing instantly and allowing them to retake really quick.
Well, Overdrive is out early here for EG. Just trying to take away the space. The defensive wall is a problem, but so is the offensive one around the outside through this mid connector. Renz, good response to one, but the chaos that's ensuing is allowing EG to find a way to overwhelm the setup. And now they've got some weapons to play with. But NRG Academy are able to lock in at least one shock dart to soften up some of this post plant. If Chloric gets one, he'll have the Hunter's Fury to match Mitch's. But easier said than done. Aldrin will be the first thing through the wall. And there is no one in this post plant to see because Mitch can just play so far back and then do this. Chloric can't even get it to halfway. Connection's good onto one. And Sean is out of there. And way out of there. EG win the round 3-2.
Seems like EG is really liking heading towards this mid area of the map here. They've been taking a lot of these mid fights, either crunching towards any mid aggression or really abusing the fact that they can get up towards that double door super quick with that Neon. He's just caught off side, little bit out of positioning, and it ended up going the way of EG. And again, now we're back to this back and forth on economy and back and forth on rounds for NRG. They're on this thrifty once again, but they do have knives if they opt to do something aggressive. Could potentially be all the way down. But Ren's just opting to hold it, playing a little bit passive. They're doubled up towards this mid here because they know that EG likes to default towards this double doors. Drone.
Okay.
Not a lot of information.
Yeah, but more importantly, Zerona doesn't get seen. So now you think you're a little bit safe up close because where those shots came from, not the case. So, oof. Now you're in a numbers disadvantage against weapons. And as the round unfolds, this is looking like it'll be a B execute. The smoke will delay things, and maybe Giza saw the profile of one here before that smoke covered the entryway. So you can get your utility out, playing through the fast lane, trying to keep themselves alive. Interceptor goes down, but Giza still connects onto one. That is an impressive one. Does he get more than that? Has an opportunity for it, but no. Cannot quite find a way to connect. Knives for Renz would have to be where this defense saves the round. And that's not going to work out. So Sean and Ange outside the picture looking in, 4v2. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, he actually lived for a lot longer than I thought he would on site. Got that immediate pick. But again, it is just a thrifty for NRG. You're just trying to get some guns down, play a little bit with the other team's money. But again, they are super rich. Zerona shutting that down instantly, and Sean Dexter just trying to go for one. This round was pretty predictable, but I think for NRG now, they know that EG loved this mid. You can see that they're actually trying to play towards it a little bit more. I think it was just a little bit harder because they were on that thrifty. But the common knowledge of this round, the game sense and the positioning of how they want to fight for that mid was pretty good. And I think too for EG, they know that NRG is sending a lot of players towards this A main, so that's why they're reacting that way. So I'm just wondering which one of these teams is going to react first and adapt faster and runs. Operator online. This is one of the most important parts of this round here for NRG.
Agreed.
Trap destroyed.
Well, no mid aggression this time around. Respect likely due to the fact that there is an op on the table. I have to figure that EG are aware of that potential.
Deploying drone.
And they will drone just to make sure there's no forward defender. And then smoke and move. So opportunity here potentially for Renz. Hit the shot. Dimensional Drift is out first, but the Viper's Pit's in the way. Queuing up the dash. Renz aware of the situation and hits an impressive first shot. Now gets up top. Almost has a look at Zerona, who stays alive somehow, some way. Ange, through the smoke of his own making, is able to find himself to the defense inside of this A site has been pretty rock solid. Renz still dancing with the devil to touch, but has Giza there for support. And the spike is now down, and NRG Academy are very comfortably in a 1v5.
I think earlier in the desk, we were talking a lot about how NRG Academy and EG, they both have these really solid defensive halves. And for NRG, they're really showing that to us. It feels like they're playing really well off of each other for this breeze. They're not pushing too hard. Renz gets that initial pick, falls back, and holding down A main. And just making sure that no one can crunch on that Viper's Pit. The crossfires are really, really well thought out. And the Viper's Pit as well was a really good winning contingency for that round. But now another rifle round here, and Zerona actually getting that attack operator, looking to get some sort of pick towards mid, take that fight, trying to find that jet once again in that middle doors. But instead, he's gonna meet absolutely no one unless this Viper decides to just peek out just a little bit.
Looks like things will stay steady. This could be a very explosive round, depending on what NRG Academy want to do from these positions in particular, because Caloric is set up to potentially still etch a Hunter's Fury across the map. Renz aware of the potential threat, able to see a shoulder, that's all he needs. Dashing into the smoke, trying to spam it out of stun him, not able to connect. The follow-up also gives just enough line of sight break to keep the first blood advantage. 5v4, and now the spike desperately rotating over to the other direction into A. Giza hits the evolution. Tries to keep himself up and alive and kick it, and oh my goodness, the boost to Giza is working out perfectly. Hunter's Fury to support, not that it's needed. NRG Academy looking good to tie us at 4.
Feels like every piece of utility used this round was really good out of NRG. Every single one had intention, including that veto ult to deny that stun and allowing himself to play on site and play around that util. And now Jake just walking around trying to find one, trying to save this weapon. but he's getting chased by everyone on this map.
10
Look at them.
seconds left.
Wow. This has been a beautiful response from NRG, and you called it. As soon as Renz is able to get the op online, the whole dynamic of this half changes. And let's be honest, that's kind of the story for a multitude of maps. But in the compositional difference, that's another thing that I think just gives you that extra bit of movability, I think versatility in setups. Especially you combine that with ultimates that are being cycled really nicely. Like it just feels like NRG Academy have caught their flow state here in this half.
Yeah, it feels like on one side you have the Jet op just shutting down that first pick, not allowing any of these entries. And then on the other side, you have this veto, which Giz is playing super well, delaying for so long, consistently getting his one. And as I say that, the super quick push into this double doors. EG, they're looking to speed up once again and just fight together, because they know they can crunch even if there's a Jet op here.
Well, fast lane, decoy through it with the flash. Gives Zerona a chance to open the door. Only catches one, though, as Giza continues to hold ground nicely. 3v2 numbers advantage NRG Academy, but Chloric has to be careful to keep their life here as the defense has to rotate from B to join them.
Spike planted.
And we're going to drone and swap weapons to see if Renz can get in a little bit faster. Sean has the paranoia ready to go. Already spent it. Right around the backside of Pyramid. Smokes will take over most of that line of sight. Tag onto Mitch is decent on the back pyramid where the spike is planted. But do they know how close Jake is still playing here? Caught with smoke out. Sean doesn't have to get the weapon up in time, but Chloric connects. Cosmic Divide comes through. 1v2. Drake trying to isolate. Catches one with a knife out. That's a freebie. Now you've got an extra star to possibly pull them in. Yeah, stop any potential diffuse from happening. What a play from Jake. What an absolutely beautiful play from Jake. Give him the 1v2 and the round to EG.
Jake played that almost near to perfection, winning that out, using his stars to cross, taking it back, and then putting another one down to put that smoke in. The second that he heard Shondex throw his smoke down, he peeked through, knowing he would have a really good timing. And that wall, just isolating those fights and using the suck to just delay that diffuse for as long as possible. This was crazy. An unwinnable round for EG, just completely turned around by Jake. And now NRG, they're going to be scratching their heads a little bit. They were doing so well, but all of a sudden EG is pulled ahead 5-4 in these rounds.
And it's been quite back and forth, but that little bit of tempo change seems to be working out. Sean in some trouble early here. Just again, we're going straight aggression if you're EG, and it's working out nicely. Sean can only get one response, and that is not enough. Spike will be planted, Viper's Pit to enforce, and if you're Renz and Ange, you say, good round, go next.
Yeah, definitely need to save that operator. We've seen Renz just do work on it. And this is kind of what I was expecting to see out of EG. The adaptation has become really, really quick, changing up the tempo to just go fast. When you have that Neon and that Yoru who's able to follow in their footstep, it's just kind of really hard to hold against it. They're a little bit scared of Giza, a little bit scared of the op earlier. But I think they definitely just flipped their mindset to be like, who cares? Let's just hold W. You trade me, I trade you. No worries. And also for Zerona, his flashes have been working really well for him. Using that to set up the rest of his team.
Yeah.
Pancake's getting caught off when he's falling back, but now they know Renz full saving this operator, not going for any more kills after that.
These last couple of rounds of the half could be super important. Weapons will still be purchased up for NRG Academy, although it won't be comfortable for Chloric, who will opt instead to just go Sheriff for the full armor, needing to stay alive and keep the defense moving with some intel gathering tools. It's been key for NRG Academy in the rounds that they have won in particular. But on the other side of things here, we're going to see another dimensional drift and maybe another overdrive before the half hits. So there are some round-changing ultimates going to be quickly available. I think especially with how fast EG have elected to play. They're going to show force at B, but not commit. The defense has stacked with 3 members in. And that, of course, means that Zerona, Jake, and Payne can work on this A site.
Toxins going up. Poison's off.
Executes pretty clean. Flash comes through once again, and still alive. Renz, not expected on this corner. Finds one, dashes to safety. Oh, mercy. Now the defense is here, and you gotta kind of wonder, is EG really gonna commit for this plan? I mean, look at the reflip coming back out. They've got the smoke to get across, and you just need to make sure you hold on to a pivot point through mid, so it'll be on Stunna to make sure they can rotate behind this.
That was really well played by EG. The crazy macros in the middle of that round. They hit a fake onto another fake, but Giz is going to punch Mitch, who's overextending, trying to get the equalize on numbers. And this retake is going to be really healthy for NRG with 5 players still alive.
So you hear the footsteps onto one. Honestly, whatever Jake can give you from mid, well, I would say gives you a winnable situation, but he gets caught. EG not able to get the focus purely on the site. As NRG Academy playing a swift retake. Good to not be fully baited over by that. We're not even just the initial hit, but being able to stand tall on the A site to stop the fake from actually being converted on. Critical, because once you have to rotate back again, oof, not fun to do, especially with low numbers.
Yeah, I think that was the initial plan, because Neon did manage to get all the way down and Mitch was all the way in their spawn. So I think the call was a little bit of a mid-round or pre-plan. I'm not 100% sure because they stayed for so long towards that B site. But yes, they could not get a pick onto that A site, which means the fake would not sell. If EG had gotten a pick, it would have been a completely different outcome for the round. And now a lot of A main fights from both sides here. Renz with the operator.
Who's next? Conventional drift is out. Renz still holding on to the op. Not able to connect, has to back away now. And Zerona outside of the ultimate. Gets the one he needs to swap the shotgun in for a rifle. Trying to set up the flash, take out more of this site while the spike makes its way on. And there are just different types of vision blocking walls all over the place. But Renz now with the field of vision right in front of him. Able to connect on to Zerona, impressive shot. Stunna trying to follow, trying to hold on to this ground, but Renz continues to be the game changer. Chloric mid-map, that'll work. Just down to Pancakes again, 1v3. Not gonna have a chance at Chloric, it's a 6-6 half. And what an affair we've got here in map number 3.
Yeah, this scoreline just makes so much sense. So much back and forth. Economy going down for both sides. Once they got the operators online, both sides tended to be a little bit more aggressive. And for both of these teams now, they really need to figure out what their game plan is, because that last round, Zerona, he had the flash ready on the Yoru. They knew that they were going to have to retake with that operator, and not sending it might have been detrimental because they allowed those first 2 kills to come in. And Jake, he had to hurry up into that flank. But now we're talking about a different half. NRG on the attack side, EG on the defense side. Both these teams, they've been highly praised for their defensive side. And it's looking like it might just be super close the whole way through.
Whoa! That paranoia feels like kind of a so what? Damage has already been done. So EG continued to give us early battles in these pistols. This one as convincing as any we've seen to this point. 5v3 early. Chloric still has the spike, so we're not done yet, especially with Sheriffs in play, but that was a bold but successful hit.
Revealing area.
Yeah, the elbow control makes a lot of sense. For EG, you wonder, have they seen NRG Academy's strat on their pistol and countered it? Or did they just manage to gamble right? Because that was a gamble that paid off. And now EG, they're not going to give their ones, just holding. I say that, but Zerona's playing a little bit of a scary game, dropping to Shondex, and now numbers 4v3. Shondex spotting one more player towards that B site. It's looking like they're going to try to split towards this A.
30
and you may
seconds
be able to
left.
catch one here because Pancakes is all by his lonesome. Jake's timing on this wrap back over. He gets the info that he needs, trying to keep his life. Don't fall here. Allow a chance to the defense to rotate over because you don't have the numbers right now. Guns are up for NRGA, including the spike now being planted. But that's a big win from Pancakes. Snake bite at his backside. As Jake's still working with him. Sean trying to watch the cross, but he's got players now developing on the hit from behind him too. So timing is everything, and he gets the opening headshot. That was an impressive shot. Now 2v3. Both threats should be known, but Sean is not missing. Able to find 4 in the round. Just down to Chloric versus Pancakes. Classic versus Sheriff. Clock ticking. Chloric, the one that has to check. Oh, and he catches Pain. A little bit out. Gets it to halfway, trying to hold it. Pain now has to try to commit to this. Chloric gonna have a better chance at finding the win. And how about it? 3v5 for NRG Academy. Unbelievable.
I cannot believe Shondex. Those kills were insane. Just peaking, consistently getting his one every single time. Isolating those fights, man. That was kind of crazy. And for EG, that one has got to sting. They were up 5v3 at some point in that round, and Shondex was the sole reason that they turned it around, giving them their ones. Taking those peaks, trying to trade together, and they just couldn't. Kind of an insane round when you come to think of it. And now, EG on that Thrifty, choosing to push down towards that elbow again, trying to crunch, trying to catch anyone off guard. And all of mid and elbow has been taken.
Cover going out.
In terms of in terms of trying to get a gun to be collected off of Classic,
take flight.
This setup isn't the worst thing you've ever seen. You've got crossfire setups here at mid, which would be hard to read. You've got a player forward in Mitch that could just catch someone off guard by his lonesome. And you've got Stunner who can pull focus. So like, if there's an opportunity here, you would definitely think if you're EG, if it's kind of, you spun up a web, you spun up a good web. It just comes down to what NRG actually walk into it. And it looks like the answer will be no, as they're going to stack up for something more over towards A shot.
Yeah, definitely a plan that was being unfolded there, but Stunna, he's all the way behind. This is going to be so much information for EG right now. Full stacking onto this site.
And honestly, you just need to stay alive and wait for Stunna to get there, but the Spidey sense is tickling. And able to connect, stop that play before it really develops. And I'm sorry. Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Flawless for NRG Academy. Sean, 4 in the round. And it's a 2-round advantage to NRG.
Shondex is online, 14 and 10 all of a sudden. I feel like 6 of those kills were just this half already, which is kind of crazy to think about. But rifle round now online for EG. They've been so decisive in a lot of their defensive halves, especially last map. Can they bring that into this game? Again, this is the first time we're seeing this breeze, at least this year. It's going to be interesting to see what they can pull out of the hat. And now Neon and Yoru going for an aggressive mid fight. Gonna scan onto Renz, and they're still gonna hold down a lot of that map control and a lot of that information. Leaving NRG no choice but to go towards B and execute.
Well, the setup around the site for EG would lead you to believe that they are going to contest the post plant, not necessarily the plant. Unless Mitch can get some good information here. Gate crash will allow the Yoru to jump onto site. Pancakes, wow, by himself, that's not terrible for a 1-for-1. Problem is, Rona does commit in, and that's why you have to kind of make a decision. Are you waiting for help, or are you staying on site? Because getting caught in the back of the site with no help is not great news, especially with where this offensive wall is. So Jake will be by this lone. So I don't want to rule anything out yet here, though. You know, we have seen some unbelievable clutches in 1v multiples. Not that this one would take the cake because we had a 1v4 today, but it would be pushing it. And if there was a player that you would want, it's Jake. He looks twisted right now. 1v2, crossfire setup. Just don't scam if you're NRG Academy. This setup should be perfect, and it will be. So 9-6 to tally, and the heat has kicked up in the kitchen a little bit if you're an EG fan.
Yeah, NRG really proving that there's a reason they wanted to play this map. We thought it would fall onto Renz, but actually the weights have been lifted by Giza and Shondex this whole time. It feels like their defensive half, they were so solid holding it down. Giza consistently getting a few, and Shondex clutching out to begin this half. And just like that too, Giza, he's getting 3 kills on that B site during that execute. It's kind of insane how fast he is to kind of trade. And that's something that I like about Vito as a Sentinel, is that you can run in and kind of be with your team, be right there with them. You can TP back into your spot towards that main right after, and it makes you really annoying to deal with, almost like a second entry. And so for Renz and Giza to be scaling up together makes a lot of sense. Their pathing has been solidified for NRG Academy. And now it's looking a little bit scary for EG. They're going to be broke here. Need to save to make sure they can get their rifles down for that next round. And honestly, I don't know about you, but I was expecting a lot more from Stunna and Zerona to be able to push down, get a lot of that information, be really annoying, as well as set up for the retakes really well. But instead, we saw Zerona just kind of running out of a smoke, not using his Euro Flash to help his players on site, which I think is a really big liability for EG. They need to be on top of that utility, especially if they're trying to flood that quick.
Well, think about how much we were giving credit on the first half side on EG's offense to that exact play style. Like, it was working so well. I don't want to say that they've abandoned it, but it's just a set of circumstances have not necessarily allowed it. Decent opportunity to take a look at this with a lot of reveal behind these boxes. Tags are exchanged in furious fashion between them. But everyone will stay alive, and we'll swap the weapons around to compensate for the health pools that are still existing. Aldrin defensively actually going to allow both duelists to get into mid pretty quickly here. So NRGA are going to feel a little bit trapped, needing to re-clear this if they want to use it as a pivot point.
Yeah, definitely some sort of pivot. And now Chloric patiently waiting to get his dart back online. They need some more information before committing to any sort of execute. Ange and Shondex trying to work towards this mid, just clearing out a lot of those close angles. And EG, they're going to sense that something is up because Mitch, he's going to rotate back to the A, just spot. And NRG Academy looks like they're going to get this site for free.
Not ready yet.
30 seconds left.
Standing
Now,
ahead.
Mitch from a very safe position.
Silence.
Whoa! Will catch Renz without even getting a shot sent back in return. Spike will still be planted behind this.
Spike planted.
And the weapons, of course, are still great, but Chloric is down to essentially bullet worth of health out of a Sheriff. Giz is playing an angle that if they line up, he's in a successful spot at the off angle, but if they trade, that's a weapon. Good prediction, but Giza does get two. That's fine. So numbers looking good for NRG Academy. You know that Pancakes is still playing in that back corner. He gets tagged heavily by a shock dart from Chloric. And really, as Mitch tries to work before this wall up, yeah, there's not much you can do. Double-digit affair now for NRG Academy, 10-6, and that puts the pressure that EG coming up here have to have a must-win round.
Yeah, if I was EG, I would definitely take a timeout here. Talk about what we need to switch up and maybe guarantee the next couple of rounds. We do have an operator online on Zerona, which is pretty good. Going to see a lot of those aggressive lines being taken and maybe a little bit more information to allow the retakes and the rotates to be a lot faster. No timeout, but that's okay because it looks like they have a solid game plan. Two of these duelists going towards that elbow. They have that operator online. It looks like the Sova is going to drone, get that information towards mid, just punish anyone. But look at this crunch right now.
Double hit comes through, relay bolt out, but Giza, a little bit of separation is able to at least keep things even. Overdrive, wow, that is not just an overdrive, that was an overheat from Stunna. And that could be one of the more costly decisions to push that we've seen to this point. NRG Academy now hold the numbers and can reset the map 4v3.
Recovering it.
Really rough round. That's your operator gone. That's your neon ult gone. And just like that, 3v4. EG, they're gonna get really antsy to get some sort of pick here to equalize these numbers. Mitch, he's pushed all the way down mid, but that doesn't matter because all of NRG Academy now are grouped up, going towards this B site. And Jake is gonna be alone to kind of defend on it. He knows that something might be up, falling off. Playing to retake, but actually gambling towards that A site, which is not the right read here. This could be really bad for EG, and it might force them just to save right off the bat.
Yeah, very well may. I mean, it's just the situation at hand, knowing that there's a Hunter's Fury in this post plant. Doesn't feel great. So what do EG choose to do here? And you called it. They are just going to back off and save. Wow. I mean, at a certain point, it is necessary, but it never feels good to be in this situation trying to stave off elimination.
Oh.
Huh?
I mean, we're up 10-6. It's fine.
Yeah, but like, huh? Yeah, you can see the reaction from Clark's like, what did I just do that for?
It's okay. He's just clearing, getting the information. No one's retaking. Lets them save the rest of their weapons really early. But yes, like you were saying, it's so rough for EG now. They're unsure. They don't know how to adapt to this right now. NRG Academy, the way that they're playing these rounds out has just been super solid. They're super patient, getting their information, setting each other up for success. And every time that EG has tried some sort of aggressive play, it felt like NRG Academy always had the answer. They're either holding all the way back, ready for some sort of aggression, or there's someone behind them every single time, just causing kind of a wrench in their gears to be annoying. And man, NRG Academy, they're just doing such a good job at staying together. Honestly, I'm very pleasantly surprised with how easily it is to trade. And again, EG trying to do something towards that A main, not finding any luck, because all of NRG Academy is mainly towards this mid here.
Not another step.
Well, drones will both be spent to clear or get some information at mid. Oh, and EG seemed to think that there's an opportunity, seeing the members that they did, plus the Aldrin, that they may be able to sneak up A shops. Not the case. It's being watched. So Ange's first blood has NRG in a very good spot early. 5v4, Evolution's already out. And yeah, this may be one of those rounds you kind of have to give up the post or the contest of the plant and play the post unless Stunna can get you one and stay on site. But you need to keep this life right now badly if you're EG.
Spike planted.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place of needing to get that one kill, or else feeling like they're going to be forced into another save, and they do not want to save on the 12th round for NRG. They need to fight for this. So they're pushing up, coming up with some sort of strategy, but it's not working. Shondex gets that pick. 2 kills down. NRG Academy all of a sudden 4v1 for Pancakes, and he gets caught off guard by Ange trying to fall back. This is so solid for NRG and EG. They're just starting to look more and more lost as all these rounds go by.
Yeah, they really, really do. I mean, like, I get the idea here because you see the Aldrone, and I believe you saw the Jet at mid, so you're thinking, okay, we can bully ball someone at A shops. The problem is Ange is fully prepared for that and holds a bit of an off angle to catch a shoulder, catch a headshot, and EG can't do anything in rebuttal to that. And it feels like there's another moment, like, in the midst of that, where even watching Stunna's perspective, it's just like, does EG know if they're committing to playing to contest an entryway, like off the execute? Are we contesting the spike plant, or are we just saving to play post plant? It doesn't feel like any of the 3 options have given us really any really convincing looks. Like, it's kind of been a little bit of everything and a little bit of nothing at the same time. And it's just, it feels like the protocols in place of what are we doing when and what situations are we doing X, Y, or Z just have not fully been established. And that could be a byproduct of only seeing this map in scrims. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough read.
I feel that it applies to their early rounds too. When they're trying to fight these aggressive mains or trying to push down mid, feels like they don't have the correct utility to back it up. Like, for example, if you're fighting towards mid and Mitch is droning, it's really hard to capitalize off of that when you have so many more other angles and you're pushing down elbow. That drone is not going to help you. You need a dart. You need Zerona to throw one of his flashes and ensure that this fight, this aggressive fight, has as much winning possibility as it possibly could. And so it feels like it's just a little bit unplanned, a little bit chaotic. They have these really solid ideas, but it's just the execution of them that are not working. And for me now, again, so much information from EG's side, but they're just not rotating quick enough for me. They have all of mid, both these duelists. They're hearing that drone towards B, but still playing towards that mid. They get the pick onto Ange, which is really good. But now they have all that information towards that B site.
Cover going out.
So you keep your eyes up at mid. Don't scam anything in the backside or on B. Let your defense be able to rotate to you if you need to. And then you use things like Hunter's Fury and Cosmic Divide if you need to clear the space back. That would be, you would think, the idea here. But NRG Academy seem to be aware of that and say, if we can just hit somebody somewhere, maybe there's a chance to open up this site. They do catch Zerona in the middle of the map, so now any rotators from A will be a little bit more hard-pressed to get here safely and quickly. But Jake, wow, the heck of a snap. He really gets two. Gives Mitch a fighting chance, but the trades are decent enough for Renz to at least get the spike and plant, maybe. Depends on the timing of it for the 1v2 from here on out. Oh, and that's not fun. Now stuck in place, and Pancakes gets the free angle. EG to 7, lifeline established, but the money's still not going to be all that great.
They were a little bit more proactive this round, getting a lot of that information. I think it was really good getting that initial pick. They finally started a round off where they had numbers for EG that finally enabled them to kind of play the round out how they wanted to, but still a little bit scary when you're looking at how they were playing that last end of that round, because Jake was completely alone on B for a second. Players did not rotate. They were just simply waiting so that they could fast flood, which worked out really well in the end, but could have been a tiny bit scary. And now we're looking at a change of pace from NRG, trying to take this A main control really quick, but 4 players here on EG ready to fight it off.
Just comes down to, do they get the stuns and the flashes to land? Hunter's sure going to be behind this play, and it's finding some damage, and it's a blender inside of shops. No one will survive, and that is a huge swing here for EG, as a flawless round would do wonders, not only for the confidence, but also for a couple of other ultimates to be charged. Dimensional Drift now available for EG, just down 4.
Really well set up trap play from EG. They knew that something like this was bound to happen at some point, and finally their A aggression has been rewarded. The Sova ult, with a lot of this util, a lot of fighting, and everyone just grouped up, even when this up-down position really worked out well. And this is going to be yet another rifle round for both these teams. Operator not online for EG. They're choosing to keep the rifle, which I think works based on how they're playing this. Zerona and Stena, the double duelist, taking a lot of that aggression together, able to trade each other. And as you can see, another little bit of an A main fight. The tap going to be heard in Zerona.
And Zerona's position could be huge. Flashes himself forward, but only catches 1. Needed to get 2. And another moment where Pancakes just has no ground to stand on. So a 4v2 for NRG Academy to send EG home and continue in this lower bracket. But it's Mitch and Jake in their way. Cosmic Divide. Oh, is there enough space for Renz to hold this angle? Yes, there is. And how much of a cause and effect do you want? Just down to Jake. 1v4. Stuck blindsided. Giza with the final nail. And NRG Academy take the series 2-1 and eliminate EG Academy here in lower round 1.
NRG Academy proving that they're here for a reason. We all doubted them just a little bit, but they came back and proved to us that they still have it in them to continue this lower bracket run. They really proved it to us that they have a lot of those macros there. They proved that their defensive side is a force to be reckoned with. And they showed us that even though Abyss did not go their way, they do not drop the mental. Really well played, and congratulations for them to making it all the way through. But before we just skip over that, I want to give a big props to EG too, because this was a close series. That first map was super close, and the second game they looked so insane on that Abyss. They need to keep playing that. It just came down to this breeze where they just could not adapt fast enough. But overall, well played by both teams here in NRG moving forward in this lower bracket.
What a playoff bracket we've got. We've got SAD versus Core. We've got Sleepers and Shopify, and M80 and NRG Academy in the lower bracket. This has been one of the most invigorating opening stages of challenges that we've seen to this point. But that brings us to the end of the action today. at least in terms of the gameplay, you still got the Desk to break things down and give you all of your knowledge bombs that you guys so crave. So stick around. Desk to be back with you guys backside the break.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like Core just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Check now, he definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
It takes all 3 maps in the series, but in the end, it's going to be NRGA to take down Breeze 13-8 and eliminate EGA from our stage 1 playoffs. I mean, going into that 3rd map, Ash, there's a lot of questions from both ends. We had not seen EGA here at all. NRGA, this has been an up and down map for them, but they're going to do enough, just enough to get over that line in the end.
Yeah, I did have a lot of questions, but I think we found some answers on Breeze there. It was really interesting to see how scrappy it was in that first half. It was 2 rounds for 2 rounds. Nobody really got any momentum in the first half of this map. And then the second that we swap sides, NRGA, they win out the pistol. They have a streak of 6 rounds in a row, and it looks really comfortable for them getting to that match point. It just seemed a little bit awkward. I feel like for the side of NRG Academy, they had good reads on some of those retakes there. It just came down to a couple firefights and maybe some positioning moments, I think, for some of those attacking round wins there for Evil Geniuses. But overall, I think NRG Academy definitely looked a bit more comfortable here on Breeze.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially the way that you're mentioning that first half was a lot of the back and forth between the two. But when we go into that second half, it is that round 2 and round 3 that NRG, they're so close to losing. And then you have a Shondix that's giving you 4Ks back to back. He was incredible in this series. And again, we continue to highlight this player as one of the best, if not the best, because of how much he's able to bring to the table no matter what he's playing. He was an incredible addition to the squad, and it's really showing in moments like this one, in moments under pressure, in moments where you lose that round and this series can really slip through your fingers. But it was a really good control, and on top of that, like you were saying, Ash, some of those late moments as well where NRG Academy knew how to close them out better. We talked about Jake, for example, having moments as well going into that first half, but in that second one, it was not only the first kills that were going the way of NRG Academy, but it was also a lot of those multi-kills where you think there's a little bit more control on the defense and immediately it gets taken away.
And I think it's so crazy to look at the first kills and how this scoreline turned out too. Like, Evil Geniuses lost almost half the rounds that they managed to get those first bloods on, which I think just said so much about how NRG Academy are able to have those hero moments that you were talking about there, Dan, that we saw from players like Shondex, but also some overextension, honestly, that we saw on the side of Evil Geniuses. They would start out up, and instead of playing those numbers, they would, you know, overheat a little bit, just push a little bit further than they really should. And NRG Academy were very ready to take advantage of those those small mistakes that were being made that really made the difference in how that round was going to pan out.
Especially when you are going into the second half where nothing is really working for this side of Evil Geniuses on that defense. You go for those aggressive plays, and sometimes it was not really backed up enough, or if it gets traded like you're saying, it seems like they were just always going a little bit too far. And the good thing about NRG Academy is that they recognize these patterns on the defense and they were able to punish them. We don't see a lot of those rounds every single time where they're playing these fast side takes. They're waiting, they're a little bit more patient, and we're waiting once again for those mistakes that Evil Geniuses were going to make. So it was a good read for NRG Academy, and it was a good showcase of what this map of Breeze is going to look like if they continue to play it.
And for NRGA, that means they stay alive here within playoffs, and we have to say goodbye to Evil Geniuses Academy. I mean, I like that second map again is going to be the statement map that I'm going to remember in my mind. But for EGA, a team that on paper has a lot of great ideas, it just wasn't enough here, Ash, on the day to be able to get them over that finish line, and they're going to have to try again here in stage 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to them so early on in the lower bracket. But for NRG Academy, I think that there was a reason why we're talking about how, despite our predictions, leaning more on the side of Evil Geniuses on the desk and in the caster booth today, we did mention that it was a bit of a toss-up, that it did feel close. And today, when it came down to those mid-round adaptations, to a lot of those hero moments there, NRG Academy were absolutely more on top of it. It felt like they're just much quicker to respond in a lot of those moments comparatively.
I mean, there is a reason why there is so much hype around this NRGA roster with this Maryville map going into this season. So to be able to see the win here is really nice. And on the line now to talk a little bit more about it, we have Giza. So let's head on over to our post-match interview. Congratulations on the win. You stay alive here in playoffs, making this lower bracket run after a crazy 3-game set. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. Feeling great. Just told my team get me off Sky and Sova, and I'll be fine for the rest of the games, I think. So.
Hey, I mean, the Veto Map 3, I believe it worked. It worked. But I want to go back to that second map in the series and talk a little bit about that, because we get to see a great first map, and then Abyss happens. How do you bounce back from Abyss to be able to close out on Breeze? Because it was getting a little bit worrisome over here for you.
Personally, I think for me, it was just kind of unlucky the way I was dying in most of the cases. So I wasn't tilted, and the rest of my team wasn't tilted either. We were joking on 11-1, saying we can either bring it back or we can just go next. If we lose this round, basically just go next. But our attitude was still good, and we came into map 3 smiling and ready to go again.
I love to hear that. Keep the mental high throughout. And map 3, you're able to close it out in a really strong fashion. But it's really interesting because looking back at it, Evil Geniuses Academy, they had 14 of the first kills on that map. So you guys were always playing from a deficit. So how did then in those moments do you adapt to being around that, or did it even feel like they were always up?
Honestly, we were talking about it after. It didn't really feel like they were up, but I feel like, especially on like a map like Breeze, I feel like our scaling and trading is really nice. So even if they get the first kill, like we often get trades, and I think that's just the reason why we won so many rounds after them getting the first kill, I think. But it didn't feel like they got the first kill 14 times. That's crazy.
It is wild. I had to triple check that one myself. I still can't believe it. Last but not least, you're still alive here within this lower bracket. I know that stage 1 was a little bit of up and down, but how are you feeling now going on forward with this team?
Going 3-0 and then going 0-3, and then clutching it up felt great. Kind of like we got the ups and downs, but I think we ended up clapping back. The match against Sleepers, it was just unlucky. They played better, but for the further games, I think it's going to be pretty. It's gonna be a lot better than what it was for us. I think we know our problems, and I think all of us have the confidence now and do what we want to do. So I think we'll have a good chance against these other teams.
I'm definitely excited to hear it. Great, congratulations on the great win today, Giza. Thanks so much for chatting, and enjoy the rest of your night. Okay.
Thanks for having me. You too.
Thank you. Back over to the desk. I mean, hey, NRGA. They said that they found the source of the problems. They're fixing them. Dan, we'll have to see how that goes on forward for them looking at this playoff bracket. Because again, we're out of time here for the teams to be fixing problems. So he said that they're fixed. We should be seeing more. We'll have to see how they continue along going on.
Yeah, you don't have a little margin for error here in that lower bracket, especially when things don't go your way right away. But something that I really like that he was mentioning is, that mentality that you have, even, when we look at that map of Haven and how it was and how they started losing a few rounds and they didn't really feel like it. They still felt like they had control of the series, or even when you're getting stomped like we saw on that map too. That recovery for teams are going to be something super important in this lower bracket, and something that not every team has. Not every single player has that skill of being able to reset and act like nothing happened. So for NRG Academy, they're looking great, and they have definitely gone through the ups and downs that he was mentioning as well. So I'm excited to see how the rest of the bracket is going to play out, because I feel like NRG Academy, and now that we saw them struggle a little bit and now come back to life, they are absolutely a threat.
Yeah, they definitely are. I feel like that's really the big test, right? The fact that we were able to see that bounce back from that second map like Dan was talking about. And honestly, the bit of the unspoken buff of being able to play together like in the same room too is something that you don't often get to see, for a lot of these challengers teams. It makes all of the difference. But when we take a look at the upper semifinals that we have going on for the rest of this week here as well, these are terrifying matches. Like, Sad and Core is going to be an absolute banger game. EP versus SRB as well. The competition has just gotten so close throughout this stage of challengers, throughout the start of this season. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to continue to level up and adapt quickly as this playoff bracket continues to move forward.
Yeah, we might have had to say goodbye to 2 teams today, but tomorrow we get to figure out who our upper finalists are going to be, which is so exciting. The competition has been so fierce throughout all of these teams, and I cannot wait to see who is going to be taking the wins tomorrow. But that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and make sure to come back here for the semifinals of Valorant Challengers North America tomorrow. See you all then.
Now leads to what can you force from the front. Bonnie does miss a shot and opens the door here for trades to come out. And Payne, well, I was gonna say he's just kind of serving as a little bit of cannon fodder, and well, the cannon of Derek will land twice.
At the end there, the mechanics to kind of throw away the round, and Bonnie immediately punishing Raccoon for trying to get rid of that turret.
That's the way it goes. And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play. It's mincemeat. The NRG Academy already established. You may need to get into sight quickly here. Flora gets in trouble. Recon Bolt's gonna push him away from this angle. Stunna is just